Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
The show will start when somebody joins using the link in the live chat. This is the Finding Gnosis show on Sunday. I do hope you are exceedingly well. We're waiting for the show to begin, so please begin it by clicking on the link in the live chat. Hello, welcome everybody to the Finding Gnosis show. It is Sunday and we are trying to find out what is going on and what exactly we should be doing here in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing. I have Squatch here. How are you doing, sir? You are on the Finding Gnosis show. The topic of the show, again, it's only a loose topic to get the conversation flowing. We can go elsewhere. We usually do on this show. But the topic of the show, well, there's two. What are the most important issues that humanity needs to deal with in your eyes? And also, if you want, what's on your bucket list? What would you like to do before you leave this mortal realm?
I think maybe the biggest problem for humanity in general, power storage.
Power storage.
Yeah,
that's a good one. That's a good one.
So this ties into like all kinds of different things, like logistics of, for instance, New York City. New York City is one of the only is one of a few deep water harbors on the East Coast. There is no logical reason for it to have a supply shortage of anything. It has the best highways on the East Coast. It has the best, one of the best ports on the East Coast. New York should be well supplied for everything, but it's not. And the reason it's not is because it's dealing with modern demands on mid 50s and 60s infrastructure, right? But if you can store enough power, like a better battery, right? Build a better battery. If you could just store enough power, this would alter a lot when it comes down to getting supplies into metro areas without negatively impacting the local environment. I'm not one of those worldwide environmentalists. I'm talking about
when you say store power, is it at all related to the fact we're running out of fossil fuels and we're depending? No,
not really. It's more along the lines of like the dream that they have of like an electric powered truck that delivers freight. That's not a thing. We don't have the batteries for that. By the time you build enough batteries to haul a load, the load itself is negligible next to the weight of the batteries involved. So that's not how that's going to end up working out, right?
Right. And
however, if we had a battery that, say, was 50% to twice as dense as what we currently operate with, that brings not necessarily long haul trucking, but the types of delivery systems necessary for an inner city to function well within the scope of batteries, like the buses, right? All of the buses, it gets really cold, the batteries aren't warm enough to charge, suddenly there's no buses on the route.
But you're talking about batteries and electric vehicles, Squat. So this must be related to fossil fuels running out and us looking for alternative ways of fueling industry and transport.
Power supply is the issue. We use gasoline, we use the kerosene and various other things to supply power, energy in a given system. Whether it's a car, your living room in the morning when it's a little chilly, or adjusting the thermostat on your AC, it's power delivery is what it comes down to. We have plenty of power. And if we didn't, if it wasn't going to come from fossil fuels, it would come from nuclear. I don't see that as an issue. We have unlimited free energy. We've solved that little nugget. Now, there are byproducts and there are issues, but the density exists in the existing technology we have.
So why do you think is there some kind of conspiracy going on here? I mean, why aren't we building these systems that store power effectively and allow us for?
Oh, it's not a conspiracy. It's a technological cliff face. It's all right. If you damage a gas tank and a spark goes off, it goes boom. And that goes across the board for virtually any energy delivery system you have. If you damage a lithium battery, it burns for 6 months, even underwater. So all of these things are inherently unstable. They're dangerous. Whether you're running a propane vehicle, alcohol burner, or gasoline, or a lithium battery, all of these things are inherently unstable because of their power density. If we had a stable matrix that was safe, that had about twice the power density we currently operate on, you could remove 90% of the internal combustion engines from most of your inner city locations and maintain delivery networks that currently can't really exist without things like the bike runners and the what do they call them, fleet flyers or whatever.
Right. So what are you suggesting, Squatch? I'm trying to get to the crux. Like, are you suggesting you said we already have the solution, i.e. nuclear. Are you suggesting we build more nuclear plants offshore, maybe ground? I've heard that we could build them underground. What are you suggesting?
It's not making power. We've done this, right? We can generate more power than we could ever use.
Yeah, but what I'm suggesting, Squatch, is what about just focusing on supply rather than storage? I mean, if we just had lots of supply, we wouldn't need to worry about storage, right?
You do, because you can't carry that supply into the places where you need powerful mechanisms functioning to do things like deliveries and construction and earth moving and stuff like this happen in these tight inner city spaces that aren't going to be just completely smogging out the environment. And I'm not speaking globally, I'm speaking in like tight tenement built inner city locations where modern construction utilizes lots of diesel and lots of like oil based stuff. The reason you'd want to go away from that type of stuff is not so much because of the cost of deriving the energy, but the ability to do it in a clean environment. If you're running a diesel, everything.
Do you think we'll achieve this?
Better power density and a storage. Storage is what's.
Do you think we're going to achieve this anytime soon?
Okay, so there's a limited amount of reactionary material that you can use for this type of stuff. What we don't know is whether or not there are reactions we're unaware of. If we achieve something like this, it will be from an unknown reaction source, whatever that might be. But as far as power production, we not only have the capability of making a mind-boggling amount of power at a time, we also have the ability to deliver it to virtually any location on the planet. What we don't have is the ability to take it from that delivery point, i.e. your local outlet, right? Your light switch in your living room, to a vehicle that can do work. We can do it on small scales, but large scales have evaded us. But think about it this way. This would allow things like There's lots of laws dealing with, like, say, mining metals and mining coal and various other mining type installations where you can only use a limited amount of machinery in any given dig because the machinery eats oxygen. It's full of hydrocarbons. It's pumping all kinds of noxious chemicals out into the air. The mine has to pay to swap that air over, which is going to be doing anyway, but it has to do it at a much higher rate because they're using internal combustion engines in an enclosed space, right? A higher density battery would allow you to utilize the same machinery in a tighter, cleaner package that doesn't involve all of the noxious smoke and everything. Black lung could become a thing of the past, bro.
Yeah, I've heard that the manufacturing of these batteries is problematic in and of itself because of the fact that it's going to damage the environment. It's going to cause problems, other problems in trying to solve the problem of fuel storage and cleaner energy. It's going to cause problems in the environment.
Well, it doesn't do cleaner energy. First of all, let's fix that from the thought process. The cleanest energy on the planet right now does not come from a wind turbine, does not come from solar cells, is not at a hydroelectric dam, although one could make the argument on the hydroelectric dam. But in reality, the cleanest energy, watt for watt, is nuclear. And the reason we don't have more nuclear plants in the U.S. is because of a little law that was written in, I think it was it Carter? I think Carter wrote this one in. He didn't stop people from building nuclear power plants. He didn't stop people from studying them. What he did was he stopped nuclear material from traveling over the surface roads of the U.S. By doing that, he eliminated the ability for new power plants to be scaled up using.
What about offshore power plants and underground ones? This is something people have suggested.
Sure. I think France is big into underground stuff, ain't they?
Well, yeah.
I'm in also Squatch. Sorry, Sean, 1 second. Also, Squatch, have you listened to Elon Musk? He's talking about getting power from space and beaming it down to Earth.
All right, I want you what you just said through and what the effects on the environment around that receiving station would end up being. What mechanism do you use to transmit energy directly from space?
Radiation.
Yeah, heat up the environment. It'll heat up the atmosphere.
It would be a strange system. But then they've also talked about having cables running up to space. Have you heard about that? That they've talked about having space stations.
Yeah, I heard about it.
But
it's not engineer. Physics might be right, but the engineering is probably harder than it looks. It's the same with the Neon project in Saudi Arabia. They were trying to build all these crazy things in Saudi Arabia, and now they're not doing it anymore or delaying it.
Is that the city that was going to go across the desert? Is that the one?
Line.
Yeah.
Have they abandoned that?
Yeah. Well, they've reduced it a lot. They're not building it all. Like they've reduced it a lot or delaying it.
Well, Sean, welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. Wonderful to have you back. So, Sean, the title of this show is "What are the most important issues that humanity needs to deal with?" And if you want, what's on your bucket list? You can answer.
Well, I think the environmental problems are up there. I think if you ask any AI, it'll tell you what are the most important problems, and it'll tell you climate change and the environment is up there. So that's one of our biggest problems in modern society.
Okay. Squatch says it's power storage. Squatch, what do you think of Sean positioning environmental challenges at the top?
Well, it's up there.
So these things all go hand in hand. They're not mutually exclusive. Power generation, power storage, power utilization, all of these in the current system that we're using almost exclusively utilizes internal combustion engines for most of the power demands. When you're using batteries to change that, you're not changing the emissions that take place. You're merely removing them from one location and placing them in another. So rather than it coming out the tailpipe of your vehicle, it's coming out of a smokestack of a coal-fired power plant in Pennsylvania, right? You're just carrying the battery to where you're using it. You get the same emission.
I heard Elon Musk saying that if everybody had electric cars, the whole planet had electric cars, you would still release less CO2 than if everybody were to drive fossil fuel cars. It's because the energy efficiency of the electric car. So we would build more coal plants to power the electric cars, but in total, you would release less fossil fuels. I don't know how the math's involved, but that's what I heard, and I think it's correct.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, although I would question the pound for pound measurements and all of that. But sure, we'll give it to you. We'll say you can generate a gas tank's worth of energy at a coal power plant in Pennsylvania for less CO2 than you generate it with a gas tank on your vehicle. You still have to run that energy to wherever it is you're going to store it, which is the mythical battery we're currently talking about.
Power
and
lines,
then
yeah.
from there, you have to transfer that into the actual work that you're actually doing, right? Now, let's skip all of that silliness and get back to the concept of power generation, because before you store it, you have to make it. And even if the power generation capability were 20% more efficient with 20% less CO2, the process of transmitting it over the lines, cold soaking that battery in juice, and then hauling that battery to wherever it might be needed to be used, and we're assuming it's going to be in the car while you're charging it, so there's no hauling involved, I'd say you're probably in for a penny, in for a pound on both sides of that. That's why I'm saying we need a better storage mechanism. If we had a better battery, all of this.
I don't think we'll be able to, because lithium, I heard some scientists say, I follow a French engineer say that lithium is the lightest element we have after hydrogen, or lithium is up there now. And there's no other element in nature that is as energy, that can store energy as well as lithium, I heard. But there could be other cheaper versions, but not as good. But anyway, so if we really cared about climate change in the environment, we would probably I don't think we'll be able to replace our current lifestyle with renewable energy and nuclear. It's going to be very expensive. If we had to do a World War II style effort to solve the environmental crisis and climate change, we would have to reduce our lifestyle by a lot. But the Americans can reduce their lifestyle by 50% and still have a good lifestyle. I mean, the standard of living, the people are dying younger in America. So it's not all to do with the standard material wealth that people care about. It's also to do with social, and you don't need a lot of energy to have a good life. So if people just reduce their material wealth, like not flying as much or not using as much energy, you would still live as long as, because medicine, we'll still have modern medicine. We'll still have to use plastic for that, or we could maybe swap some of it. But I think realistically, you will not be able to replace all the stuff that humans do with renewable energy and nuclear. To replace all the fossil fuels in the world just with nuclear, you'll have to build hundreds, maybe thousands of nuclear power plants around the world. And that will affect the water, because you need cooling of the water. And then when there's no more water because the glaciers are melting, climate change is going to force humanity to do radical lifestyle change. Climate change is one of the most important things that's humans going to face now in the next 50 years or 1,000 years.
You got to pick your side, dude. You can't run both sides of that coin. If the cooling nuclear,
it's either
hold on, sir.
Cooling a nuclear power plant. In France, they had a drought in France, and they had to shut down 3 nuclear power plants because the rivers were too warm because of climate change. If you want to build more nuclear power plants, they're going to
something that doesn't bear a reason. The reason is the water was too warm. You don't really know why. You say it's because of climate change.
You know why? Because you need to cool the nuclear power plant. You need to cool the nuclear power plant with water.
Sure.
There was maybe other technologies they can do with other things other than water. I think the CO2 or something.
That's an interesting look into it.
I'm just saying that nuclear is fine as long as you do it correctly. If it goes wrong, it goes really bad. So you better be careful.
It can go really, really bad. That's true. Largely for energy production, we don't utilize breeder reactors anymore. We utilize breakdown reactors, and they're entirely differently constructed. They're much safer than your common breeder reactor. But I'm not going to get down to the brass tacks of nuclear fission here. That's not what we're here doing. What I'm saying is, if you are using the water to cool nuclear power plants, and I'm just going to use a blanket reference to nukes, right? If you're using water to cool the nukes, you're not producing the CO2 that's going to cause the water to be too hot. And if it's actually America and Europe that are causing this problem, that should fix all the problems. But it's not. It's India and China and all the other nations that aren't on board with this trash. So now what?
Well, no, India and China, they are releasing a lot of CO2, especially India. I heard they're building loads of coal, and Australia, they're mining loads of coal for all those. But yeah, you're right. They say that there's a correlation between economic growth and human progress, lifestyle progress. But we can't, I think in the some countries in Europe that have grown the economy without releasing CO2, but they probably have done it by externalizing the bad polluting industries. So they've externalized the manufacturing to poor countries, basically, or export all the stuff. So basically, the whole world is China. I think they do believe in climate change, or they lie to us. They're saying they believe in climate change. They are building loads of electric cars, solar panels, and all that. It's not fast enough because their CO2 emissions are still rising. So what they'll have to do is even more radical. We're gonna have to do like World War II style efforts to reduce our pollution, because if we don't, climate change is going to cause a lot of problems. Mass immigration, mass famines because of climate change. And it's already happening. Look, there's a drought happening now in the Middle East because of overconsumption and climate change. And there's weather, like the weather in Ireland now, we had record rains this winter. The UK had really bad harvests of their crops last summer, the worst crops in forever. Really bad rain in the UK. And Europe had flooding there in Spain. So I'm saying all these people who are saying that climate change is a hoax, they're lying to you, and they're fucking criminals. Trump is a criminal, and he's going to pay for his sins because he's a pedophile probably. And America is great. I love America, but they've also done a lot of stupid shit, especially with their religion stuff and Israel. And the Middle East, it's all for fossil fuels, because fossil fuels is the main reason we're so powerful as human beings currently. And we're going to have to replace that with renewable energy maybe and nuclear. And that's not going to be possible sometimes because, it's not, I don't know.
You don't know. I get you. Okay, I'm not saying climate change isn't a real thing. Never said that. I am saying it's being used as a big boogeyman to try to scare people into things that aren't going to take any effect on our enemies.
But it is affecting the Middle East. Iran had a huge drought, partly caused by climate change. They're protesting.
You look upstream from Tehran and look at where that water's going before you say it's caused by climate change. That water was
it's partly caused by climate change. I'm not saying it's all because of climate change. I know it's corruption and overconsumption and badly managed, but it's partly because of a really bad drought, a record drought.
So are you familiar? Now, I know you're not American, and so you might not be familiar with this particular weather pattern that I'm fixing to bring up. The La Nina and El Nino cycles in the Pacific. You heard anything about
Yes,
these?
I know. Yes, I know.
Okay.
I researched this. It's a hobby of mine. I'm a bit autistic.
So have you looked into what happens if that cycle continues the way it currently is?
Well, I don't know where we're at now. I don't know if we're in El Nino or El Nina, but if you follow climate scientists, they'll explain to you. But they also say there's 12 tipping points in the climate system that we're heading to.
We're not leaving this point. We're on this one point.
No,
I'm talking
El
about
Nina are affected by CO2. They are affected by CO2 as well. They're natural phenomenon that change the climate of the world, but they also are affected by CO2.
But what is the prediction? What do the models say happens? Say, oh, I don't know, in Arizona.
Well, you can ask the AI, or you can ask the IPCC, the experts that know about this, not the fake ones that Joe Rogan believes in, or frickin' Trump believes in. There's a lot of scammy scientists out there that are lying to you. They're saying that CO2 has nothing to do with the El Nino and El Nina are affected by climate change. So climate change is going to make the El Nino and Nina worse or better. I'm not sure.
Both. A little bit of both. Let me tell you what happens. And you can check it against any source you want. Depending on how far north or south you go in that desert southwest area, you'll find more or less of this. In a La Nina year, there are record-breaking monsoons that take place. And in an El Nino year, there's more sun, but there's also a bit more, there's more sun, but there's also more wind. And it causes a generally lower top temperature for that cycle, however long that cycle will last, if it's 2 years, a year and a half, 5 years, whatever it is. What this does, at least as far as the American desert Southwest is concerned, is stop it from being a desert. You get about 10, 15 years of overcast El Ninos and cooler La Ninas with more rain. That's not a desert anymore, sir. That's farmland.
Yeah, but this will get affected by climate change, so it'll make it different. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work, but all I'm saying is that if you follow the scientists, the ones that are correct, because science says so.
How do you decide?
Wait, you think that CO2 has no effect on climate change?
This isn't a dichotomy.
I
didn't ask you whether or not CO2 has an effect. I conceded that at the beginning of the
a small positive effect. CO2 has a small positive effect because it makes algae grow more, plants grow faster, yes. But it also makes the weather warmer, so it causes more moisture in the atmosphere. So there's 6% more moisture in the atmosphere every degree warming. So that means that you'll get more flooding, more droughts, more extreme weather or whatever. And then, so that's it. And if you don't believe that, then freaking take your fossil fuels and keep on burning your fossil fuels. Then when it runs out, and then what happens when it runs out? You got to do nuclear?
Simple. Easy question, bro. Easy question. How do you decide who's telling the truth?
Well, I don't believe in Trump because a lot of the stuff he says is fake news.
So we're going to start with bad Trump bad. Now, I'm asking about scientific
70% of what he's saying is bullshit. 70% of what he says bullshit. He supports Iran. No, he supports Israel because he wants to take the fossil fuels of Iran. He supports Russia because he probably, the Russians have shit on him because of Epstein. He's got shit from Epstein because he's on the Epstein files. He's a fascist, and he's probably going to cause World War III, the fucktard. Well, sir, close to it.
I did not bring up Trump. Trump is not in this discussion. I asked you how to source your sources that you can trust. How do you choose which sources of data for you to trust? What sources can Ragnarok Phoebus over here trust?
You can go to the IPCC website, or all the mainstream, the popular climate scientists. They're on YouTube. They're on X. I listen to both sides, man. I don't fucking only listen to fucking the anti. I listen to both sides, and I think the fucking anti-climate change guys are. There's some of their stuff is correct, but a lot of it's bullshit. It's not bullshit.
And where do you think I fall on this?
What? You're 50-50 on climate change.
Yeah,
you're not sure.
I accept human enforced climate change 100%. I have no issue with that. I do not accept the fear mongering utilized by people who are screeching to the high heavens that there is no answer. We're all doomed. The world's going to burn and we're all going to be in the ground by 2012 because of cow farts. That is retarded, sir.
No. cows, animal agriculture is the main cause of biodiversity loss. It's not only climate change that I'm worried about. I'm a beekeeper and I live next to dairy farmers, and they're destroying the local environment with their chemicals and stuff. So there's no more insects left. There's like 70% reduction. There's a 70% reduction in insects around the world. So if we keep on farming the way we're doing, yeah, it's also helped by fossil fuels. If we didn't have fossil fuels, we may be able to destroy the planet as we currently are. So it's not always to do with climate change. Now, I'm worried about the biodiversity collapse, 70% reduction in natural species since the 70s, and freaking overfishing, plastic pollution. The future of humanity looks bleak if you research the science of what's happening.
But that's only if you only go that far. If you only research the problems, you'll only see the problems, and you don't see the science involved in the solutions.
Yeah, but you need to know the problem to solve it. You have to be aware of the problem and then solve it. And I have solutions. I'm not saying there's no solutions, but there's some people that have the wrong solutions. They're denying it. They're saying it's totally fine. Keep on burning fossil fuels. Climate change is not real. All that. Fucking dumbass.
Right. Let me ask you this. I'm sorry. Not finding Gnosis. You do your show. I apologize.
No, go ahead, guys. It's an open discussion.
I'm emotional about this because it's the future. It's my future, and I know this stuff, and it makes you angry because you know all the science and all the facts, and it makes you very angry and emotional about it. Jesus. Do you know what I mean? It's
like, Ragnar, feel free to chop in whenever you want.
I'd like to. I'd like to switch lanes on the conversation to a related topic, but not the exact topic. A big problem people need to identify in the world very quickly is the power of propaganda. See, humans are not viewed as like you think they're viewed as by people in power. They see the logistics. Logistics is everything. It's always about logistics and the money involved every single time. Politics or not, religion or not, the war is there. The system grinds on, but how do you influence people? This is the Game of Thrones. Why do you think it's called that? That you know, that TV show? It's inspired by the politics of the feudal European era. Okay? Your house with your knights and this, that, you had your company, right? Basically, companies of people, corporations. Okay? Every clan did banking together, you know what I mean? And that's why they grew as one. So it was very communal, but also capitalistic at the same time. But it was for clan growth. Ideology-wise, they had a propaganda apparatus. As countries got bigger and away from the feudal age, that Game of Thrones never ended, and this is my point. The propaganda, the mimetic war, it's literally a mimetic war. Modern liberals will call it the town square, right? Like Elon Musk has used that for social media where a lot of people interact. It's a node, right? Other places have their communicational nodes, right? Each node has an influence. Propaganda spreads, clans form. From the advent of the late 1990s to current day, we have whole clans that have developed across the internet. So you need to keep that in mind. People are pushing their ideas, and the gentleman Sasquatch wanted to introduce to you, Sean, the idea of propaganda. So, like, I've been listening and observing. Everything you said was something that
wrong, is it?
Hear me out.
You think
Hear
I'm
me out. No,
propaganda?
that's not what I said. We are all susceptible to propaganda. Everybody can be influenced to something and tinged. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You say we talk about an entirely different topic. You could be propagated to prefer this faction in an entirely different, like, mini game or something. Do you know what I mean? It's not about this topic or that topic. I'm trying to tell you, people want to control the topic. And if all you're talking about is the fear, the emotional programmable aspect of biomechanical humans to get them to do
You
something
guys have fear too.
coercively.
Both sides use fear. Fear
Hear
is
me
in both
out.
sides
I'm
of the
not done
game.
talking. I'm not done talking. The coercive, the fear, obviously, it's both sides. It's not just both sides, it's multiple sides. Every single clan is running their intimidation tactic. So the people who survive are those who identify the truth and find a literal foundational truth. And they stand on that, they build on that foundationally, psychologically, socially. Right? So the Western culture, most of our ideas are either left wing or right wing and whatnot, with all their different sub factions and ideas. Climate change is identified as more on the left side of things. And obviously, you don't like Trump. I don't care about Trump. He's not an equation for me. So we don't even need to talk about that. Okay, we can look at it. So you are a beekeeper. Okay, beekeeping is extremely important for the cohabitation of human beings worldwide. I absolutely agree, but also other insects are necessary for the biosystem, and I understand the idea that a collapse could happen on a botanical level, but I don't think it will. Okay, the world is actually showing signs of healing, and I'm from Canada. We are very environmentally friendly for a very, very long time. We have
Have you noticed more wildfires in Canada recently? Extreme, heat in the summer.
Wildfire season happens, dude. Wildfire seasons happen.
Have you noticed like more smoke recently?
Do you know what happens to a forest after a wildfire?
Can I
the
tell
highest,
you?
the highest rate of natural fertilization. Did you know that?
Look up. Yeah, I know it grows back, but I'm just saying that if you don't believe in climate change, then you're not gonna do anything about it. But
you're asking me to believe in your frame of reference towards climate change. We might disagree on things, dude. That's a very broad.
Yeah, I know you don't believe in climate change. I know you don't believe in climate change.
Did I say that? I didn't say that. Why are you accusing me of not believing in climate change?
You're denying that there's. If you look
at
the weather stuff.
I did not deny. You were, my guy. You were trying to straw man as everybody is some sort of MAGA anti-environmentalist. Like that's who you're fighting. That's who you're shadow boxing right now. Where you're in the fucking Plato's cave, looking at the shadows, and me and this gentleman, we're looking in from the fucking sunshine. We're like, dude, wake the fuck up! It's a script.
Like I brought a flashlight together.
The left and the right are both fucked. Stop thinking in those terms. That's a program. Okay, you care about the environment. Hear me out.
I was talking about environmental issues. The left and the right can solve it, but who is solving it the most currently? Is it the left that cares more about
every single talking point you have made in the past 10 minutes is literally something somebody else said on a TV, whether it's about climate change or Fox News or whatever fucking thing. You're not thinking for yourself. You're not speaking for yourself. You're letting your subconscious get programmed like a little mind slave. Slavery never went away. They enslave your mind through the media. It's why they tell you their vision. The television media is the Greek goddess of illusions. You are controllable, programmable. You are a biomechanical piece that can be absolutely brainwashed to whatever the fuck somebody wants you to think. No. I had to get rid of any kind of political belief I have to upgrade. Do you understand? I don't even think of that. I think the environment is important. Fuck yes. I want a healthy botanical region around me. Of course, I live in Canada. We're known for that. We're experts in the field as a people. We literally have laws stopping all sorts of environmental disaster stuff, and we have councils on climate change. We already have that. Our forests are so healthy. We have like 5 times the amount of air we need on a daily breath. We breathe so easy up here, bro.
Yeah. If you're really serious about climate change, you would be using all the fucking tar sand and fucking oil. You would collapse your economy to save the planet.
Man, you know what? How about you go tell Africa and India
because we're addicted
and China?
We're still gonna burn it.
Dude,
fuck it.
Hear me out, bro. It's not about burning that, bro. I wanna make sure the Shire is the Shire. Where was the Shire found? In a patch of wilderness. beautiful, like a nice little English shire with hobbits all over the place. Did you like? I like Tolkien. Okay, I'm gonna be a little more personal with you. Okay, this is a bigger idea. You know Tolkien? Do you know why he made the world of Lord of the
You want to go
Rings?
back to the 18th century, 17th century lifestyle like the Lord of the Rings?
Can you
Good luck.
no? Can you let me finish? Actually, they got a lot of stuff of what we think started back in that era you just mentioned. That's the fucking hilarious part. That's the age of Prussia you just mentioned, but whatever. Lord of the Rings, it was all about being environmental with so the Shire. Tolkien literally explained this in his letters. He is an environmentalist. He is against. So if you look at Lord of the Rings, you've seen it, right?
Yeah, what
The
has this
orcs are
got to
all
do with
about in.
climate
Hear me.
change?
Let me
He would
finish. Let
be
me finish. I'm
pro
trying to
climate
give you a
change. He
frame of
would believe in
reference, bro.
climate change in my time. He would be against Trump. He would be against all these dumbasses. Tolkien
Dude,
was anti-Nazi. And fucking Elon
he,
Musk and fucking all the
see, bro,
fascists are pro fucking. They're all the
my guy.
fucking dumb fuck.
Can you just like listen instead of talking your propaganda?
Well,
Can I
your
talk to a
propaganda is
human?
equal. You have propaganda as well, my guy. We're
I
both
have never
equally
told you.
bullshit here.
I never told you my current stance on much of anything, actually. Lord of the Rings
Well, I bet
is
you're
one of my
more
favorites,
right-leaning.
and if
I
you would
bet you're more
pay
right-leaning.
attention, hear me out for fuck's sake.
Come on, get to the point,
Lord,
man.
yeah, you are rushing this. I'm like a fucking ant telling you to calm the fuck down and think. Like, ants, they told them, we talk slow, bro. We don't understand what we're talking about. Nature, speaking to nature. Patience. If you give a fuck about the forest, calm down. Patience. Listen, Tolkien was anti-pollution. The orcs represented industry. He explained this, okay? The orcs represent
Yeah,
the
and if it was
non-stop
allowed,
grind
if
of
it was a,
industry, and Tolkien
yeah,
wanted to
okay, I agree
save the
with you, man.
environment. So the
He
Shire
would be
looks like
anti-Trump.
the environment.
Yeah,
All right,
What do you
okay, I
mean
guys.
agree with you.
Tolkien was
Sorry,
anti-Trump?
Sean. Guys, one at a time now, please. I know it's an emotive issue, but please have respect for each other. You're both great
Right,
guys. I
right.
know you guys don't see eye to eye on this one, but please
I
let each
didn't
other.
even say I disagree or agree.
Give each other. Listen, Ragnar. Just give each other a chance to speak. Say your point, and then let the other person speak, and don't interrupt them. Thank you, guys.
Affirmative. So
All
look,
right,
the
I'm
whole
just saying that Tolkien, if he was alive today, he would probably be against all these people who are saying that climate change is not real. You don't have to do anything about it. You don't have to do any sacrifices. Keep on growing the economy. Eat loads of meat. Don't ban glyphosate. Don't. He would be all against that stuff. He would be lefty. Well, center left, maybe.
So this is my opinion, and I'll talk about a castle when I'm done my opinion. So if I mention the word castle, you can speak. When it comes to Tolkien, he specifically said that he is an environmentalist and he showed the grind of industry, right? He was against how it polluted people. He wasn't even very much political, but yes, he did have leanings towards a certain faction in the Spanish Civil War. That's known. But after that, he's seen people kill each other over left versus right politics. He actually became notably anti-political after the war, after World War One. He wasn't in the mood. Politics was ablaze. Okay, it was always there since the French Revolution. He divorced himself
Yeah,
from that as a mature thing to do. But now, hear me out. The
yeah. What has
environmental
this
part
got to do with climate change?
was his
So I'm
joy.
just
He
saying.
wanted to make sure England doesn't get polluted into like some charcoal, right? So, what's my leanings? I brought that up. I didn't tell you my leanings. I'm telling you this is an author I like, and he's more of an environmentalist. I want to save the environment, but the way you want to go about it, not that way. You just want to talk propaganda about it, bro. When was the last time you went
How would
outside
you
and picked
solve
up
it? What's your
garbage?
propaganda? What's your
When
solution
was
to the problem?
when?
Then?
No, I'm
Let's
asking you a
okay.
question. When was the
Let's
last time you went outside to pick up garbage?
What? We recycle our own waste. We don't fucking. I do. I
Do you
did
go to the
that
park,
before.
the
Yeah.
forest? Do you take care of the
I eat
trees?
less meat. I don't fly no more. I fucking try not to buy as much clothes anymore. What else? I try and fucking talk about it online, and I help my father with beekeeping, and I do a bit of vegetable gardening. That's what I do. I actually live a hobbit lifestyle. like the Lord of the Rings.
I could tell. I like the Hobbit lifestyle too. Don't worry. Smoking that long bottom leaf, you know. But like,
Okay, moving on.
What-
Ragnar, what are the most important issues that humanity needs to deal with?
understanding propaganda, and I'm not trying to insert you, Sean. It's you need to understand how your subconscious can be programmable, like a computer, bro. It's been figured out. Language is the code.
Well, are
It
you saying
always
that the
was.
climate scientists are lying to us? Are you saying that all these
One
climate
second,
scientists are lying to us? All the environmentalists are lying to us?
Brother Sean,
Totally
please,
different
just
topic.
1 second, Sean. Let Ragnar speak, and then I'm gonna hand the mic to you, mate.
Sorry.
So, on this topic, people are programmable. Their subconscious can be easily influenced by words. What language you use has actually been psychologically and scientifically proven to be your software system. It is literally your format. Like, hey, you bought this motherboard from NVIDIA, or you bought this motherboard from Microsoft. You can look at the language piece as that technology, like that cultural, we're going to speak in this language, right? But if you speak in French, I speak French. It's slower. Okay. You know why I ask people to speak slow with me? In French, we speak fast but slow. It's very weird. It does not obey the laws of time.
Yeah, I can speak
So
French too.
when I tend to think differently because I think in two languages. So I see things from different angles, and you need words to understand things, no matter what, with either five senses. So your words are basically the sixth sense, the code in the computer, right? Every single little pixel. Okay, now let's look at every single little atom everywhere. It's not that different, bro. It's not that different. And you are a batch of cells, easily programmable. You are from a biomechanical organism with its base instinct program is to survive.
Okay, like, yeah, okay, I have fears of environmental destruction and all that, and you think it's all woo-woo bullshit, yeah? Is that it? I think your beliefs are woo-woo bullshit too. Which one is correct? We'll have to find the truth by the facts. And if people don't like the
Interesting.
facts, then that's life. Humans don't want to know the facts sometimes because it's cognitive dissonance. It hurts their feelings and all that. Both
Thank you,
sides
Sean.
can experience it.
Thank you, Sean. I saw Squatch nodding his head there, Ragnar. As you said, words are kind of programming what we think, what we say. The words we use in our heads are basically controlling us and forming our outlook and our direction in life. Squatch, why did that resonate with you so much? Would you like to maybe give your thoughts on that point?
Language is the filter through which we describe our existence. And so the choice of language we utilize to try to impart a thought from one person to another to communicate weighs how that communication is received, positive or negative, right? The tone in which you say it, the words you choose when saying it. And this gentleman over here, Ragnarok, being bilingual, he has different words to use, and those words have different meanings. And so when describing his existence to you, it may not make sense in the same way that your description of the same situation makes sense to you, because he has a deeper descriptive narrative available to him, right? And even if you speak 6 languages, this doesn't improve your capability of description. It only deepens the texture of the description. You don't understand more, but you might be able to impart more information to someone who speaks the same language as you do.
May I explain the part of understanding that you said might be missing from that equation? So language plus something else. I'm going to add something here. It'll equal something.
Go ahead, bro.
The teacher, I'm thinking, the teacher of Alexander the Great, and I'm going to quote him. Metaphor is the greatest thing to impart, by far genius. A mind that can grasp the metaphor and parables. So he's speaking of parables. I'm paraphrasing now and noting. He mentioned if you can understand something that looks like something else, pattern recognition. That's what he was talking about. That's what metaphors are. So metaphors become memes to explain something at some point. This is why Jesus spoke in stories. Whether you want to talk about this or that, Jesus is a great storyteller, and he's going to tell you how to understand a very harsh topic. To understand, how does he do that? He's going to have
you
to.
believe in an afterlife? You believe in the Bible?
We're not even talking about spiritual religious thing. It's about how a philosopher spoke. I approach Jesus like a
I can
philosopher.
tell you a
Thank you.
myth about climate change and the environment and how to solve it using mythology and all that stuff.
Can you let
It's
me
fine.
finish
It's fine.
speaking?
I believe in it. But like, what has this got to do with the science? The science would tell you
This,
that it's true.
dude, we're talking
And now
about
you're
how
gonna say
words
it's fake
program
news.
people, and you want to bring up
Can you
climate
guys-
change. See, myths and words, how to see something. You know, like myths are to see the psychology of the human psyche, right? Psyche is the name for the Greek goddess of the mind. Psyche is literally the name for the Greek goddess of the mind. Media is the Greek goddess of illusion. Now look at our English words. Media. Right? The media, the entertainment, right? It's all programming.
Okay, so tell me how I'm programmed to believe in these facts of the right left-leaning facts.
There's different
Am
groups
I
with
wrong?
different kinds of
Am I getting
programming. That's
programmed?
what I'm trying to tell you.
The science can be believed in both sides. The truth can be believed in both sides of the spectrum, political spectrum.
You're repeating slogans.
So you're saying that
I wanna
climate
hear- I
change
won't-
is all a myth, is it? And the
Okay.
environmentalists and all the insect people and all the soil scientists are all telling you myths, is it? It's all made up stories. Is that what you're saying?
Sir, no, I'm trying to tell you how words can program people, and there's different cultural narratives. Just one topic of a cultural narrative is climate change. I am speaking about the psychological programming of words on people, regardless and irregardless of what political, eventual, or advental idea you have. Those are three different cadres of things. You and climate change, you want to speak to the greater masses and tell you it's a problem. Here's the thing. We know everything you just said, people have said for 10 years now. Can we make it moot?
But it's amazing how I know I'm panicking myself because I know I'm a hypocrite, to be fair. I eat more meat than I should. I'm gonna use a car. I'm just feeling all the anxieties of all the stuff that I know from the internet, okay? I hope some of it is fake news. I get most of my information from YouTube, okay? Twitter, X, and Facebook, but it's all like climate scientists, environmental stuff. And from what I'm hearing, it's not looking good for wildlife and the environment and climate and all that. And if you choose to deny that and believe in your fairy tales of religion and economic growth, if you think you can keep on growing the economy forever with your myths of eternal economic growth, we're not going to survive.
All right, well, yeah, I'm actually outside right now, DNW. I can't stay on for too long. I'm out in the mall. I just had some good ass falafel with some fries, za'atar fries. So yeah, just here. But I'll try and thank you. But Sean, the environment has always been bad if you think about it. Like there has been like an ice age, a warming stage with the dinosaurs. Like humans do ruin the environment, but Mother Nature is very self-destructive as well. So it's only like either 40 or 35%, maybe even at the most 50% of our fault, and then the rest is doing it all by itself. Like if humans weren't here, nature would still be destructive because, as I said, they killed off the dinosaurs, other extinct animals, mass extinction, blah blah blah. So yeah, I take a very nuanced position on like global warming and climate change. You know, I don't objectively deny it, but I do have like my suspicions about like why do people make such a big deal about it? Because like think about it, if you're gonna go with like the usual view of time, Mother Nature is pretty destructive by itself, even without humans. You know, so I don't get it. You know, I really don't get it.
No, the reason people care about climate change is because it's going to affect the weather. If you don't know the science, I'll explain to you. Okay, CO2 is a greenhouse gas. Okay, you don't believe in the science, do you? You don't want to hear the
I do believe in the
the
science,
nerdy shit.
but you have to agree with me that without humans, Mother Nature would also be pretty bad too. Like they would have global climate
Yeah, but the
disasters.
reason why I understand the reason why we care about climate change is because we're going to be reduced a lot from our own actions inadvertently. We're causing our own extinction and other species extinction as well. We're caring about
Guess what?
ourselves, not about
Guess what?
nature. We're caring about ourselves.
Well, guess what? I kind of want humans to go away, so I don't mind if the climate does get worse because of us. So, like, you can't really win against. You can't really convince me to see your point of view, because either way, like, like I see it as like I'm just neutral on like the environmental question because like I just see like without us, nature would still be pretty bad and pretty like be self-destructive, probably even be suicidal on its own, Mother Nature. So yeah.
I would
So you
respond
want
to
the humanity to
Sean.
go extinct. Fair enough.
I would respond to Sean by saying, like, it's not that I don't believe in climate change; it's that I am situational about
Same
it.
here.
If
Yeah,
a
same.
tornado comes, I will help rebuild. Right? If a fire comes, okay, help people escape. Okay, help rebuild. We're humans. That's what we do. You take down our anthill, we build it up more. A society that is coexistent with the environment. I am for that. I like the Prussian model because the Prussian model didn't build certain things that were against the environment, but also now look at the Canadian model. A mix of British and other Enlightenment ideas all in one in different industries leading up to today. It is a vast cultural tribe working towards further innovation and invention, and free speech is necessary to that, right? But now your narrative is the current cultural narrative for the past 5, 6, 7 years of talking about the climate change. But sir, every single era in fucking history, there's even the dark days. When Iceland had a volcano, that volcano caused the world to go dark and have
Yes, true.
snow in the summer. In the summer. Yeah, that
In
volcano
the
caused
summer.
snow in the summer in so many different places. For 2 years. People know. They're
Oh,
not ignorant.
don't forget about the history inside the
Yeah, are you
UK,
saying
where
that we
like
should not do
literally.
anything about it then? We should not release fossil fuels that are CO2 because we want to keep on growing the economy. We're addicted to fossil fuels, so we should not do any changes. We could still have a good lifestyle and solve climate change, The solutions to climate
Are
change are also
we
good for our life.
We are addicted to the fossil fuels because it upholds our standard of living, right? So you're
Yeah,
when
for now.
your argument is to tell people to lower their standard of living. As a politician, that is that your career is over, trying to convince people at that point about that. Unfortunately, but in Canada, we have an environmental lobby already. We literally have an environmental regulation system where people make sure, like, if you're doing this in the forest, you got to take care of it. Like, we're very you know one thing about the hunting industry. Did you know the hunting industry is self-taxed, like, hey, voluntary tax to help take care of the environment? Did you know that? And they're the biggest funders of that. Did you know a cattle farm saves 10,000 acres of trees from being put down for green agriculture leafing, meaning like
No, no,
non
no.
meat
Animal
non meat farm.
agriculture
No,
is
no,
one of the
you need to
main.
hear me out. No, hear me out. Agriculture that is related to non meat production, like pigs, cattle's, chicken. Just the nice stuff on the plate, the green stuff. That entire industry takes more land per capita, straight up. Do you know how many
Yes.
trees are put down to grow soybeans? Like, one cow can feed 1,000
No,
people.
you're
Did you
wrong.
know that?
Sorry. No,
Did you know one
I'm going
cow
to
can
debunk
feed
you.
1,000 people one meal each?
I'll be
Yes,
heading
and I
out, but
know
I think I'll
an
be back
acre of
soon. Later.
soybeans can probably do the same thing or more. Most of
So,
Look, look, look.
most of the Arab. Can you let me speak? Most of
Sean,
the arable land that is farmed now, 70% of all the farmland in the world is for animal agriculture. Okay, so
Because
most of the
it's
grain
less
fed in Europe.
damage on the environment. That's why.
No,
It's the smart move, bro.
most of the cereal crops, most of the soya, most of the corn, most of the in Europe and everywhere in the world is to feed farm animals. Okay, chickens, whatever. So it takes less land. Like if hypothetically, if you were to have everybody vegan in the planet, you'd use 70% less land. If you do the maths and you ask AI, ask Grok, ask any AI, and they'll tell you that. So it uses
Can I
less
tell
land. You can still feed the planet veganically.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, here's another angle outside the per land farming question. Let's look at the biological question. Did you know the human biological, the biomechanical chassis where our nerves and body exist, right? Our stomach is absolutely designed to process the prions and energons and anything you might call energy in the meat. In fact, when we first started cooking meat back in the fucking Stone Age, we got an IQ bonus. For some reason, they found actually in the DNA, they found evidence archaeologically, they paired it. When we started cooking meat over the fire, we literally got an IQ bonus. It was interesting, right? We've been eating meat since we've been taking down mammoths. We made agriculture. Agriculture comes from the Sumer Valley, okay? The Babylonians, okay? You know the Bible is all like, we're going to crush the Babylonians. The farming system, even their demons they worship, the Baal demon and all that, they're agricultural demons. Even Moloch is connected to a fucking cow. Like the animalism happened, right? So a farming culture in the Middle East is how a lot of the early civilizations happened, right? Their ideas spread, but the rest of the world, vastly before the Sumer period, where farming and agricultural tools were to be found, those ideas spread, right? So then the Ukraine steppe became one of the most fertile lands, and they found it to be the most fertile lands. In fact, it is the most fertile land right fucking now. The Ukraine, that steppe valley, that flat land for horses and whatnot, it's like Rohan, bro.
That's why Russia wants it.
They want the environmental bonus to that. And here's the thing. European people, white people, come from an ancient tribe 8,000 years ago around that region. They're called the Yamnaya. They are a skyfather religion. Okay, so Jupiter, Zeus, the Most High God, even Yahweh's a thunder god. So the Skyfather culture went everywhere, from Europe to the Hebrew lands to Egypt, you name it. Okay, the original horse riders brought these horses from the Russian, Ukraine steppe region, right? That ancient tribe then later populated everywhere else. They came into contact with farming, and their lives changed. The tribe right next door was more farming and more about appreciating the mother energy. So they were very passive. They were hobbits. They had a hobbit culture, but the Skyfather culture of warriors, the
Yamnayana horses, and that's the first time that. Yeah,
yes,
I understand.
Yes,
I'm just saying that now with modern technology, we can have a vegan diet and be fine. Back then, we didn't have B12 supplements. 80%. Yeah, I already know. 80%.
You know you don't already know. I'm talking about the horse. The idea of horseback. I'm not even talking about the meat, bro. I was trying to make my point that the Yamnayana tribe made horseback riding popular for fucking everybody. They went to the Asians, they went to Egypt. They were the chariot riders of old from the steppe. They went everywhere. They invaded India. This is like 8,000 years ago. Gigantic war. They spread the idea of horseback riding warfare.
Agriculture, man. I'm
trying to tell you.
Problem.
Animal husbandry followed suit. Cattle farming, with horses, with pigs, with chickens. Every farm had a fucking horse. It was the prize animal to sell.
I know that.
They're the ones.
There's modern problems.
Hear me out.
We're destroying the environment.
Can you let me finish, bro?
Radically change your lifestyle. Do you want us to go back to the Stone Age lifestyle? Okay, we can do that. We can go there.
I could do that if the lights go off, I could do that overnight. I don't think you could.
Yeah, I'll be out there with you, bro. Sasquatch is down. I'm allergic to beans. Your no meat diet is sentencing me to death. Who gives you?
You're allergic to beans. Yeah, there's also a tick that's making meat. People are getting allergic to beef in America. That tick. It works. I understand. I'm not saying we should not eat meat anymore. I'm just saying that we should eat less of it because it's better for the environment overall. Because we're destroying.
Can I ask you a question?
Even if hypothetically, if climate change is not real, let me speak there because you talked. If climate change was not real, we're destroying. No, I'm saying hypothetically, okay? Hypothetically. If climate change is not real, we're still destroying the environment record quickly because
Dude, we're not
we're
even on that
destroying
question.
forests. What?
We're not even talking about climate change, dude.
No, I'm talking about the environmental destruction. I'm not talking about climate change. I'm just talking about environmental destruction. So we're extincting wild species at the record rate. We're like in the sixth mass extinction, scientists are saying. So it's mainly to do with agriculture, human population growth. What else? Technology. All that is destroying wildlife. So if we want to reduce that, the best
If
solution
we're,
to get rid
can you hear me
to
out?
stop. Go on.
If we're gonna talk about like certain ideas, we need to talk about where ideas come from, and you're just throwing climate change in there. The reason I brought up the horses and
I
the
did
horse
mention
tribes,
climate
can you
change.
pay attention? Pay attention. You know how an idea spreads? Trade, business causes an idea to spread, right? Like oh, the rights of men, having human rights and free speech. That's an idea. It exchanges through merchant business from private citizen to private citizen, right? Here's another thing. Horseback riding. This is why I literally brought up this tribe. It looked like I had no reason to bring it up. They popularized horse riding, right? Horse riding came with farming, and then they combined with the Sumer cultural traditions of the Middle East because they went down there, they raided. And they brought farming tools back, like that kind of technology, because humans used to challenge each other for different kinds of technology. You know what happened the first time somebody invented a bow and arrow? The guy who got shot with it was like, I need to make one of those or I'm done. I need to be on an equal footing. I need to defend myself. That was literally the mentality of humanity ever since somebody picked up a rock and Cain smacked Abel on the ground. Okay? Not even three people didn't kill each other. You need to understand the idea spread and the climate change, we need to solve it idea. That idea is already well known to everybody. And if we can do something about it, we will. And if we have to, we will. It's a moot issue. I'll help save the environment with you. I might not say the same words you say, and you might assume I deny the entire position. Doesn't matter. I want to live in a nice environmental place. That's cool. But that's not polluted, right? Of course, that's everybody's want. But the next step is, do you now? This is what I've been trying to talk to you about, completely away from the environment, Sean. What about different ideas that you like? Don't not even related to climate change. I want to know about a hobby you like. You can tell a lot about how somebody likes a hobby. I like Warhammer 40K, Lord of the Rings, and all sorts of things, right? We can bond over that. So this is a cultural bond in the West where people talk about their hobbies. This is how you bond with people. You don't bring up climate change right the fuck away. We're talking about threats in the world. I think what is a threat in the world is how easily people can become programmable, and it's not their fault, right? I'm more like I'm on that Catholic idea of forgiving people, of like they can be misled, right? People get programmed. Okay, trends happen. They like climate change to a lot of people was a trend of speaking, right? A cultural narrative flowing through the West. We have other cultural narratives, right? You have the metalhead scene. They're talking about the greatest band. You have the rap scene and the nightclubs. They're talking about the best rappers, who's bumping. This is how the world works. Everybody's in their clan, tribe, social sphere. People have different ideas, and the climate change people, as a sphere, a sphere of thinking on the internet in the world, most people are already in agreement. Okay, yes, we know we need to help the environment, but the primary problem right now, you're trying to convince people who constantly need to work a 9 to 5 that barely pays rent and keeps the light on while we're about to enter World War III. The environment is not exactly on everybody's forward mind, shall we say.
Yeah,
So I want to ask you, something. Well, we all know, we can argue about that if you want. I'm not a fan. Okay, I used to be, but then he betrayed everybody. Okay, I could tell you that story if you want, if you ask. But I'm telling you right now, what's another thing you like to talk about? What hobby do you like, bro? Do you like gaming?
Biodiversity collapse. I would like to talk about the facts that nature, wildlife is going extinct because I'm not going to talk about climate change, but climate change is a big part to it now. The insects, there's 70% reduction of insects in Europe. It's probably gone up a bit because we're doing more laws to regulate against too much pesticides and herbicides, but it's still lower than before. There's a 70% reduction in biomass of wildlife around the world since the 1970s. In Ireland right now, there's a reduction in the fishing industry because we've overfished. So now loads of fishermen are losing their job because they've fished too much. What else? There's record rains that happened this winter in Ireland and in the UK. So that's going to affect the farming. The right wing in the Green Party might win next election, hopefully. Anyway, so there's a lot of bad things happening in the environmental front. There's a deforestation happening in the Amazon. 40% of that is caused around the world. 40% of that is caused by animal agriculture and other stuff as well, palm oil.
How do you feel about beavers?
What?
Beavers.
Beavers are good for.
I live
water,
in Canada. Beavers are very close to me.
Beavers are against farmers. Farmers don't like beavers, and foresters don't like beavers. Beavers are coming back in the UK, but the farmers don't like that.
Can you let Sasquatch talk?
So in Tasmania, back in like the 30s, some entrepreneurial spirit airdropped took a handful of beavers out to Tasmania. There are no native beavers in Tasmania. Suddenly, Tasmania, which was basically just a dry rock, has been changed over the past 50, 60 years into a wetland environment.
Quite something.
Dark place has been altered by just the beavers' presence. Now, yes, men brought the beavers there. But what do you reckon the byproduct of that in Tasmania has been? It's
probably not good, or it could be positive. Invasive species can be mainly negative, but they're also positive, maybe.
There are two schools of thought. There are a group of scientists on one side who are like, wow, this is amazing. The amount of biodiversity that's available in Tasmania now has increased about leaps and bounds as far as biomass itself. However, the additional biodiversity is not a natural environment for that environment. And so there's also a school of thought where this is a hugely problematic ecological event. Now, Tasmania is kind of out of the way. Somebody had to go there to bring the beavers there. They had to take the effort to do it, right? The increase in biodiversity that's taken place in Tasmania has been Tasmanian biodiversity for the most part, not invasive species. In fact, one of the reasons I believe the Tasmanian tiger may still exist is the fact that those beavers have not expanded as much as mathematically they should have. And there are a lot of dead meat and beavers out there.
So they have a natural predator that's keeping them on the chain.
Right.
But the environment is changing. So let me tell you something about beavers, right? I'm Canadian. Beavers are really big in Canada. The Great Lakes region, it's actually the most under-fucking rated region in the world. Like that whole corridor, the Great Lakes, it is fertile and it's the homeland of the beavers. The beavers basically shaped the entire territory. Without humans, beavers still take down trees, right? Those trees go down, they make a little fort. They always make a fort, and it's actually a fucking problem sometimes because you need to take them down to free some of the Canadian waterways, right, for fresh water industries to, get the extraction for human life or even animal life like pets and stuff, right? We like water on the climate change level when it comes to water is a whole other conversation. We could talk about that all day. It's a problem. Drought is the number one threat ecologically. No arguments there.
Airdrop some beavers into Utah. Change the world.
Right. Utah's not that far from the Great Lakes Basin, like just north of Michigan, all the way to Ontario and Canada.
Dams are just like beaver dams. Same thing.
Yeah,
beaver dams. The beaver dams. But do you know what happens to the river when there's a beaver dam? It starts digging somewhere else. It starts finding the weakest point in the dirt, always fighting. It creates you know why rivers snake around? It's because people keep making the rivers snake around, not just a geological reason, but beavers. Beavers turn rivers into snakes because the fort is there, and then they fish as a population. Beavers animalistically, National Geographic for now. Like I'm putting my National Geographic hat on. Beavers will fish in that new open territory. They're baiting the fish to come this way while building a home over here. They're manipulating the environment to their lifestyle, right? A hobbit builds a hole, manipulates the environment to their lifestyle. It is not impossible for humanity to live like a hobbit and have the modern technologies, but also live high technology with
sorry
no,
to,
hear me out.
you could
This is
still
an
live
engineering
a really
perspective. Let
poor
me finish.
lifestyle.
Can you let me finish? Let me finish talking.
I'll go on. You're gonna be speaking now for another 10 minutes. Sorry. Go
Oh,
on.
for fuck's sake. You don't talk like a tree, do you? Like, you know, nature speaks to itself, right? It's all synapses. They all speak to each other, right? And like we could talk about different mind viruses or mind political ideas, like back to the whole thing about words, how they shape everything. We as a being, we shape our environment, right? Like beavers, we make our houses. But we also have social culture. We do all sorts of things. Words interchange, and those that also is a manipulation ground. Doesn't matter if you're talking about climate change or Sauron down the road. You're trying to put somebody in a emotional alert, being like, climate change, it's a thing. Da-da-da. And I'm not trying to tell you you're fear
I
mongering.
wasn't
I'm
talking about
saying
climate change. I was
people.
talking about the
No,
biodiversity collapse.
it's the way you talk about it though. You don't want
Wait,
to look at it like a
I was
scientist and
not
talk at the
going
counter
into.
guy.
I was not talking about climate change in that scenario. I was talking about biodiversity reduction made by humans. The ideal world for me would be
Yes.
like stopping the extinction of species that we're currently doing right now. I know that species will go extinct naturally, but we're doing it quicker than normal. We're just doing like a mass extinction event that happened before. There was 6 mass extinction in the past or 5. We're currently doing the 6th one with our humans. So if we want to
Can I tell you?
reduce,
Can I tell you where I stand on that?
What?
Okay, you know the crocodile hunter, animal conservationist, helped
Yeah,
push animal conservationism all over the place. That was my
the
influence when I
stingray
was
guy.
young. The
Yeah, I
guy
used to
who
watch
passed
him
away
too.
of Stingray. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we've all watched them. There you go. We can bond over that. We can think on that. That's a frame of reference we can use. I'm for animal conservationism and doing better for the animals and ourselves in a balanced way. So why do you keep like opining? Do you know what that word means? Opining.
No, no,
You
don't say
look
it.
up what that word means. Opining. Right now, look it up.
I don't know how to leave this tab. I'm just gonna say the
I'm just
best
telling you. I'm
solution
just
for.
telling you. If somebody understands that word, they'll tell you you are opining about climate change. We already know.
Can you tell? I'm not talking about climate change. I was talking about biodiversity loss. That's nothing to do with climate change.
You are
You can
speaking on the
destroy
line
the environment without doing climate change.
environment, which includes climate change and is directly adjacent to the topics we were discussing earlier.
Yes, but I was just saying that without climate change, we could still make ourselves extinct by destroying our environment,
Can we
by
talk about bees?
overconsumption, overpopulation, and all that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
we
well,
talk
can I
about-
propose something else? Like we can talk about another topic that should be seen as a threat. Instead of that, like we have other things to
I was
talk
going to
about,
say
bro.
the best solution for the biodiversity crisis, if you ask any ecologist or scientist about it, the best solution is a plant-rich diet, and it's also good for your health and ethics of nature of animals.
Okay, you're
So
pushing a vegan
plant-rich
lifestyle.
diet.
I understand. I know your agenda. It's
Well,
moot
you're
now.
gonna push the carnivore diet or the no flexitarian. The most people in America don't even follow like your RFK Jr. just changed the dietary guidelines. I don't think it's correct. I
You're
understand
not
that we should eat more
talking
vegetables.
to my guy, my friend.
What?
You're not talking to RFK. You're not talking to RFK Jr. You're talking to a Canadian. I like eating fruit.
Yeah, but the
and meat.
dietary guidelines in Canada are better than RFK Jr.'s because he wants you to eat more saturated fat inadvertently because you
no
want to eat more meat.
disagreement there. Does Canada have the best like food programs for like environmental safety? Of course they do. It's actually a bit of a thing for Canada to be environmental. It always was. But a vegan
But I'm
diet,
saying that your
it's
diet has a
dude,
big
it's
part to
been
play
proven a
in
vegan diet
the
is not
destruction of
natural for
wildlife.
humans.
No. Yes, of course, the vegan diet is. I'm not vegan myself, but I try to eat less meat, especially beef, because they use the most resources. I'm just saying that if everybody hypothetically ate like 50% less animal products, you would need much less farmland, and it'll return it back to wildlife, which is
Well,
going to reduce the mass extinction.
I tell people to eat pescatarian. My food intake plan, like my dream plan would be fruit and meat like every day, right? And a bowl of cereal in the morning. That's the optimal best route. Less bread, more fruit, more meat. That'll make my body primed with vitamins, more protein, and I'll be in shape quicker, right? So that's what I need. I require a farm of meat and fruit and vegetation. So there's a diversity on my plate. But asking me to get rid of meat when meat farms take less land and cause less pollution than say soybean farms, which actually take a lot of pollution, so much so they destroy
No.
Amazon. You want to know why the
Most of the
Amazon forest is
soy,
burning? It's
yeah,
literally for soy farms.
most of that soya is to feed farm animals in Europe or chickens or whatever. Most of that soya grown in the Amazon is not for vegans; it's for
Okay,
farm animals.
so you take issue with the Brazilian policy of burning down the Amazon for soy farms. Okay, noted. They're selling the soybeans to Europe. They're making money. It's their country. Like you can go argue with them to stop burning it down if you want. Some people aren't.
Well, yeah, there's a guy there, an activist that goes on Joe Rogan all the time, and he says that we should eat less meat too because it's the main cause of deforestation in the tropics. Now I'm talking about. Oh, actually, all over the world. In Australia right now, there's huge deforestation because of beef farms. So all the eucalyptus forests with all the koalas are all getting destroyed because of beef farming.
Well, do you know an animal I know that's been suffering that I really like? So, like, I like
Humans.
animal conservationism, right? Of course, I like humans, the nice ones anyway. Animal conservationism is important to me. It always was, ever since I saw that crocodile hunter on TV. So, like, caring about the environment is kind of just second nature
Sound
to
like an
me.
Indian. Are you an Indian, Native American, Native Canadian?
I am Canadian, French, English, with some native roots and potentially some Hebrew roots.
Cool. I'm half French, half Irish, half loads of stuff. But anyway,
Well,
sorry
you're
for
French Irish. Well, do you speak French?
Oui, un petit peu.
Yeah, it's correct. Man, so animal, like, dude, you don't have to like argue with me with your words. Like, I know you want climate change to be heard. I'm telling you, I want animal conservationism to be heard. If you don't even want to talk about politics, like orcas, did you know that they're suffering? Sperm whales, like you know how
Yeah,
the
what's the main
1800s.
cause of the whaling of the whales being reduced? It's mainly
Well,
overfishing
let me
and
explain.
plastic pollution and whale hunting. Well, whale hunting now is gone, mainly gone. But
Do you know
the
why
the
whale
main
hunting is
crisis for
gone?
whales now is also shipping, the shipping industry, and what else? Plastic pollution and overfishing.
Yes, I agree with you on overfishing, but do you know why whaling as a tradition stopped? It was a big European tradition. Whale oil
Yes, I
was a
know.
whole
It's
industry.
for
Okay,
lamps and for
yeah,
lubricants and all that.
the light of the day and all that was whale oil, right? Because before they found fossil fuels, as they call them, you know why they're called fossil fuels? Some very rich dude known as Rockefeller decided to be like, hey, we should name it fossil fuels so people think they can run out. It's a marketing tactic, and you didn't even see it. You should see those things.
Well, you think fossil fuels? There's no limit to the fossil fuels
No,
on the
no,
ground. Like, it
them.
just keeps
No,
on
no.
going.
I'm telling you, them using the word fossil, labeling oil as fossil fuel. That's a marketing campaign to call it that. It was so that they can make the world think that there's not much of it, so they can hike the price up. It was snake oil selling, quite literally. You put a good name on something, people buy it. This is how whole things happen. That's why I'm trying to tell you, words can program people. So you got to watch out when you're getting your marketing ad. You know, people pay scientists and psychologists to figure out what makes you tick, what makes you pump that casino button one more time. But the thing is, at least the casino's honest about it. But when you travel the internet and or even streets nowadays, you got advertisements on the side of the road. You know why? Words influence people to buy things, to advertise things. Then when people buy, that's the action of words. Words are the true currency. Did you know that?
That could be the case, but it's also because it came from a time period long time ago in the Jurassic period or Cretaceous period, millions of years ago.
No.
Coal
That's
was
their
created
theory.
Yeah, you don't believe in that? You think that it's made like
No.
underground by magma or something? What?
Hear me out. Hear me out. The theory of why oil exists in the ground, the black stuff, tar sands, and all that stuff. Alberta's known for the dinosaur bones, right? Here's the thing. When Rockefeller called it, like when the oil titans came up with a marketing ad to get this new industry going, they came up with the entire theory of claiming it comes from fossil fuels. See, I actually believe it's the blood of Gaia. It's literally the blood of the earth, the blood of Mother Earth, if you want to call it that. So oil, it's not just from bones that collapsed in the past that then formulated in a pocket underground over thousands of years, millions of years. I don't believe that. They have never proved a fit actual like have you seen it with your eyes? No. People believe that entire theory and call it fossil fuel. So that theory and the name fossil fuel, that's what was tied to it, was to sell oil. The entire purpose of it was just to program people to make people think oil was scarce. It's that simple. It's all business.
Wait, you think that it's not scarce and it's never going to run out?
I don't really like pipelines going through environmental areas that are critical, right? So there's that. But like oil, like, so you're asking me where does oil come from, right? I'll tell you outright, I don't exactly know, but I do not think it comes from fossils. That was a marketing tactic to make people think it was scarce
Well,
to get them
fossils,
to pay more.
they don't call it, they call it fossils because it comes from a long time ago. It's not literally comes from bones of animals. It comes from plants. Coal comes from trees that fell down before lignin. Mushrooms could evolve to break down trees. So there was a long time ago, I think it was the Cretaceous, where all these trees were growing and they fell down the bog and they did not decompose because there was no mushrooms that can break down lignin. So they turned into coal, and then oil was made by shallow seas with algae that was growing a lot, and algae just slowly sank and made oil. It's from algae, but coal is from fossilized trees.
I could go the journalist route and debate route and be like, "Can you prove that?" But that's a whole other topic. Let's not get mired.
Well, I found
I'd rather.
looked up a video about it. You can find
Let
videos about it.
me ask this of you though. Like, what did you think about the part when I said words are used for marketing to program people's minds? They use words, right? So the fossil fuel.
Yeah, okay,
It's only
I agree
called
with you
that.
there, but it's not going.
Okay.
It's still going to make. If we called it like useful fuel, people are still going to buy it, but they're probably going to use it more than if it was fossil fuel. Because I think
Can I
fossil fuel
call
is
it?
more.
Can I ask you to look at it this way? Now look at something else that uses words to influence people to do something, right? Fossil fuel was to make people buy the oil. Now look somewhere else in the world and see that kind of propaganda elsewhere. I'm not talking about climate change propaganda or right wing, left wing. No. Influence propaganda. It's everywhere. Buy this cool hammer, $9.99, right? It's simple things. It's wording. You know why they put 99 at the end of something? It makes them think they're buying something cheap. That's not a joke. If you put something at 00, like let's say it's $1 million, right? It's just all zeros, right? No. What they'll do is they'll be $9.99, like all the way. Okay, so it's all mental stuff. So if you look around, look at politics today. What's something you don't like about Trump, where he's using words to influence people that you don't like? That's a political thing. Look at the
Well,
industry.
he uses fear. Everybody, both sides use fear. I think.
Good.
The truth will make you fearful as well. The truth is not always nice. So
Well, here's the
So
truth
people
about marketing.
deny the truth. Yeah, obviously there's a lot of lies in marketing. I know that. I get ads all the time. I don't fall for them. What else? Yeah. So I mean, anyway. So the best way to solve the biodiversity collapse of the planet is a plant-rich diet. I can go into details of why. It uses way less land per per acre. Like one vegan needs only a quarter of an acre to feed himself. A vegetarian a bit more, and then a Western diet is a way more. And so I'm just saying that if the whole planet were to eat the diet of, let's say, a Westerner, and most of the Western diet is not good because we eat too much saturated fat, carbohydrates, refined carbohydrates, and sugar and salt, and also too many calories. So if the whole world were to eat the diet like the Japanese, it'll be still better for the planet because they probably eat more vegetables. They eat way more vegetables than we do.
All right. So hear me out. Hear me out. Let's run this as a thought experiment. You're selling me this idea of eating better for the environment, yes. But I also heard you in your pitch. You mentioned if everybody ate like the Western people, it would be bad. So first of all, you insulted my culture, but you're trying to sell something to me. So I'm approaching you as a car. You're the car salesman selling the idea, and I'm telling you that's what I heard in that spiel. So you're gonna have to sell it better, buddy.
Obviously, the mainstream Western diet is the worst. Fast food, processed food, and all that stuff. Most people know that. I'm just saying that most people on the planet now are not eating as well as they should be because fast food is very addictive. We're programmed to eat sugar and fat because it's the highest calorie items. So we eat too many. That's why there's those people now with diabetes, type 2 diabetes, because we're so sedentary, and then we eat diets that's made for athletes. So that's why we get type 2 diabetes.
Yeah, I'll tell you why humanity's having health problems due to like malnutrition. You know how the West is comfortable right now? We're just comfy. Yes, there's a war, but it's in foreign lands, right? Societies get comfortable after big world wars like World War II. We've been very comfortable. That's my dog. We've been so comfortable that the body normally just sits inside and chills, goes to work or something like that. You know what life used to be? Going out there.
Yeah,
hunting.
pretty a lot of exercise in the Stone Age.
You need to understand humanity is the apex predator of this planet. We're like monkeys with AKs sometimes. We can be that vicious, warlike even. Monkeys
Yeah,
go
but
to
if you
war,
were
by
to
the way.
ask AI if everybody were to go a carnivore diet or an arcade diet, we would need way more land, way more farming, way more hunting. We'd kill all the wildlife because we'd hunt them all. It's the population issue. If the human population was like 500 million, then maybe you could sustain the population with a carnivore diet. But if you reach a certain population, you need to reduce your meat because meat requires more resources. That's why there's more herbivores in wildlife. 80% of animals are herbivores in weight, and it's only 20% that are predators. Is because it takes more resources to be a predator than a herbivore.
No, it doesn't. The prey in the game, if we're just talking strictly wildlife, the prey is always feeding on the land, right? So then, from the land, the predator animals prey on those who prey on the food of the land. So here's what happens. Whoever's the biggest king of the jungle wins. It's rule of the jungle. Do you understand that? Sometimes if situations get bad, like the environment, the social collapse, do you know how bad it could get within a week if people lost their energy, their power, their political ideologies at the boiling point of fighting each other, religions fighting each other worldwide? Everybody is at a point of just stressing the fuck out and going apeshit. Do you know what happens when humanity enters a psychosocial state of being. I'm going to call it that, psychosocial, because it becomes a society of psychotics who just want to kill each other and survive with their tribe. That's the base grain, okay? And warrior culture developed from that. The West has developed an idea of, oh, peace, this. Cool. The ancient warrior cultures, though, for the vast majority of our human history, and this is why our biology is programmed, it's instinct, it's ancestral memory. We want to hunt, we want to war, we want to fuck, we want to keep going. That's the baseline. Most people are operating on a tribe. Okay, you have a tribe. You're Western, French, Irish. You mentioned. Okay.
Okay.
Like,
But
so
you
we can
understand
make
the physics. I'm talking
our
about the physics
cultural.
and math. Yeah,
We
if
can make our
everybody wasn't
cultural
a tribe,
situation
okay.
better if you want.
Yeah, okay. If everybody went back to like your lifestyle of eating loads of meat and vegetables, we would not have enough land to feed all these people with regenerative agriculture and all that, free range farms and all that stuff.
You keep
We
saying
need more land.
you're like
I eat
painting
meat.
me as
I am a
something
hypocrite.
you
I
want to
eat
argue
meat.
against. It's
I'm
kind
a
of
farmer.
annoying, bro.
I studied agriculture. I know that beekeeping is cruel. It's not that great. Beekeeping. They say that beekeeping is really good for the environment, but it's actually not that good because if you have loads of bees, like for example, we have bees in Ireland, and there's a lot of hedging. But if you keep too many bees in one area, let's say 30 hives, okay, they will compete with the wild pollinators and kick them out. So you'll actually have less wild pollinators around an area with loads of hives. So in a commercial farm, let's say a sunflower farm in Ukraine, they hire loads of beekeepers to pollinate the fields. If we did not have commercial beekeepers, then we would have to use other methods to pollinate the land. We would have to plant wildflower strips or hedging to give habitat to wild pollinators. But that means that we'll have to reduce the amount of land we can farm for the habitat of the wild pollinators. Since we don't want to do that because we're greedy, we decided to use the beekeepers instead, and also we get honey from it. But the side effect to that is that you reduce the wild pollinator population. So that means that it's a monoculture of bees, and the downside of that is the bees get more sick because if there's loads of hives all together, they will be more prone to disease, like any factory farm. That's why factory farming is the main cause of viruses that affect humans and bacteria resistance. That's why that's another reason why we should eat less meat, is because viruses are caused by factory farming, and antibiotics are getting worse because factory farms need antibiotics to survive. Without that, you wouldn't have animal agriculture, intensive animal agriculture. So I'm saying that the whole system is fucked, and we have to go back to a more natural way of farming things.
I want to push back against that because we're not addressing the root cause. You said that there's not enough land for regenerative farming. The reason there's not enough land is because there's 8.5 billion people. This is the reason why we have factory farming in the first place, to make food more efficient, food production more efficient. And so they don't want to address the root cause. They don't want to reduce the human population so that we can actually have sustainable regenerative farming. They just want everybody to go vegan. They want to shame, guilt trip. And then it's like, the same people who are vegan, by the way, are procreating, and they're contributing to the problem while pointing the finger at everybody else to say, oh, if you're not vegan, then you're you're a part of the problem because you're procreating. So I would say that the root cause of the problem is procreation. Even if you were to say that we should go vegan, it has to be coupled with antinatalism. Antinatalism has to be the priority, not veganism.
Well, obviously, that's not going to be. Do you want humanity to survive the climate change apocalypse in 50 years' time?
It's a crap. They're running themselves off a cliff anyway, because they're basically going to drive themselves to extinction by overpopulation. And they're not seeing a problem. They're not seeing the fact that just by the fact that humans exist as civilization, through their fossil fuel consumption and everything else that they're doing to destroy the environment, that's going to lead to extinction. And so we're either going to have to do this the easy way or the hard way. Either human beings can voluntarily reduce their own population by their own voluntary abstention from procreation, or the powers that be, the new world order, is going to force everybody to depopulate, and it's going to be very nasty. So I would say it would be more intelligent to do it voluntarily. Otherwise, they're going to force us to do it. They're either going to force us to starve, or they're going to basically control the amount of land that could be used, because their goal is to reduce the population down to like 500 million or 1 billion. Like, this is not sustainable, and they all know this.
Yes, but you could also do it both. You could do like a one-child policy. The whole world could do a one-child policy and be vegan. Like, let's say the globalists want us to all be vegan. Bill Gates, for example, forces us all to be vegan. You could be healthy in a vegan diet if you do it correctly. And then you have a one-child policy. You would reduce the human population by a lot, but it'll still be like high. It'd be like, I don't know, 9 billion by 2100 or something, or 5 billion. But I understand we will still have to reduce the human population by a lot, because climate change is going to cause us a lot to do crazy shit. You're right.
Right. But it's all because of globalization.
Why do you think they started World War III, bro? They want their wars to cull the people. No, that's the truth.
But because of globalization has allowed the human population to get to 8.5 billion, because you're not limited by the carrying capacity of your local geographic location, your own ability to produce your own food and all that. You're just going to take from the third world and just push it all over the world through your airplanes and extraction, and then you get to artificially sustain your population, not through your own effort, but through the effort of everybody else, where you still have a service-oriented economy and you didn't produce anything. So globalization is at the heart of it. I think that they keep talking about how if everybody went vegan, there would be enough food for everybody. But yeah, by taking from other parts of the world and redistributing it to other populations that have gone beyond their carrying capacity, but that is not sustainable either.
If you want to talk about an actual, can I say something? If you wanted to like change the bioeconomic sphere of a region and make it better, the West should stop sending food to Africa too much, because it's actually causing their own farms to not be profitable, right? Foreign aid is actually keeping local industries from growing inadvertently, even if that's not what they wanted to cause. You send a lot of t-shirts to a country, the local t-shirt producer, he can't make a cent, right?
Well,
If you no, hear me out. The entire biodiversity of the human market is affected when there's a surplus of something. That's the point I'm trying to make. So when there's a surplus of an item, say we're sending too many oranges to this one place, the people who make oranges in that place, the cost of to buy an orange goes down, because oranges are so frequent. People don't see it as valuable enough. People value scarcity, right? So this is why certain industries can't really grow on a local level sometimes, if there's a dominant industry.
okay, but I would push back on the notion that the West is giving aid to Africa. They're actually extracting. They're taking their natural resources, their diamond, their gold, their silver, their oil, and then after they have imposed their centralized banking system and gave them some fake paper money, and then after they have destabilized their economy, because by the way, this is the original civilization. This is where we all come from. They didn't need anybody's help. They were fine until the West jumped in there and interfere with their economy and force them to go into debt. And now we're going to act like, oh, well, these people can't survive without the West's extraction. They're the ones who drove them into poverty in the first place. They're the ones who are destroying their natural habitats with their civilization nonsense. And then these people can't feed themselves. They didn't live the way that the West lived. They were hunting and foraging. And now we have disrupted that, and we're going to come in and pretend that we're the saviors.
Actually, hear me out on this. Did you know most of the people in Africa, they look at Western people as if they're awesome? Do you know, they don't think like African Americans do. They think more like, hey, look at all this cool stuff European culture afforded me. That's not a joke.
I
They
agree. I agree.
So hear me out. It's not about a savior thing. It's a thing of we're thankful that they brought this comfort in our country. So then they get thankful. Maybe a savior narrative comes out of that. But nobody's ignoring some of the crimes of other countries in the West throughout history, like with Belgium and the Congo and all that. That was fucking horrific, bro, what he did. That was extraction. But right now, that's not present day. Present day, the number one people actually mining resources in Africa are actually companies owned by a certain group of people who also own the banks. And people don't like when
Oh,
they talk about them.
the
Okay.
Chinese.
Well, no, that's not
No,
who we're talking about. But I mean,
no,
what you're
they're more Middle Eastern, Levantine. How about that?
okay, they're impressed by our technology, but what my point is that civilization has a corrupt influence on them. Of
Of
course,
course.
of course, they want to have air conditioning and cars and all that stuff, but that has a deleterious effect on the environment, on their sustainability. Everybody
Hmm.
wants this lifestyle, but it is not sustainable. Nobody. I mean, we should be reducing the Western way of life instead of trying to encroach it and spread it on everybody else. It's impressive. It looks like you have a shiny TV, a shiny car, but you're destroy. They're better off in their mud huts, right? They're better off hunting and foraging. That's sustainable. This Western way of life is not sustainable.
Well, no, the Western way of life is not exactly like something you can place it all under one cultural banner. The post 90s way of living is very different compared to most of Western culture. Most of Western culture was actually Europe tearing each other apart every other week. Oh, war today? Let's go. That was like it was more white boy versus white boy, right? The world gets terrified when a whole white country goes to war with another white country because it's no holds bars. Like it's history shows for some reason because we as Germanic people but also Native American people, I'll tell you this, they have warrior spirit. And cultures with warrior spirit, they're not afraid to fight back. So the West, if you're gonna try to tell the West to shrink, you're gonna wake up a German inside. And it's not about being fascistic or something. It's German culture and Celtic culture, the root of Western culture. You know how Native American tribes had warrior cultures and tribes and they always fought each other, saw who was the best? They had a strong culture like that, strong warriors. They
My,
always battle tested each other. The Celtic France before Rome took it was that as well. Celtic ancient French people were always at war with each other. It was a culture thing. If you didn't pass away in battle, you were a loser. That was the entire culture
Yeah.
in Europe for a long time before Christ and that teaching came in, bro. Europe was a battleground of just war. And this is why when white people do
Those are
war
right
or
up
or you tell people you want to lower the Western way of life. So you're telling the West is the problem. That's what you're saying. You're framing. You want the West to lower its way of life. That's not a good idea.
I'm
Some
not
people
saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you can keep their way of life, but it shouldn't be based on extraction from Africa, and they should not have to change their way of life because they want to spread democracy and civilization on everybody else, and they basically don't believe that anybody else has a right to exist being primitive. But to get to the former point
That's
about
not true.
Germans,
That's not
no,
true at
that
all.
they do. That's why they have all these wars and impose centralized banking
So
systems on everybody
why
else.
do we
But
spread
let me,
why do we
but let
spread
me,
human rights and free speech and
it's
democracy?
bullshit. They don't care about civil rights and free speech because we don't even have it in the United States. But let me just get back to what you said
Yeah, you
about
do.
Germans, because I've actually talked about it on this channel that there was this whole anti-German sentiment that Germans were warmongers and they were causing all these problems in Europe. And I've talked about how even before the Holocaust, there was actually a conspiracy to eliminate Germans. I don't know if
Hmm.
I want to get too deep into it, but
Hmm.
there's a whole pamphlet called Germany Must Perish. And yeah, I would say go read that. But yeah, there was a conspiracy to wipe out the Germans.
I'm well aware. I'm well aware of a certain people group who hate white people. Don't worry, they hate us for a long time. We know.
No, I don't think the Jews are trying to kill us all. I don't think the Jews are trying to. Well, they do run a lot of stuff in the world, but I don't think they're gonna like kill us all with AI and robots and replace us
They'll
with
try.
slaves.
No. They'll
Mongolians.
turn everybody.
German-
They'll turn. Dude. The way
guys,
they talk
careful
about
with
people.
the. Please be careful on this channel.
Right.
Don't be racist, etc. Thank you.
Right. I'm
No,
just
no, but
saying.
here's the thing,
Some of
though.
them hold a
We could
view of thinking they're above other people, right? And they're very political and hostile about it.
No, I don't. I'm not trying to be racist, but I think they can talk about anti-Semitism, like hate against them. But if you talk about hate against other groups like Germans or whatever, they're like, "Oh, you just made that up." That like nobody hates it. Like there's no conspiracy against Germans. It's like there actually is. There actually was. It's documented. So why are we allowed? We're not allowed to talk
Can you
about
tell
hate
me
against
that?
the Palestinians or any other group. It's like It's like only one group has hate directed in their direction.
Can you tell me that conspiracy about killing the Germans?
Read the pamphlet. It's called "Germany Must Perish." We talked about it on the channel.
Okay.
It's a book. I think it's available on. It may be on Amazon, but
I'll probably watch a video because I don't read anymore.
but even when you talk about more recent events like hatred against Palestinians and Islamophobia, it's like, oh, you just made that up. Nobody hate. It's just like, okay, but if you talk about anti-Semitism, that's like the one thing that nobody can push back against because it's like they have a monopoly on hatred and persecution. It's like, no.
You're saying one of the pressing things in the world is that you'd like all oppression, all unfairness to be considered the same.
Right. I don't even like the word anti-Semitism because the way it's used is like it's like the worst hatred
You
ever.
don't want
So you
a
can't.
special word for one group over another. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay, so I want to go back to the main topic of the show, which is the most important issues that humanity needs to deal with, and also maybe for some light relief, what's on your bucket list? Can we go to that question, please, guys, just for a little bit of a break? Sean, what's on your bucket list? You know what a bucket list is? Things you want to do before you...
Yeah, like what you want to do in life. Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll go around the houses, guys. Just give a few words on that, please. Cheers.
I want to get a passport. I need a passport.
So you want to get a
That's it.
passport? That's it. Do you want to go anywhere?
Yeah, I'm thinking of going to France. That's it.
That's it. All you want to do before you die is go to France.
I have a bit of land there. I'm going to plant some trees. That's it.
Okay. Nice. Ragnar, go ahead.
I hope to finish writing my book. I want to form an entirely new philosophy with a heavily opinionated piece against French Revolution era politics. I think our entire paradigm is crap, so I'm working on a philosophy to take it down. Right? It just doesn't work anymore. This left-right mentality doesn't work anymore. We need to go back to a mentality that's Athenian, where everybody can speak their idea, not just this group or that group. Right? I want to hear people's minds. I'm sick and tired of hearing people's political tribe. Like, it's just another jargon word here, another jargon word there, and and like people who are not NPCs, they have their own lore to their person, right? And everybody's done things, suffered. We've all sinned. We've been through shit. People keep holding on to political party ideas in this paradigm that people created so long ago. Why can't we make our own? And that's the whole topic of that book.
Well, unfortunately, people don't read anymore. So, good luck with that.
You'd be surprised.
Well, you're going to have to make an audio.
Ragnar wants to write a manifesto.
You're going to have to do an audio book in order
life
to get
abolitionism. What would you like to do? What's on your bucket list?
I don't know. I think I've already I mean I wrote my book, which I mean I had to get on YouTube and read it because people don't read. I don't live like that. I don't have long term plans. I live day to day. I mean I would like to. I've already pretty much completed my front yard in terms of gardening. I need to work on my backyard to get to basically be self sustaining. My front yard is ornamental. I'm trying to have more vegetables in my backyard so that I can basically produce all of my food within that small space. But I don't know if that's realistic. But I'm trying to at least get there and have like more like perennial plants instead of annuals. I don't have any plans outside of that. I'm not like I would like to. There's things I would like to do, but I know they're not possible.
Oh, go ahead, please. Let us know the things you'd like to do that aren't possible, as long as they're not illegal to say.
Well, I mean, I guess you already know because I talk about it constantly. I'm trying to. I guess my not long term, but intermediate plans would be to organize with the Libertarian Party, find people who are going to support me and advocating for decriminalizing medical assistance in dying, and then basically just spread my philosophy and give everybody the opportunity to take advantage of that if they want it.
Nice.
But I need to get some other people that are actually willing to do the work because I need like a PAC or a nonprofit.
Okay, Yvonne, good to have you back on the Finding Gnosis show.
Hello.
Yvonne, the question is, what's on your bucket list?
What's on my bucket list? Well, do I have a bucket, or do my bucket is filled by other people already? Me, I don't have any bucket list anymore because I already know where we going, and I threw my bucket away.
So you have no hopes. You have no hopes or desires.
No, it's not that I have no hope. It's I can see what you guys doing, and it saddened me so much that I got anger, and after that, you guys stole all my shit, and you forced me to do this or that because everybody assume that I need this or I need that because it's better for you, but you do not remember. You forget so much that it made me cry inside, man. It's like you're supposed to have a fire that burns inside of you to keep the drive going, but the drive has been stuffed with other stuff that people don't care. It's just like, okay, you need this, take that. You need to learn this. It's good, take that. But like the other guy, I'm outside right now having a smoke. He was saying that you need to have a rite of passage. There's no more adult anymore. Everybody's a kid. You need to grow to have a rite of passage to become a man. Same thing with a woman. People live by emotion and not by logic. You don't do anything anymore. You just react. Yeah, my bucket. Like I would love to go travel, climb mountain, and all that shit with my wife and everything. But I go to one point and she got tired, and we have to go back. Okay, so I'm gonna sacrifice myself to go back. So she feel better, right? But I sacrifice myself to not go all the way to the cabin or whatever in the mountain trail or whatever. I didn't go all the way, but yeah, it's just the fact that there's many people think they have figured it out, but they forget. They always forget, and when you forget, somebody else will abuse of you. It will rape your mind. It will rape your mind so bad that you will forget yourself and become them because you want to belong. You want to belong so bad that you're gonna sell yourself. And yeah, so that's that. I don't have a bucket anymore.
So it's interesting. You don't have a bucket list, and you're blaming. You said you guys, so you're blaming the people on this panel or the people who
No,
you've interacted with. Oh.
The other team, see it that every country is a football team or whatever soccer team or whatever team it is. It's all about sport, entertainment. So we as human, we are one entity, and some people have figured out how to manipulate that entity because like we're so predictable. And once you figure that one out, you can change the thing. But it's okay. I don't mind it anymore. What's coming for everybody, though, it's great. It's so great. It's the next Manhattan project.
Tell
You
us about what's coming. Tell us what's everybody.
Jesus
you-
coming back.
No, there's no Jesus. There's no religion. Okay, forget about that. There's no belief. And I'm gonna tell you one thing about me. I do not believe. I know or I don't. It's logical. And you believe it's a beggar's tool to steal something from you. So that's that. But the next Manhattan project, it's the nanobot that will be injecting in everybody. We're gonna be plugged to the system, and there will be no more confusion like back in the day before the Great Flood.
You're happy about that?
No, I'm not happy. But it's you have to choose the greater evil. Like which greater evil will help you to keep living, I guess. Like I said, we are an entity. Your body is not you. You're just a node in the system. And then your body is controlling you 100%. But
You are a puppet on a string. You're not in charge.
Totally. But me, I wonder
Okay.
what will happen when you take the human body and you take it out of planet Earth, because you're grounded. Your crystal, your soul, or whatever is grounded to this planet, right? So I wonder what will happen when we get out of here. Are we just gonna go into depression because like we don't have the Earth rhythm?
So sorry, when you say you wonder what will happen when we get out of here, what do you mean by that? Do you mean because it doesn't sound like you're talking about life after death? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about get out of this body, this meat
Oh.
body.
So are you talking about after death?
No. There's no death. Death does not exist. There's
What about
no death.
computer? We're gonna merge with the computer.
So are you talking about how what our energy will do after?
Yeah, well, our energy, our crystal inside of us, because it's
Do
made.
you believe in a continuity of your consciousness after you pass away biologically?
I don't believe, so I don't know. So there is something, that's for sure, but it's mostly like in the flux of the universe itself.
What do you guys who are listening to Yvonne talking here think about what he's batting on about?
I
Yeah.
don't think there's any soul afterlife. I'm agnostic atheist.
I agree with that.
The soul goes on, lives many lives.
Ragnar, interesting. Now, Yvonne, do you believe in reincarnation? Do you believe in
Oh yes,
you
yes,
possibly?
yes. Oh yes,
Mhm.
totally. Because as soon as your program ends, you've been re-uploaded in any other living life that is in this environment. It could be a plant, a tree, an insect, a bird, a human, a fish. Take your pick. There's a lot of life.
So it's kind of between the rest of you guys, it's 50-50 here. 50% of you think there's a continuity of matters after death. The others think it ceases upon your final breath departing your body. Ragnar, would you like to take the floor on this matter and give us the lowdown on where exactly you gain this confidence from that you will continue after death in some format consciously?
Well, to avoid anecdotal knowledge, uh, I'll just say the anecdotal point, and then I'll look at it from outside the box. When you remember your past lives vividly, you just do. Like, you'll know. It's a subconscious coming forward. And the soul can remember. There are ways, right? We keep limiting ourselves to what we call modern science. Most humanity was fluid, always moving forward. We're kind of like kneecapping ourselves, thinking that there isn't an extra evolution mentally, even physically, right? Souls continue. They always do. It's every soul is connected to the atom, right? So it's like a tree, a family tree, and that entire tree that is all humanity is connected to each other in a spiritual synaptic way. We as humans, whether science wants to admit it or not, we emit a Gestalt field. Do you know what that means? When we all collectively agree on something, we can manifest it, either with our bare hands or by coincidence. And that's even scarier to some people. And they found out in some declassified CIA things, reality is perception, right? It's all perception. And there's a reason the Bible says, God protect us from things we don't see. There are extra dimensional beings. It's a thing. You would call them aliens, right? A consciousness can continue and ascend to extreme points to higher levels and higher dimensions. Falling to lower dimensions is basically like going to hell, right? It's actually possible for people to slip into another quantum reality by the judgment of another person, right? That's not a joke. That can happen.
Right, Ragnar. De Poops is in the live chat. I don't know why De Poops doesn't come on and say this vocally, but he is. He seems rather infuriated by what you're saying. He says, and I quote, "It's so tiring to listen to stupid apes speculate endlessly about fairy tales." What do you have to say to somebody like that who? Let's not play about here. They're being very vitriolic here. They're being very angry, and in some ways they are belittling you in an extreme manner. Can you say what you would say to the poops to change their mind?
First of all, I would say the behavior is just a clear troll. But secondarily, from what I observed, from what he said, he's an atheist. He doesn't think the Bible is true. He doesn't believe in God. Because he sees humanity as apes who think fairy tales, right? So that's the religion's angle. So that's my presupposition of what I think he's talking about. So he might be an atheist coming from a camp of nihilism. And he's a troll, probably a little cultist even also. People like their cults. Another thing,
Christianity.
But what if he's none of those things? What if he is just somebody?
If he's none of those things,
what would you say to him?
I would tell him every single culture of humanity, like literally on a scientific level, like a petri dish. Look at every culture as if it's a different petri dish. They all develop, evolve, adapt. Okay? Every single human culture has ideas of spirituality and different interpretations. To deny the mythic part of ourselves and our psyche is to deny the very piece we need to understand our language. And if we're denying all that down to the foundation and just saying it's fairy tales, it's not about belief at that point. It's about understanding what you're talking about. So he may talk about fairy tales and stuff. That's fine. Right? He's like, oh, apes and fairy tales. Maybe he's looking at it from an atheist. These are just apes who believe like this is a fairy tale, like a religion or something. I would tell them every single culture, like atheism is new. It's actually the mind virus right now. Every other culture has a sort of gestalt spiritual field, and atheists don't. They just don't. It's pure machine.
Thanks to put me in a box, because you treat me as an atheist and I'm not. That is your designation for us.
I wasn't
people that
talking
don't
about you, just
No, but
letting you know.
yeah, but I'm just saying that I'm gonna talk about the people that you think that they are atheists. You have to understand that religion is like a science by itself, right? So their scientific method differ from the academic method, and yeah, it doesn't matter what you say about if you're a believer or you're an atheist. Like, it's just a box, a label. We all spiritual being. We were connected to the universe itself. So it's hard to people to comprehend the fabric of space and all the element, because me, I see it like it's an ingredient in in the universe. We are an ingredient, and we are made of ingredient. And soon as you figure out the ingredient, you just make recipe, and you can create any universe you want.
Well, can I ask you a question? Je te demander une question.
Yes, go. Une question?
Oui, je peux français.
Speak in English for everyone.
So the question would be, do you know where the scientific method comes from? Because if yes, and that is the foundation of your entire belief system, right? We're all different organisms, we're cells in the system.
Yes,
I can agree with that idea that we're all cells in a system. We're all working together whether we like it or not as cultures and peoples. Sure.
Yeah.
What the other part is, though, when it comes to people who accept the idea of atheism, they lean everything a lot on the scientific method a lot, but most of them have no idea where it came from, and they always claim it comes from the academic method. No, the academic method, academia, that's a Greek word. It's a Greek word. It comes from the Greek philosophers who are not Christian, right? They were pre-pagan Europe.
Yes.
But the scientific method was developed by a Catholic Franciscan monk who strongly believed that the scientific method is designed to understand the creations of God. Most people don't even know this, but they'll lean on the scientific method, but they don't even know its entire equation on a fucking board. He was the Isaac Newton of his era, dude. So people don't even know they're basing their scientific method, their frame of reference, their code, like your scaffold for your building, right? Their coding is based off the work of a Catholic philosopher.
Yes.
That, like, if you want to break it down to the scientific level,
it
right?
down to the scientific level, it's been created by a human being, not a religious this or that.
No, it's created by a human being with a thinking process that believes in God, and he specifically explained that the scientific method was to understand the works of God.
No, you missed the point. You missed the point.
Factually incorrect.
What is a human being?
It's factually and historically incorrect what he's saying.
No, because you have to.
You're saying a Franciscan monk did not develop the scientific method.
He did not.
That's correct. No single person developed the scientific method. That's silly talk.
No, it was actually directly created.
And atheism
by a
is older
monk.
than Christianity, by the way.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
The modern movement of atheism is a product.
Of course, when you add modern to anything, that makes it modern. You've accomplished nothing but a semantic dance. Atheism is older than Christianity, and the scientific method has been around since Aristotle. It was developed over centuries by different cultures all around the world contributing to it. No single man created the scientific method. That's silly talk.
A Franciscan Catholic philosopher came up with the whole idea.
Incorrect.
Yeah, he was basing himself off of Greek philosophy and knowledge, and he developed the scientific method.
Yeah, it took centuries for the scientific method to develop, and dozens of cultures
Go
contributed to it over
Google search
time.
right now. Go Google search right now. Who developed the very titling of the scientific method? It'll give you a Franciscan monk.
Okay, I'm going to tell
It
100%.
you
doesn't matter.
who writes
It's
history.
irrelevant.
The winner
The
writes
scientific method has
history.
been around since
No,
the
no,
10th
no, no.
century.
It's live.
Atheists want to use a philosophical framework developed by a Catholic philosopher and base their entire foundation off of that.
People who
Congratulations.
care
Your
about the
foundation,
truth want to use
whether
the
you are
scientific
an
method
atheist,
to
whether you
tell the
use the
truth.
scientific method or
It's
not,
got
in
nothing to
this
do with
situation,
atheism or not.
No.
yes, but
the
in
monk
Catholicism,
is
the
not
idea of telling the truth is the best way to learn, right? Why do you think that's the way the method is?
what? No.
The method has nothing
Way
to
to
do
learn
with
is
Catholicism.
observation.
It predates
Observation.
Catholicism by centuries.
The more you speak the truth, the more you learn. That was the whole point of the scientific method.
So
Yes,
And in
Catholics
Catholic,
got that from the earlier people who created and invented the scientific method.
Fuck.
Okay, I have a
just
question
because
though,
the
because
Catholic
isn't
priest
Uh,
had the training to write it down, we give him credit. Like, here's the
Right.
thing: you're talking about pre written common written language versus post common written language, and the cusp is the priests
Oh.
learning to write. And so just
yes.
because a priest wrote it down, now he created it, he invented it, he developed it.
he
yeah,
coined it? He coined it. Is all he did.
it's
But
it's called it's called coining it, bro.
let me just ask you a question though, because isn't religion the opposite of the scientific method because they're relying on faith?
Yes.
No, it's still research.
No,
It's
they're
research
basically
with the
saying just
Greek.
believe
It's
it.
research with the Greek root and the Catholic expansion. Like that's what it is, right?
But
From
it
Greek
is still
philosophers of old to the Franciscan friars later, and there was a common language back then, lady. It's called Latin. They all spoke
Welcome
Latin.
in, Ben.
Yeah, during
Good to see you again,
Catholic
Mike.
priests, I said written language. The common people were not able to read.
They
and
wrote
write.
Latin.
The common people. were
Common
able to
people
read
couldn't
and
read or
write.
write shit.
Well, serfdom was the norm during the feudal age. I'll give you that. And most people didn't want to learn how to write. They were busy farming or going to war. That was
Whatever you
literally
want to
your.
attribute to it,
Read and
it
write
doesn't
in
change the fact that
instances.
most people couldn't read or write.
Most people took up scholarship because they wanted to learn from the Holy Bible or become a priest or a monk. It was part of the job.
And he did
Right.
at least then say he based it on philosophers before him. So at
Yeah,
least
he
he gave
definitely
some
he
credit.
used Greek and Roman philosophers. Obviously, like Catholicism leans on Roman, Greek, and Hebrew ideas, right? Those are the main branches of Catholic rooting. Rome, Greece, and ancient Old Testament Hebrew, right? So their ideas all come together and form the Catholic mindset. The idea of speaking the truth goes all the way back to Moses. A society that speaks the truth can identify what is true, right? That's why it's the first commandment. Thou shalt. Well, it's not one of them, but it's not the first
But
commandment.
those are
It's like the third or
philosophers that
second one,
existed
and it
before
says,
Moses
"Thou
credited
thou
it as
shalt not
truth,
make
too.
bear false witness." The idea of a law, "Thou shalt not bear false witness." The entire idea of being scientific is about the truth, right? So if you wanted to be scientific and speak the truth, did you know most scientists convert to Catholicism, specifically Methodist, or as a Christian branch? They always go to Methodism a lot more, scientists specifically. There's a high conversion rate for all scientists into Methodist churches for some reason. It's a phenomenon. It's there. You can look it up.
Throwing in rhetorical questions does not make it a conversation as
It's not
opposed to a
rhetorical.
lecture.
I'm asking
did
you to
throw
look
in a
to the
rhetorical
research to
question.
that.
Do you know how many scientists convert to Catholicism? And then you continued on. That's a rhetorical question you did not want an answer.
Yeah. It is a supporting
throwing in
factor that
rhetorical
science
questions
automatically
does not
leads to
make it a
people to
conversation as
believe
opposed
the
to a
truth.
lecture.
Do you want to know what the truth is? The truth is what we see it, and if it's there, okay, that's the truth,
Well, you don't have
right?
to
You can
The
believe.
see
proof.
God.
You know the
No,
truth or you don't.
that's not what I said. No, the truth is Jesus Christ. I'll say that.
You can
Yeah.
see
But
Jesus
if
Christ.
you're, oh, I absolutely believe in the Lord. Okay,
That's
there's
not
no
what I
doubt about that.
asked.
Well, I'm trying to tell you, the scientific method is based off of a religious moral thinking of
No, it
not
isn't.
lying.
Religious moral
Yes,
thinking
yes,
is
it
based
is.
off of the
You even
is
said yourself that the priest based
Fucking
it off of
liar.
off of other philosophies. He didn't
Yeah, it's
come up
based
with
off
it
the
on his
philosophy
Yeah,
own.
of
he
people that
learned
preceded it.
certain philosophies. Yeah, obviously. See, Greece and the Hebrews, the Levantine, and Rome, and then all the events that took place in the Christian narrative,
Yeah,
they all have
Google told
different
me that the
philosophical roots,
concept
dude.
evolved over centuries through contributions from several thinkers. It doesn't say
Yeah, it's
that.
gonna say
Yeah,
a bunch of different
well,
cultures.
you asked me to Google it, so
No, Google Franciscan monk who
it's
created the
bullshit now.
scientific method.
The,
No,
the
you are lying right now.
the
If I
problem with
give you
your
a link
stance,
about a Franciscan monk
And
who
now
proved
you're
it.
lying and by calling me a liar.
the
So now
problem
you're
with your
Okay,
gaslighting the whole panel and the
No,
audience.
Keyword, look up Franciscan
Didn't take you
Catholic
long.
monk who created.
You didn't ask
Dude.
him to look that up. You asked him to look up how it was created or who created it.
Yeah.
And rather than
Yeah,
giving your
Greek
monk
foundation,
answer,
Roman foundation,
rather than
and a
giving your
Catholic
monk
No,
answer,
since you can talk
friar.
over her, I'm going to
Oh,
talk
for
over
fuck's
you.
sake, bro.
and
You
don't
said
let
that the
anyone
Google
finish.
would say that it would be your monk, and it didn't.
Look up the keywords Franciscan monk who
Oh, now
created
you
the
have to look up the
scientific
monk,
method.
not the scientific method to prove it.
We're
Yeah,
talking
now you want
about
me to
it,
Google the
You
monk.
have to bias Google in order to get his.
No. If you wrote those keywords, it'll give you the article right there.
Yeah, Franciscan monk.
You want me to
bias
include the
Google.
monk in the keyword so that I can get the monk as a result?
It's actually common knowledge that it is a Franciscan monk who created the scientific
It
method.
isn't, though. You're just making some shit up.
No. The scientific method you use word for fucking word in the modern day is exactly the method he designed.
He did not design the scientific method.
Our current modern understanding of it, yes, and he used Greek, Roman, and different other ideas to bring it all together. But it's based off the foundational idea of truth, speaking the truth, right? We can agree
No.
there. The scientific method is not about figuring out the truth. Is that what you're telling me?
That's not what you said in a sentence ago.
No, you just don't like my mental gymnastics here because you were playing some bullshit moves yourself.
No, you're just lying. You're just lying over and over again.
No, you want the truth.
And I won't let you pin me down to something false with your semantics.
It's not semantics.
All right, guys.
The entire
all right.
notion is built on truth.
Ragnar. I just
No,
wanna
it
bring,
isn't.
Witchy, Bishy. Would you like to answer the question? What are the most important issues that humanity needs to deal with?
I would. I'd love that question. So, for me, I don't think that there's a most important issue specifically. I think that it's individuals improving themselves continuously. I don't think that any of us can control anything outside of our own actions, and even that only to some extent. So I believe that it's about, this world is about self-improvement and not improving everything else. I don't need to control my environment. I need to adapt to it.
Objective ethics. Thank you. Correct.
And
What
if
do you think?
anybody's interested, I did drop a link in the back. I'm not asking for it to be played, but if anybody's interested in looking at it, it's by Kyrgyzstan, and it's about it's a story written by Andy Weir called The Egg, and it's kind of how I look at this life.
Yeah, I know The Egg. I think it's quite famous, and it's kind of true as well in a way. We all came from one thing. We are all one. So there's a lot of sense in it. We have Fatima here. Fatima, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
I just hopped on. What are we talking about? I heard something about Greek foundations and Roman foundations, and that's all I heard.
No, really, Fatima, we're talking about what are the most important issues that humanity needs to deal with.
Oh.
And then the sideshow is what's on your bucket list. So you can answer either of those questions.
I'll answer what's on my bucket list. I think that's easier to answer because I'm just going to say it outright. I think that the question, what are the most important issues that humanity needs to deal with, that is entirely dependent on each person. There's no one size fits all answer for that. There's no theory that's going to answer that question. So I'm just going to be a passive on that question. Yeah, because in my estimate, in my personal philosophy, I subscribe to, I don't think that question could ever have an answer because it's too grand of a statement. So I'll just deal with what's on my bucket list. Quite a few things. quite a few things. Traveling around the world, especially Southeast Asia, moving to another country. And what else? I think that's about it. Yeah.
Okay. And did you want to comment on what some of the stuff? Oh, so you just joined us. Okay. Well, look, you can just stand by then and interact as and when you feel like it.
Yes.
But I got Denizen. Denizen, sorry, mate, I didn't introduce you. You're great to see you again. What do you feel are the most important issues that humanity needs to deal with? Or as the sideshow, what's on your bucket list?
I don't really think we need to deal with anything. I think humans have already
Kind of agree
dominated
with
the
that, actually.
planet. Need, I would say maybe eventually we need to become a multi-planet species.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, any catastrophe that could happen here could wipe us out. Otherwise, we don't really have a need for anything. We've taken care of all our needs. Should and ought, I think, that's very subjective, but probably should not, maybe at the top of that list would be figuring out how to evolve past our scarcity mindset. I think that's a linchpin for, if we believe what we're told about the Dark Ages and the Enlightenment and the scientific revolution and the industrial age, I think the thing to propel humanity forward is to let go of our scarcity mindset and the way we operate by competition instead of cooperation. And on my bucket list would be to visit the geographical locations of all my ancestors and travel Asia. I also would like to finish my signature burger recipe, perfect it before I die, and have my own breed of tomato. And I'd like to die on my tomato farm, much like the Godfather did.
Wow. You have it all figured out, Denizen. We have Mystery Singer here. Mystery Singer, is there anything you'd like to say?
What tunes are you going to sing for us today?
Heaven below, and this so sinful world, hardly a comfort can afford, striving alone to face temptation so. Now won't you tell me where could I go but to the Lord? Where could I go? Oh, where could I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to save me in the end. Oh, won't you tell me where could I go but to the Lord?
He does have a very Elvis-like voice.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's gone to the Lord because he just left. Thank you, Mystery Singer. I actually enjoyed that one. Thank you, Mystery Singer. So I heard a little bit of a noise coming from Fatima. It sounded like a disgruntled sigh or sarcastic, reverberation of some sort. What were you making that weird emittance for, Fatima, when Denizen said he thinks we should try and, populate the
me?
cosmos?
Oh, because it's like one of the most absurd, ridiculous ideas ever. Why would you like the idea of humanity spreading all over? Like, what the fuck? I don't get it.
I think humanity should become multiplanetary and just take over.
It's
Oh,
how
yeah.
humans would
going.
survive.
Keep
Why would you
going,
want
The
to?
bro.
question is, what does humanity need to deal with?
Well, first
So
of all, we
if
already
you
have
hate humanity and you
stories.
want it to cease to exist, sure, that's your opinion, but it doesn't answer the question.
We
Yeah,
need
that
to
is.
I love humanity. There's only one way if you wanted to get multiplanetary, and you'd have to become a despot, take over the whole world, and use all the resources and build vast armies. There's no other way. You'd have to go total. No, you'd have to go total full human empire mode, bro. There's a
Yeah.
reason in
Nah.
in Warhammer 40K. That's the way he did it.
Oh, that's a
It
good
was
game.
it was the only way. It understands
That's
human
myopic
psychology.
thinking.
Denizen, I'm gonna have to agree with
Warhammer
Blackman.
40K understands human psychology, but it's not a good
Yeah.
future.
Why
It's
do
not
we
a good
always
Human
future.
say
psychology
that?
of today
It is-
isn't the
It is-
same as
Why do we
human
always
It is
psychology
not
of
the only
1,000 years
way.
ago.
Why are we assuming that's the only way? We can actually depopulate and have more resources for the few people that would survive.
Correct. Correct.
Why do we always switch to fiction as some sort of reference? It's a game. It's a movie. It's a
Because
book.
it's a good
Having
game.
no. It's more than just a game. It's a frame of reference, right? And it is a
a-
theoretical hobby of a potential future where war is
Yeah.
everything, and
And
humanity is a machine that needs to survive at all fucking costs, right? It's like a gigantic thought form
Ooh, I
thinking
don't agree
method,
with that.
right?
Yeah.
It's all about strategic thinking, and it's all logistics. You ever seen All Quiet on the Western Front? It's just a movie,
fiction.
right?
Yeah.
But it's not fiction.
100%
All
fiction.
Quiet on the Western Front is not fiction.
That was based on
It's a
one.
World War II movie, and it's all about logistics. Warhammer is
It's
like the logistics
fiction.
all the way
It's a
into the
movie.
future.
It's a fiction.
I don't expect
story.
somebody
It's a
older to not
movie.
understand frame of reference
Yeah.
conversations.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Ragnar here. Yeah, I don't expect that. And
Like I will use Lord of the Rings to
Yeah.
impart a metaphor.
we
You're
can
just
go
going to be
like,
like, it's just a
Neon-
movie. Doesn't work that way, honey.
It's a movie.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
you're
like
fucking
my favorite
condescending.
anime of all.
I thought I was bad.
So I
What?
work logistics for a living. There's an alternate way to space. You can use some fully automated gay space communism instead of whatever.
Correct. Correct. Thank you, Hank.
Oh, that'd be
Finally,
crazy,
someone
bro.
with some brains has joined the panel.
That's a
Hell
little
yeah,
crazy,
yeah.
bro.
Hell yeah, man. No, but like one of my favorite animes is Neon Genesis Evangelion. I would totally recommend you guys watch that one.
That's a
That one
good
I
one.
think could be another. That's a beautiful and Serial Experimental's Lane. That's with the girl who's like part of like the internet and like every cyberspace and everything is like there's no such thing as privacy in that world. We're all like connected via the internet. If you have a phone, like I know you already. If you have a phone, I think I already pretty much know who you are at that rate. Yeah, and that's a great anime. I love that anime.
That's an interesting take on a future humanity, and I like the thought experiment of foresight for future takes on humanity. We could have went steampunk had somebody invented steam in the days of Rome. That's not a joke. Everything could have changed if we developed
Yeah.
that technology then. Why do you think the
China
steampunk
was-
genre exists? Right? It's a method of thinking because technology changes the world. Ideas change the world. Our current living idea is like no adventure at all, almost. And it's kind of bothersome, and that's why so many people are coming up with different ideas.
I just
That's
want to
just
ask
you.
I just want to ask a question because everybody keeps saying that overpopulation is a myth, yet they're still saying that there's not enough resources, there's not enough land. So if you can't have both positions, if there were fewer people, there would be enough resources and enough land. So implicitly, you're admitting that overpopulation is real.
I
The
just-
I
state,
don't.
the
I don't
state
have
isn't
to-
allowing people to use most of the land. So that's
Yeah, I agree with you, LA. Except I just want to jump in and state for the record, I don't want to have it both ways. I don't think we're overpopulated.
yeah, it's zoning issues. Really, that's the main issue. Bad
It really
cities
is.
zoning, bad county
But-
zoning. That solved the overpopulation issue by placing the businesses and the living places better.
But they are trying to have it both ways, though.
It's not the overpopulation that's mainly the issue. It's the environmental impact of the resources we consume that is the issue. That's going to lead to us being less successful if we destroy our own home. That's the issue. The overpopulation is part of it, but the real reason why we care about overpopulation is because if hypothetically everybody was like really poor and like 11 billion of us, we would have a less environmental impact on nature and in resources than if we were like all American lifestyle. The whole world was an American lifestyle. It would affect nature much worse.
I don't think that human
I
beings
would
can
argue-
destroy Earth. I think that's an extremely arrogant and self-centered position.
I would argue that the West, the overpopulation problem, it's not coming from birth rates. It's mass migration. You're talking to a Western culture that is already depreciating because the boomer generation has more people than the Gen X generation. And Gen X generation has more people than millennial. We've been shrinking. We used to be 10 plus families, right? You're talking to a culture about overpopulation when right now our lands are fine. We're good on the resource, bro. We're doing our part. Make no mistake. Like, we're not overpopulating in the West. That's
Why are
not a
there so many
question.
homeless people? Why are there so many people starving for food? Why are there not enough jobs?
Because the economy is shit and more people keep moving here.
Zoning.
And the
Right,
price
but
of wages goes down. Zoning, all of it, bro. It's
Yes.
all
But
in, it's all
if there were
combined.
fewer people, then there would be enough jobs for everybody. If there would be enough housing for
So
everybody.
we were already on track for fewer people, but somebody decided for mass migration, right? They care about the GDP. They want to have the same amount of money they make every year. That's what they want. They run shit like a corporation, bro. They want their ROI. That's what they want.
Right, but I'm not saying that overpopulation is only caused by fertility rates. I'm including migration into that also.
Yeah,
It's still
mass
overpopulation.
migration is a problem. We would be a shrinking culture right now, like vastly so. By the way, we're an upside down pyramid demographically from millennials to boomers.
And if you do shrink too fast, you lose decades like Japan has.
Right.
Satan did nothing wrong.
Oh, for fuck's
No,
sake.
it's an issue.
No,
No
but-
comment there, bro. No comment there,
The
bro.
problem is that when you do get shrinking populations, the government basically concedes to give the people whatever they want because they're so desperate for more slaves. So this is why they're basically giving all these incentives to these Asians to procreate. But when you procreate, you've already given the state exactly what it wants, so you have no leverage.
I'm not an antinatalist, so like
That's not even an anti-natalist position. That's not even an anti-natalist position. I'm just talking about leverage, that the state needs you. They need more human beings in order to legitimize itself.
Yes,
I
but
agree.
it needs more it needs a bigger workforce, but it needs businesses, it needs properties. So you don't give away your leverage just because you bred. That doesn't make any sense. In fact, you
It
have more
needs big
leverage.
families.
That's not true. A state cannot exist without subjects. The sovereign needs subjects for its own legitimacy. If there were no people, there would be no state.
Obviously.
well, I believe in a worldwide imperial monarchy called the Millennial Kingdom. I will steamroll everything in its way, by the way. Just letting you know, that's my position. I'm a fucking imperialist. Bring on the hike. Worldwide humanity united. Get out the fucking way. You're a speed bump otherwise. You want to solve these big problems? We need big systems. Right now, Western culture is corrupted with termites and cults and politicians who do fucked up things. And those cults are controlled by foreign countries who have different agendas as compared to our people. The whole world is going to war most likely very soon. Most people are tribing up. What are you going to do? Because that's a big threat right now on the world stage. What are you going to do? Are you going to sit on your hill? Or are you going to be with your people? Right? That's a question everybody's going to be forced to ask when the economy goes to shit. Nobody can pay bills. Taxes are going down. Your country collapses. Most people won't survive a fucking week if shit goes to shit.
What do you mean by your people? Because I used to be naive to think that the American people are on one accord, and they're not. A lot of Americans are globalists. There's no loyalty to their fellow American. They see somebody in a different country as having equal standing to someone who they actually grew up with. So you don't think that you can trust your fellow American just because you're from the same.
No. I don't, dude. I've been betrayed 1,000 times. I don't trust anybody very much lately. But I do see humanity's potential in becoming a worldwide millennial kingdom and is going to do great. There's too many. The order at B right now is a bunch of cults controlling a bunch of nations who are pretending to be nations, but are actually part of a wider corporation already. Let's be real. That corporation is enslaving everybody.
Will you acknowledge that your doomsday cult is one of those cults?
My doomsday cult? What do you mean?
Christianity.
Christianity's not a doomsday cult, bro.
Bullshit, it isn't.
I think there's too many captains, and they need one captain to guide the boat, because the boat is gonna sink, man. That's obvious. If there's too many
Why do you
captains,
think they do
like, fuck.
temporary dictatorships and republics? Even in Rome, Caesar was fixing things that were too big for the republic to fix in a political way. So Caesar became a voted dictator, and for a certain amount of years, yes, the risk was he would do it for life. But the Senate and the people, they had their ways to handle that. But some problems are so fucking big. Like, say the entire country is getting invaded by a foreign force. You need organization. That's why you elect a dictator sometimes. Democracy in the West has completely looked away from that idea. They don't like the streamline too much because of shit like Hitler, Napoleon, and other things like that. So the dictator idea, a benevolent dictator, is actually a very good idea. The problem is humans get corrupt too easily.
Well, we won't have any benevolent people applying for the dictator position because we trained our people to be bloodthirsty for mega corporate culture. So it's not
Right.
not even a good idea in America, because everyone who will want it will be too bloodthirsty.
You mentioned mega corporate culture, dude. I actually see the future devolving into a sort of. You ever heard of the Sengoku Jidai? No, hear me out. Multi corporations, different corporations, like clans, right? They're all companies. Look at like feudal era Japan. Look at feudal era Japan. Every single daimyo was their CEO, right? And they run their private army, and they're all fighting to become the shogun, right? This is like 1500s. That was the thing. But look, imagine that on a global scale. Amazon could fund it. They're exactly Amazon, Apple, Google. If they're smart right now, they're already buying their own private army, tier 1 trained, all sorts of things. Every corporation that wants to survive World War III is buying up a private army. So mercenary PMCs. You ever played that game MAG, Massive Action Gaming, PS3 way back in the day? It was literally 3 corporations that took over the entire fucking world. And their armies fought each other all the fucking time over resources. So a lot of people might gang up to the point of just corporate bloc versus corporate bloc. This could happen. This is very plausible. It basically is the Iran corporate bloc versus the Western corporate bloc right now. And the problem is the Western corporate bloc is controlled through a banking corporation acting like a hierarchy of feudal lords who are controlled by Zionist interests. That's a fact.
Well,
so
Iran really doesn't have
the West is
Chinese.
Yeah, the Chinese is the other corporate bloc basically versus the West. But then you have the Levantine one. They're trying to have more land in the Middle East. They want to expand their corporate bloc, right? The Judaica corporate bloc in the West is getting divorced from the West, right? The West doesn't want anything to do after everything that happened with the Palestinians and the war on terror and all that jazz. The West is actually in a depreciated state right now. Any good economist or investor would look at the West and be like, we need to do some renovation right now, right? Or else we're going to plateau, we're going to get fucked, right? That's what the Western corporate bloc is looking at right now.
Well, I think in the world. Sorry, you speak. Sorry.
Okay, I mean they planned that strategy years ago. They grow. China is not China. China is a project, is a pet project for the West. They grow that to deteriorate the Russian Empire that was there before, and the Russian failed, so somebody took over, and now the Middle East was the big problem. That's why they helped China to grow, to destabilize everything around the world, and now they can scoop out whatever they did. It's our plan.
Yeah, big oil.
Right, well, Russia, Tsarist Russia, Imperial Russia back in the day before World War I, So
Yeah,
Russia
USSR.
before World War One was imperial, right? The
Yeah.
bankers actually funded with the German government in World War One Lenin. Lenin was a political refugee. They sent him back to raise up communist armies and they funded him, right? So they wanted to make a proxy civil war. The bankers funded the Marxist USSR peasant rebellions that led to communism all the way up until 1991. Stalin, after Lenin, got rid of the banker Lenin was using. Then the banks decided to invest in the West against their uncontrollable golem, their pet troll that they sicked on the Russian Empire that became the USSR. They were controlling them for a while, but Stalin got rid of the Rothschild banker that was involved with Lenin. He broke that tie. So that banking cartel then invested into the West against the USSR until they collapsed. The surviving golem control node was China. But China is now very left-wing nationalistic, Han Chinese, very pro-ethnic in thinking, but they're very socialistic. They're trying to divorce themselves from the Rothschild bank system as well. So all the USSR elements, the communist elements, even the Khmer Rouge, bro, they were fucking brutal. Every communist ideological system collapsed 1991, right? But then China kept going. They invested into China. They thought they could trust China as a corporate bloc. China is actually turning on the central banks that are very Zionist leaning. Like, if there was a political ideology the banks lean on as a corporation, it's Zionism. That's a fact. You can't look away from that. And they invest in the West as much as Islam. Now, the Islamic investors have invested in the West also. Everybody has stakes in the West. You know that, right? Having a world war and destabilizing the West destabilizes everybody because it's like everybody has investments here. So right now, thinking in the investor sense, corporate blocks and stuff like that, BlackRock is going ballistic. They're losing money. They're telling investors they can't even fucking take their money out, right? It's bad. It's fucking bad. So they own most of the housing, and that's going to cause a housing problem. So all our corporate blocks, there's a housing bubble. There's also a military bubble. Most of the NATO countries are barely funding their armies, except for Poland, the United States, and certain few key individual countries. And that's a shame because the rest of the world, see, Turkey, they are part of NATO, but they're also part of the Islamic sphere. And what we know of the Islamic corporation, make no mistake, there will be the Chinese corporation, the Islamic corporation, the Western corporation, and the Zionist corporation. Those are the four big boys right now, like in the field.
I'm confused. I'm not understanding why these people who have these doomsday scenarios still advocate for procreation. Because what are you actually going to do to protect your children? If you actually believed everything that you're saying, you would not procreate because you have no ability to protect your children.
Life is sacred to us. That's all it is. And
So-
you may
so
call
you're-
it a doomsday
No,
theory,
Ella,
but it's not.
if I
It's not
could
going to work
answer
that
that.
way.
So you're throwing your
It's
children
the
to the
truth
lions.
is
You're throwing your children to the lions because it makes you feel better.
yes. LA, that's actually closer to the real truth. Is life and their children is nowhere near as sacred as they proclaim it to be. It's actually they have children as a insurance policy. The more children you have, the more chance you have to survive catastrophe.
Right. I just wish they would admit that because they don't actually care about their children. It's about their own
Correct.
survival, their own legacy, their own narcissism.
Right.
Yeah, your own. They own you. Like the corporation.
Well, a lot of people now
The
are not having
corporation own
kids
you.
because of people are not having kids now as much because of material wealth and education and
That all comes with the corporate
contraceptive.
field, bro.
Yeah,
That
but
all
it's
comes with
also
the corporate
good that
field.
we're
Like,
having less
what do
kids.
you think about how that is interacting? Everything I talked about with the corporate big players right now.
Yeah, but
Everything
that's
revolves around
okay.
that.
Let's say it's all corporate conspiracy. I agree, but I think
It's not
the
a conspiracy, but
environmental
okay.
problem, the climate and environmental, is another conspiracy that people are denying. That's
The
also going to
corporate
make
game
us
is causing that problem. The very corporations
Yes,
you'd want to talk
but
with
you could
are a
destroy
part of the equation.
the whole. Yes, I know, but if the whole planet was communist, you could still destroy the environment too. The Soviets and
Oh,
the Chinese are an example of that.
right.
But I'm just saying.
Communists are just a different kind of Communists are just a different kind of fascist with better propaganda saying they're equal. That's all it is.
But I don't think the Jews run all the banks in the world. They probably did in the beginning,
No,
but the
no.
Rothschilds,
Look,
they're not as
the Jews are
powerful as they used to
wealthy.
be.
The Jews
Yes,
are
I
extremely
understand they're more
wealthy, but you're
wealthy.
right. They're losing influence. But as investors, right? If I am a buyer or seller in the market, looking at the big investors, right? Who are the big investors? The Zionist lobby and also the Muslim lobby. There's a lot of big money in Islam right now. Big investors in it who are Muslim, right? And you don't want to piss them off exactly. You don't want to piss off the Jews either. So if you're in the big rings, you're not supposed to piss off culturally these people. You talk about business mostly. The corporations are causing the pollution you care about. And life antinatalists, you could push your antinatalism if you wanted to. If like you could pay a corporation to advertise that idea if you wanted to, right? That's there, that exists. People might purchase in with you, but I'm not saying they will. But every ideology we have, that can happen. People can buy into it, and it's going to spread. The main ideologies right now, my big point is, you may call them doomsday cults, but they believe completely. Islam, Zionism, Christianity, those are big investor blocks. Like Catholic rich people, they're not going to invest with people who, like up there, they don't talk about religion like we do. They never do. It's all about numbers, logistics, and the reason I brought up All Quiet on the Western Front is if we're really going to talk about problems, you need to look at it in the money way, because if you want to challenge that problem, you want to change the world, right? You want to push this idea. You need capital. You need to advert that. You need to put it out there, right? You need to influence people how you can. People pay money for that. It's a whole economy of influencers, right? Look at social media. We all have arguments and we all want to like make the world a better place. I think the biggest threat in this current market investiture economy of influence is how people with words and better propaganda and memetics can win the day, quite literally in a fifth generational style way. A meme war, if you can convince the entire enemy country that they should surrender, that you won the war already. You didn't even have to start the fucking war. Right? You see what I mean? So that it's all marketing, wording. That's how they think. So like it's all tribes coming together who want to fight each other. And we're looking at a collapse. The markets are collapsing to a degree. People are scared to invest. So
What
right now
markets?
is exactly what markets. That's the word of the fucking day.
You're not talking about
It's
the
just
U.S. stock market.
no. Any market. There's a lot of markets that are volatile right now due to the world war. It's already a world war to the investitures because the trade, the money is affected, right? Strait of Hormuz is a lot of money, man. That's why the oil's up and everything. We're so
The charts I
globalized
looked
and
at looked pretty
interconnected.
good this morning for tomorrow.
Look good this morning? What's the situation in your guys' area? Like, is the economy bad? Is the housing bad? Like what are the economic leverages and differences in your territories? Like, do you see it succeeding, failing, depending on policy making? Because a bad investment and bad policy, well, they go hand in hand.
I'd say it would depend on how much money you have.
Well, say you're a big mega corporation, you own all the houses, but the housing economy is about to go to shit. That's a lot of money to lose. And you know the government uses the pensions of people and invests it into things.
I don't
So
I don't see how the housing market's going to go to shit.
If I was the mega corporation, well, it really doesn't matter. I have all the housing. I'll make the money back in rent over time.
Right. So that's why rent is a big thing right now because they've already figured that out.
And then you put people on land, they can't grow their own shit. They don't have an acre, and then there's fucking regulations on growing, and yeah, so that's part of it. Get you in a fucking concrete jungle, you can't grow your own shit anymore.
Zoning.
That's actually one of the biggest threats, bro. You brought up zoning, and I really want to expand on that because it is a threat. Doesn't matter what political ideology, race, culture, whatever the fuck. If we're zoned wrong, everything goes to shit. We're being forced into concrete jungles.
All the fucking agricultural land. Like that motherfucker bought all the shit and then put all this GMO on it.
Right, dude. GMOs are so bad. In Canada, they're illegal, bro. Like it's good. It's pretty good in Canada. Good zoning, not bad. But the regulations, though, if you have more than one building or this, that, and the third, you're screwed. You get fucked. You get taxed even more. And that's the thing, right? Zoning. So you brought up something. It's a threat to humanity in a big way. It's called architectural brutalism. Society is compounding.
can I answer a good question in the chat? As somebody said that, who said the stock markets look fine today? Stock markets aren't running today. If you participate in the market, you look at captures from Friday in order to plan for Monday.
Right.
Yeah, and the markets are active today, by the way. The futures market will be opening in a couple hours.
And just so you know about the markets you keep referencing, or so I know, I'm sorry. What markets are plummeting or dropping, or show me where you see this fall off recently in the markets that are still way above what they should be and overvalued and inflated. Where's this?
I don't know.
So,
I guess you haven't been. I guess you haven't seen the last week of the market so far.
The market's been fine in the last week.
It's been doing exactly
like
all week. Up
in
and down.
that.
You can't tell me the market is fine after an entire trade straight gets clogged, bro. It doesn't work that way.
I mean,
After
Yeah,
what?
we can. We just did.
But no, you okay? So let me think real quick. If you like knew what time every country's stock market opened and in their currency and how they were doing, that's where you would want to invest your money. And when they open, you'd probably want to sell out or something. So I don't see any money in trading stocks. I see like money in short trading currency.
We're not trying to give advice on trading here. I don't think that the idea was, I just want him to respond with where these big losses are at. What's this? He said something about a trade street being blocked.
Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, and all the oil coming from Saudi Arabia, except for one port, is in that area. It's the Basra to the Hormuz Strait. So like
talking about
parts of Iraq. Yes, hear me out. Oh, yeah, it's good for sellers maybe, but nobody wants to buy right now. Everybody wants to sell. They want to get out. Like people might want to buy the rise of oil. Like, yes, it's going up in price. People who are selling oil right now are making a killing because of that shutdown. But every single industry that requires oil to keep going is going to be affected to an extent, and a lot of people already lost money. We had trillions of dollars wiped from the market in less than 2 days, right? Like, the fact that you haven't even heard of that is interesting to me, because like every single major corporation, from Amazon, Apple, all of them, they went down 2-3% everything. Okay, it's not that's the
happens
number
all the time.
It looks like a little time, but hear me out. The fact that it was everything,
it's happened like 10 times this year.
Yep.
You're not understanding the fact. War shocks economies. Okay, a war shock in an economy. This is what it looks like. You want to know what World War III looks like? You're already seeing it. Before World War I and World War II, we had war shocks in the economy exactly like this. It's not about how little or big it rose. It's about the shocks. Now, the shocks, what happened, everybody's going to have to figure out what they should invest in to make money in this war. So everybody's shuffling everything. It's uneasy. Okay, so when everything goes down all at the same time, that means something got hit across the board. Okay, that's not a good thing. Okay, that's trillions of dollars worldwide just lost overnight. Okay, altogether.
It happens all the time.
Yeah, we'll just loan some more money. It's not a big deal.
We're just gonna print some more money, and then people will buy the
currency.
It's not going to work.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way long term, bro.
It never existed.
What's your idea of long term? It's been working for 100 years so far.
Everybody's dropping the U.S. dollar, so they're not going to be able to just continue printing money. They're actually going to
everybody.
And I'm talking about all these countries. This is the reason why we're having these wars, to protect the U.S. dollar. They're trying to trade in their own currencies, and they're doing it. They're collaborating to drop the U.S. dollar. And what's happening right now is that we don't pay our own debt. What we do is we offshore our debt by extracting from these third world countries. So we'll just basically devalue their money, their currency, to pay for our debt, and it's not sustainable.
Long term, not sustainable for anybody, not even the West. See, Muslims are taking out their investment from every single Zionist company, and that's most of them, by the way. Most of them have Jewish leanings, and I'm just letting you know that's why they're decoupling from the U.S. dollar. That is their argument in the Islamic corporations right now.
Yes, I don't think you understand modern monetary theory, so you're confused.
That's not an argument.
I wouldn't say take financial advice from me. I still have a lot to learn.
Okay, but if he doesn't know, can you explain it instead of just making an accusation?
So I went and looked up what he said, and when I put in he said 11 trillion or something lost on stock market. I
didn't say 11.
Well, I something trillion. I pull up 50 different articles over the last 10 years that talk about the stock market dropping trillions of dollars. So I don't see why that's relevant to like the war.
Oh, it's relevant to the war. It's just not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's the beginning of a world war. That's what the economy looks like right now.
The economy looks like that the Strait of Hormuz, the stock market reacted to it, but it wasn't a huge dramatic overreaction that means the end of the stock market. We're not even bear territory.
I mean, that's just the riding of the market. It keeps getting inflated and they have to knock it back down. It doesn't really actually change anything. It's just fake money. Like it
hasn't even been like a normal 10% correction yet, which
I'm
would
sorry,
still be bullish.
I thought when you engage in active war, like for international crimes, that the UN actually has to pass a resolution. I'm not sure why Israel and the United States gets to act unilaterally and everyone else has to go through the international law process.
Because what are they going to say about it?
Yeah, Security Council exception.
Yeah, USA and Israel are the puppets of the Zionist banking cartel. They own every single politician in both those countries with dirt on them, by the way. And you know what I'm talking about. They're controlled. It's not a democracy. It's an oligarchy. It always was. Ever since World War I.
We finally agree on something. It's definitely controlled opposition. The banking cartel has won. Fractional reserve banking is everywhere except for North Korea, including China. China has fractional reserve banking. Once you have control over the money, it doesn't matter who's ruling. They're just all pawns to be played on a chessboard to make yourself have more control of the resources.
Well, that's the thing. The banking cartel is using the American cartel. If you want to, what's the American cartel? It is the military massive might. It's a gang. Every nation is a gang, technically, a company, right? The American company, the Gang of America, is the war dog being used by Zionists and central banking systems, and they've been attacking anybody who does not want to deal in American dollars. They made deals with Saudi Arabia. They attacked Iran before in Gulf War, Iraq. Have you noticed Libya? He went after Libya, but Gaddafi in Libya, he was giving regular citizens dividends off the profits of oil. Taxes were not there because the wealth was so everywhere. Like, he was doing a good job economically as a dictator, actually, for the region. And he basically gave a lot of people dividends, right? Every single person part of Libya at the time with him was making money off of their resources and trade and business. Instead, we're operating in the West as like, oh, a corporate government runs this or that, and they make all the money. This is why a lot of communists and socialists in the West are arguing the working class is being stolen from, because Gaddafi had socialist ideas. He wanted the people to get a cut of the profits, right? The central banks do not give a cut to the Western working classes of North America, Canada, USA, Europe, all that jazz. And the West is done with it. This is why socialism is spreading, right? And capitalism is not exactly favored because a central bank turned it into capitalistic problems. Did you know capitalism and communism are both created by Jewish philosophers? Not to throw flack at anybody. I have Hebrew roots. I'm just letting you know where it comes from.
Adam Smith was Jewish.
Well, there's a claim on you.
Prove that.
There's a claim being made that Trump was basically blackmailed into attacking Iran because certain people would write another attack, the likes of 9/11, but it was going to be on a much larger scale.
Are you certain that Adam Smith was Jewish? Yes or no?
What's the question?
Is Adam Smith Jewish? The economist.
He had ties to capitalism. He had ties to the Zionist lobby in his day. You can look it up.
Okay, he was not Jewish. You're saying
He was very aligned to them, and he actually might be a Jew. Adam is a Hebrew name, quite literally.
Smith is not
because
Hebrew
he's
name. He's
Christian.
Scottish. Yeah, he's Christian. Yes.
Right.
I don't think we can go by names because they changed their name so much you can't tell.
Oh no! There was a law in Germany. Do you know why so many Jews have the name Stein? So Stein actually means stone. It's actually a German name. It has nothing to do with like Hebrew stuff. But like, if they had a Hebrew name, the last name was related to like rock this or rock that, they would change their name to Stein. So like, if you say the name Frankenstein, you're talking like the Franken rock, right? That's what it means. Like, back in Holy Roman Empire, they made a policy that Jews that lived there in the Rhine and other places had to like change their name.
If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube.
So yeah, they changed their name under a policy of the Holy Roman Emperor. That's why so many Jews have German-sounding names. They were Germanicized before World War I, right?
Yeah, but I still don't think the Jews run every single bank. I know that there's the Bank of International Settlements in Switzerland, and that regulates all the central banks of the world. But I don't think most of the banks now are Jewish run. I know there's big companies and a lot of Nobel Prizes were won by the Jews, but it's only because we make them special. We believe that they're special because of the Bible and the Quran.
We don't have to look at the entire world. Let's look at the Federal Reserve. Who controls that?
That is it's a bunch of rich people who were Zionist lobby leaning.
It's
I think seriously,
it's 50% private.
The Federal Reserve is private. It's not even government aligned, and it is.
No, it's 50% private.
Briefly go back.
No, it's all private. There's no half of it that's government.
I want to go back to the topic now, guys. We have Hank Aflamio. Hank Aflamio, the topic of the show was what are the most important issues that humanity needs to deal with? And the side show is what's on your bucket list. Would you like to comment on any of that?
Yes. The two biggest issues I want humanity to deal with is zoning. I think we talked about that some, and it's backups. You need to back up your software, back up your data, because if you're playing with chatbots, they may munch up everything, and you're gonna regret not having some way to get that stuff back if we don't do backups.
Interesting. Okay, so yeah, go into the zoning, please.
Yeah, a lot of cities just vibe zone, and that's why they're having housing issues, having food deserts. So if they got off their asses and fixed the problem, they wouldn't have to worry about where to live, where to buy things from, how to transport themselves. They would, but just a lot of politicians, local politicians, are just sitting on their hands. They had to be solved. This problem has to be solved at a local level, so I can't give a broad solution to that.
Guys, what do you think of Hank's view that these are the most pressing issues that humanity needs to deal with? We need to deal with zoning in cities.
Zoning
and
is not a big issue.
We need to make sure that we back up all of our data because AI chatbots might munch it up and we may not be able to find it in the future.
It is an issue, but it's not up there in humanity's problems. If you ask any AI, what are the top problems in the world, and it'll say environmental, climate change, and other issues.
So does zoning have something to do with the environment, Sean?
Explain.
you don't know what zoning means, or you don't know what the environment is.
Yeah, it's where you put people and things and buildings and stuff, roads.
All right. So zoning is a policy that defines how you can set up your environment.
Like,
Yeah, but if
imagine
there's
the farmland and the city line and the industrial, like, it's all those zones where people can live, where the animals are grown, where the plant are left alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, zoning is like, say you have a condominium block, right? You typically have a housing association, and they work with zoning more closely, right? Like what kind of tree you can have in your front yard, so it doesn't bother the area. People talk about that in the small little block councils and stuff, and like how they'll pay into the housing association in a communal way to pay for, like in where I live, most communal sections and zones, every single zone in Canada, we typically have a communal system of being self-taxed to fund snow removal. This is why snow removal is it's a benefiting business in Canada. Obviously, in winter, it's a good market. It's seasonal. It's always coming back, and zoning dictates exactly snowmobile, snow truck, snow tractor to make the roads safe, right? Because this is like a zoning policy based off the roads. Each community pays a company that does that. So we have a whole industry of snow removal, right? And salting the roads, making sure it's not slippery. There's winter tires, and they put it on. Everybody changes their tires in Canada to winter. That's why we don't go crazy in the snow like most people do. And we have a whole industry, right? That industry is entirely dominated by zoning, just like farming is, just like construction is. You know, when a inspector comes into a house construction wise, it's more like of an internal zoning because there's code, right? If it's on code as a construction lingo, if something's not to code, you can't have it that way because it violates like a zoning law or something, or a safety law, HR, all that stuff. There's a whole litany of stuff you got to think about when you go into business. And I used to be a construction worker at a low level, and I worked with masonry. So zoning, we had to work in our specific zone: dig, demo, remove, repair, all stuff like that. And we need to obey zoning laws. Like, say I wanted my dumpster to be here in the fucking city, right? Our construction team will have some trash to throw out, and then we need to pay a company, move the fucking dumpster that we're putting down for all the wood and stuff. It's all a system, right? And it's all zoning, every single thing. So if you wanted your perfect environmental hobbit lifestyle,
we have
you
to
need
change
zoning. It's all about zoning. It's all about zoning, bro.
Fair enough. All right.
You understand?
Well, can we use zoning to save the war, to stop wars and stuff like that? Nope.
Well,
no. Wars create zoning. That's the truth.
Yes.
If you take territory, you're gonna zone it after. Like, my political compatriot can have Bulgaria. We have conquered it, right? That type of thing. New zone added to the economic cycle, right? And your construction workers come in, you build a big monument to your war, you start taxing the local population, making sure your soldiers are policing the fucking territory. You recruit the local population for police as well to make them comfortable to being conquered. Zoning. It's all about zoning. It always was. Every time.
You get it.
Yeah. No, I think it's something different that they, over time, new young people try to add more like their vibe to what's there already, and they try to modify like laws and stuff to adapt to like the change.
Mm-hmm.
But like zoning always has been there. Like it's nothing new. Everybody should know what's what. But we do that all the time. We box in everything, and
It comes back from the days of like Stone Age, right? Like every time like you had to be worried about your tribal neighbors being like, this is thousands of years of instinctual biomechanical programming. Like instinct is where the word comes from, right? We're used to either trade or war with our neighbors, and we always make sure we tell our neighbors this is my area. If we work together, say like a trade deal between this tribe and that tribe, okay, now they have a trade deal between multiple tribes. One of the tribes figured out how to make iron and armor. That then starts getting sold into the trade network between all the tribes, and they all start making iron armor. Ideas spread, right? That's the whole point. But that zoning, it's different tribes coming together, creating countries, and then creating coalitions, multiple countries coming together, creating empires. It's zoning all the way up to corporating today, right? From feudal age, that one dude who had a patch of land to today.
Zoning?
It's the zoning is so important right now. The fact that we have a bureaucracy that does not let people zone properly. Like if you own a piece of land in Canada, it's actually a law. It's a zoning law. If it's some sort of policy, right? If you wanted to, depending on how many buildings you have on your acres, you could be taxed. It's housing tax, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can lose your permit to a building on your land, by the way, if you take it down, because you'll need a whole new permit to build a whole new building. This is why people don't take down that old farm barn. You ever seen those old farm barns in the countryside? They never tear them down.
Can we hear what somebody else has to say for just a minute? It would be nice.
Yeah. Just wanted to go in depth what zoning is and why that's there. The environment is affected by that barn. Yes.
You're still talking. You've had more than 75% of all talking time so far since I got here has been you. I'd really like to hear anyone else.
What's your problem with me?
I love what you had to say. It was interesting.
911, what is your emergency?
We're talking, and I was going in depth in a policy.
911, what is your emergency?
Yeah, I did like listening about the policy.
911, what is your emergency?
Or like the reason people keep their old, dilapidated, rotten farms on their field, it's because of the zoning law. If they take down that farm in Canada, they have their new house, but then they have their old house, right? The old barn that's rotting on the corner of the acreage, because they don't take it down. You ever went through the countryside on a road trip? Those old barns they never take down. It's because of zoning laws they do not take them down, and it's affecting the environment, right? But the owner of the land does not want to pay more housing property tax, right? So it's better to keep an old building standing. That's why they leave those old dilapidated barns out in the environment on their acreage, right? Like a 200-year-old barn they never take down, but it's not safe, so nobody goes in it. But if he wanted to build a building there, he could. He could renovate that barn, make a new building. But if he takes it down, this is the tricky part that the city councils get you on. In the zoning laws, if you take it down, they'll ask you for building permit, for construction, for all that, They'll try to boss you around your own property, bro. Libertarians, any libertarian worth their salt needs to understand zoning law code. And this is what I know about it. Any other stuff, I'd be ignorant to. And I'm done talking on the topic if somebody else wants to chime in.
Thank you.
So now that's why we need to follow the philosophy of that guy who thinks that there needs to be technocracy, and we should follow Peter Thiel and join the machine, the fascist regime that's going to take over the planet with AI and robots. We have to join the fascists, take over the planet, and we need to reduce the human population by 500 million. And it's good for our environment, and we'll have like AI microchip in our head because Elon Musk said so, and then we can go to Mars with his Tesla rocket, and that's the future. And then we will zone Mars.
Well, Elon Musk said we'll be on the moon 5 years ago, so I don't trust what he has to say.
I think we should live like it's so simple and people forget. Like the title of this thing, like we have to remember what's the most important. People forget. The most important thing is to remember. Remember your source. Remember where you came from. Remember your father, your mother, your sister, and why you're doing your life. You didn't ask to come here, but you're here now. So make the best of it. So it should be life, like the earth should be controlled like a family. Like you got the dad and the mom. Every country is like a room in the house. People like in the country, in your room, if you don't clean your room, your country is gonna get dirty. And it's gonna stink to the other room, to the other country. You see,
Yeah, but
you see the
Jordan
vision?
Peterson is stuck in his bed right now. He's stuck in his bed because he's sick because he's eating too much meat.
Peterson,
What are you talking about?
that make no sense.
Jordan
He's talking about
Peterson
Peterson
is sick in the bed because he's eating too much meat and he's not talking anymore because he's realized everything he said was a dumb shit. He doesn't believe in climate
Why did you
change.
bring him up though?
Because he's one of the people who are against the woke agenda.
Are you saying that the other gentleman is quoting Peterson and you don't like that or something?
Well, excuse me. I just want to say tidy your room. And, before you do that, make sure you get off your benzo addiction. I didn't write that in the book. Before I finished writing that book, I should have had a preface. Before I wrote those 12 rules, I should have said, take your benzos before you go outside.
I'm not Peterson.
No, Peterson can be right on. Look, somebody can be right on something, and you can disagree with them. You know that, right? So, he's talking about something completely different. He may be agreeing with a different idea.
No. Yeah, it's just like, that is why I say we need to remember. We keep talking and we don't understand each other. And sometimes people talk and they don't even understand themselves.
C'est l'étymologie, bro. C'est etymology.
Yeah.
Si quelqu'un comprend pas, il comprend pas.
Je sais.
I just said to him, if somebody doesn't understand, they don't understand. And if we don't understand the language we're using, and if somebody always projects, oh, you agree with this philosopher or this psychiatrist I don't like, you must obviously be part of the enemy political tribe. I've noticed a lot of people talk that way. They always quick and ready to be like, oh, you're a Trump supporter, oh, you're a Jordan supporter, oh, you're a liberal. Oh, they're not even talking to each other. They're talking to the group they might represent in their fucking heads.
They don't live the present. They live in the past, future. Because to live in the present is a gift. It is a gift that you should give yourself.
Dude, I want to know what the host thinks. What are his political views? What are his views, values?
Well, he's been making a lot of video, so
I'm new here. Sorry.
Okay.
I think he's asking DMW for his political stance or his foundational worldview.
I'm a kind of floating voter. I vote on issues rather than having a let's just say attachment to one side or other of the spectrum. That's the way I am. I'm mostly a centrist, I would say. Thank you.
Okay. So Jordan Peterson, man, he got popular there. I agree with some of his stuff, but I think a lot of it is, I mean, the trans stuff, I'm probably more for the trans than against, but I still think they don't need to be like in the sports and what else? I don't think they should be giving hormones when they're very young, but I could be wrong there. And what else? Yeah, he's against climate change and the environmental stuff, so that's a big stupid thing. And what else? He's pro-Trump, so he did a mistake there.
I don't
And,
think he is.
he
Why do you
was.
assume he's pro-Trump?
Well, he was for the right wing side in Canada as well.
Yeah, he was more conservatively. You know, right-wing circles in different countries are different, right? Do you know what
He's liberal.
right-wing? Yeah, he's more of a classical liberal in his belief system. Do you know what being a conservative or even a Republican like? So in America they say it's
Yeah,
a
but he's a
Republican,
Catholic.
and
He's a
Republican
Christian.
is a specific. Yeah, it's a Christian Western fundamental foundation. Okay, that's what he's leaning on. It doesn't matter if he's left wing or right wing. That's his culture. That's his. So you got to look at it this way. There's layers to people. You lean more into climate change. Okay, you might lean more into libertarian ideas or left wing ideas and being very pro for the environment. I've already figured that out about you just because of you talking about that. Other people, they all have layers to them. We all typically are Western, correct? We all have our Western layer, our cultural glue. We have our English language. We can all speak, communicate. Then each of us hosts a varied set of ideas. I believe in the millennial kingdom, right? God's kingdom on earth and in heaven, everywhere. That's my belief. That's my foundation. Other people, and I have a Western bent to that, right? Because I believe in the West. The West is against slavery, banning slavery, being free speech, letting citizens have a right to vote and a right over. Like, you know why we have the right to vote? It's because we get drafted for war, right? Everybody in a tribe has a say, but we also should have a economic output, and that's where the socialists come in. They're tired of the capitalist engine, so that layer, they're tired as workers that the corporation is taking too much, right? Republicans are more about being against monarchy because like 1800s Europe, French Revolution brought on the Republic, right? Republican thinking is what pushed this kind of more left-wing, right-wing ideologies. Like from French Revolution era, everybody's part of that layer, whether you're left, right, or independent. Every single political ideology as a layer existed in France, but they were mostly Catholics and very few Protestants, right? They had their varied ideas. They want to talk about this, we'll talk about that. There was even the French Commune at one point, one of the earliest communist examples. And you have nationalists, right? Canada is left-wing nationalist. You know what that means? It means they're socialists.
Guys, hold on. I want to bring in a comment here. Witchy Bishy. She says she's annoyed she didn't get a chance to talk. Darling, do come on. And guys, be mindful. Be mindful. When you're talking, ask questions. Don't just make statements. Ask questions and try to favor interaction. Okay, can I ask that of you?
Right.
We're trying to have a conversation, so don't go on a monotone drawl without seeking the interaction of others. Seek interaction, and please, if someone hasn't spoken, zone in on them and ask them what they think. Okay, Witchy Bishy, thank you for keeping us in line here. Appreciate it. Do come back.
Excuse me, I have an issue with her. She's wanted someone else to talk over the other guy about zoning when I was interested in letting him finish. So she's just trying to control the conversation about giving out something of substance, which I disagree with.
Well, if you want to know what I think, since I told you I'm for the millennial kingdom, suffer not a witch. Basically, if she wants to have a personal bent with me, that's her problem. But okay, I will stop the monologues, I guess.
It's
I
not
do tend to
personal.
go into details. Sorry about that. Like I'm very Tolkien.
It's not personal. It's because
goes into detail.
It's not personal. It's because this has essentially become the Ragnarok show.
Okay, Absurd is here. Absurd. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. The topic is, what are the most important issues that humanity needs to deal with? And the sideshow is, what's on your bucket list?
Okay, so for the most pressing issues that humanity needs to deal with, I would say the first one is the fact that we allow this small group of people to control everything about our lives, referring to the elites, right? I feel like it's very detrimental to us as a species that we allow these, this hidden and also like not so hidden group of people to dictate every aspect of our lives and to allow them to influence and control so much policies and actions um, and whatnot that impacts so much of our lives. From the economy to politics to even the climate and whatnot. I feel like it's an issue that humanity needs to sort out, because if we continue to allow these people to control so much of what's going on, where as you can already see with how the world is headed, we're going to be in a lot of trouble as we already are. So I feel like that's something that humanity needs to figure out a solution to. And I would say one of the next things is the fact that life especially in today's generation, right? And so many people seem to be struggling with finding purpose and finding meaning. So I feel that that's another thing that humans need to sort out, because if it's one thing that humans need, if they need some sort of purpose or meaning or something to push them forward and something to look forward to. And in today's generation, I feel like so many people are lacking it, and it's destroying society. It's causing people to get into a lot of self-destructive behaviors, like getting into various addictions like gambling or smoking or alcohol or whatnot, and that that obviously is a social net negative, given that it causes so many other issues, and also it also leads to sadly people even taking their own lives and whatnot, and a whole host of other like mental health problems like depression and anxiety and whatnot. So I feel like that's another issue that humanity needs to sort out and figure out, because a lot of people are leading lives of quiet desperation, where they wake up every day and they feel hollow and empty inside, and they don't really see much of a point in facing the day and living. So I feel like that's also another big issue that humanity needs to sort out. And as for a
You're
bucket
saying
list,
these are the issues, but how can you give like some kind of direction on how these issues may be dealt with?
honestly, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I guess, well, with perspective
I
of
do
first
know.
issue. Wait a second. With perspective of first issue of the elites, I guess we're gonna have to find who these people are and remove them from power in whatever means necessary. I guess like whatever that means, whatever that looks like. We're gonna have to find who these people are, and I guess stop them from having such high positions of power and control and influence over us as a species.
You want
And
to
with
tax the rich?
no, I said
Tax them
I don't know.
What
Like
is
I said,
that?
I never said anything about taxing or anything. What I said is that we just need to take them out of their positions of power, however
Just
that looks like.
for the second one, you can find meaning if you engage more with fiction, like reading books or playing video games. That's pretty much you need more liberal arts in general. That will help with the meaning thing. And for the elite thing, well, the elites don't control every aspect of my life. Like they don't pick the operating system I use on this computer. So all you need is take control over one aspect at a time. Then they won't have control overall.
Well,
Divestment.
I would say that they actually do influence a lot more than you realize. Actually,
How much do I realize? How much do I realize then?
Well, like for example, with the fact that you participate in the money system, right? That was their invention.
So what?
What do you mean? So what? That's a very big influence over how you live your life, right? Because that means that you have to work and you have to pay taxes and you have to do follow all of these guidelines that they set within this framework that they created.
And the alternative was being naked and afraid in the woods. So
no, not necessarily. No, we actually probably could create a better system than than capitalism if we just came together and decided to work things out amongst ourselves.
We haven't figured out yet, and we just have another elite because someone had to invent a new system, so it doesn't solve the issue.
I got a question on that. People are lazy. You're free to do anything. You're free to take a walk, to drink a water or juice. You're free to exercise or not. You're free to read or not. You're free to do everything else. You need to understand when to let go. At some point, this is overwhelming for an individual. We're supposed to be like a group about like 150 to 300. Now we're 6 billion, 8 billion. So it's overwhelming for us. So we should like concentrate to ourselves and leave the rest alone.
Wait, so you're saying that so are you saying that we should? So you're saying that there's too much people on the planet, and that's one of the.
No. I'm saying work on yourself. People talk too much. They react instead of acting.
Okay, so is that in reference to the second issue that I brought up about meaning and purpose?
A second issue about meaning and purpose?
That's both. It addresses both issues.
Well, it's more, I would say, would be more about fulfillment. That's what people are looking at. But
right, that's what I was talking about, the meaning and purpose and whatnot. Yeah. No, but I would say that it's not so simple though, because again, like it's given. No, not because people are lazy.
Can I add something to the equation?
Wait a second. I just want to respond to Yevon first. I would say that it's not as easy as just taking a walk or what is it like drinking water. It's not as simple as that. The way that society is structured today, it makes it so that people just don't feel very fulfilled in their lives, and that's a systemic problem.
Yeah,
it's about touching grass.
Choice. It's personal to you if you want to train or not, or read to become more spiritual or not, or to be more academic or not, or be. It's like it's a personal choice. This is all I'm saying.
I mean, all right, I disagree with that, but go ahead. Whoever wants to add another point.
So you mentioned a couple points, right? So like the social decay, all the problems, the elite's corruption, and seeking meaning in life, right? Those three points. There's one thing that could have stopped the West from reaching this point. Do you want to know what that one thing is? You may not like it.
What is it? Having kids and building families?
It's religion.
Religion? No, isn't religion? Religion is actually one of the biggest contributors to the world being
one of the most religious nations on earth.
You may think so, but look, religion has a pro-life stance, right? A culture that's becoming more and more surrounded with death is getting. There's a cutting epidemic,
cult.
Right? No, it's not.
Sorry,
the good part of your life doesn't even come until after.
Can you not interject your personal opinion?
I rather interject. That's what I'm here for. Are you retarded?
All right, let's not resort to name calling, okay?
Why not?
You should be careful who you call. You should be careful who you call a fool, sir. Just letting you know.
Why? I'd like to call most people I know are retarded.
Yeah.
No, but it's not a nice thing to say.
I'm not trying to be nice.
Why are we saying nice things? What's going on here? Who wants to be nice?
Well, I was trying to add something to the conversation, but because somebody feels personal about my faith, right?
No, go ahead. Ragnarok. Go ahead.
Your three issues when it comes to having meaning, being for life, and having an adventure in life, because it's kind of dull sometimes in our current Western culture. A lot of it has to do with some people don't have religion, some people do. Have you noticed the difference? Now, I don't care your personal opinions of people, but look at the observable difference outside the box. People with religion who believe in God are happier. They have a family, they're self-disciplined, and they're happy in that discipline. So what it leads me to believe is that choosing to have self-discipline, you could be a Buddhist. It doesn't even have to be Christianity, okay? It's a religion of self-discipline and order. People find meaning in that because they choose to have self-mastery, right? The West, a lot of people are not concerned with self-mastery. They're concerned with the size of their wallet. And it's more depressed than people think, basically.
Okay, is that it? Because I want to push back against that.
Like, yeah, I think religion is a solution. I'd like to hear what you have to say. Like, maybe it's not the solution.
No, the main solution would be to stop clinging to life in the first place, because religion. You would think that those who are religious, those who believe in the afterlife, would not fear death. They would not be clinging to life. But I mean, you can look at the whole COVID debacle, that they capitulate and do whatever the state says. They're not. They don't have any stronger convictions than someone who isn't religious. They're afraid of dying, and in terms of fear, it always goes back to a fear of dying. So basically, the state or whoever it is can actually hold a gun to their head, and they're going to do whatever the state says. So they're cowards. I mean, the Christians back in the day, the Christians who would actually stand up to Caesar and be eaten by lions, those Christians don't exist anymore. They're weak. They're passive. They don't have any convictions whatsoever. So I don't think Christianity necessarily does anything.
Okay, can I just interject that I think we lost you a little bit. You lost the message to the most important part of what you were saying, is that all of this stuff is downstream problems. It's an absolute waste of time.
Here we go.
Right? It's downstream problems. Just turn the goddamn tap off and stop all the shit and piss and pus and urine coming out of it, which is what we are. We're just bundles of shit, pus, urine, blood. It's horrible.
Well, what about the fact that we also create a lot of good things, Danny Shine?
What about we create a lot of good things?
But if that's the case,
Yes, like what?
If that's the case, then you shouldn't be complaining about
Pink
anything.
Floyd.
No, guys, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Of course, I'm.
Pink Floyd, ketamine.
But for those who are pro-life, those
Free
who think that life is
porn.
wonderful.
Wait, what did this guy just say? Free what?
Free porn, ketamine, and Pink Floyd.
Wow.
Is that together or separately?
I just find it so interesting.
I'm just saying, have you ever had
combination?
Have you ever had a pepperoni pizza? Come on now, Danny.
Yes.
No, I haven't actually.
Really? You gotta. You come out to the States, man. I will show you around. I'll show you all the best food.
Thank you. No, it doesn't sound like very appealing to me. I'm trying.
Yeah,
to
it's not like you're eating. Again, not to get into the whole vegan thing, but you're eating the dead carcass of a suffering animal. But whatever.
Yes. Dead
I just
animals,
find
delicious.
it really interesting that the people who are so pro-life are the ones who complain so much about life. It's like, if life was so wonderful, why are you complaining? You subjected your children to this world, and yet you're talking about how awful it is, how we're so controlled and oppressed. You don't have any standing to complain about anything.
You know what goes good on dead animals? Dead plants.
Yeah.
All right, let's not get into that. But again, going back to what I was saying, right?
Dead plants are for topping dead animals.
Wait. Going back to what I was saying, right? Is that again, like I don't always agree with Danny on everything, but he's right that it is a downstream problem. All of these problems, but the problem is that most people aren't going to stop breeding, so there's nothing we can really do about it.
Yes, we
But
can.
they think that breeding is the solution,
Yes,
not
we
the problem.
can. Yes, we can.
Yes, chop off their ghoulies.
They think they're going to breed their way out of this. It makes no sense.
I mean, there's nothing we can do. Are you gonna go around and try to sterilize everybody?
Eugenics, actually.
We can definitely improve the numbers, get the numbers up. I mean, anyone in this room, for example, I hope you've all been sterilized.
I have not.
I haven't been sterilized, but remember we discussed.
Oh yeah, we discussed it. Fair enough. You've got an excuse.
Well, I'm gay, but I decided to get sterilized anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
It's okay. This generation is so sick that we can't produce it.
You're breaking up, Yvonne.
Okay, I'm coming closer. I have to add something to that. Like you say, I agree to that. You cannot reproduce right now because this generation of human is sick. What's gonna happen though? Like we're all gonna die. It's fine. There's no problem about that. But they're gonna clone a new generation of human without the sickness that is embedded into our DNA.
Eugenics.
Yeah, it's gonna come.
Dude, it might not even be just a sickness. It could be a whole new evolution of human. Just like look at the rest of people as subpar, right?
Yeah, but I mean like the defect in our genetics.
Epstein.
So
Would you include
It's
the
gonna
God
replace us
gene
all.
in your new human species?
Well, what's the God gene?
Whatever it is that makes it almost universal for human beings to believe in the supernatural and the
like in the fifth
and
element,
the
like
oogie
our
boogie
DNA is so
and in the woo
They
woo.
say people biologically or on a scientific level have a worship gene. Like
Right.
Okay, but
humans are like designed to worship something almost, basically. I think it's
okay,
actually
but
because we're all connected to a spiritual gestalt field. What that is you call it the spirit world if you want. A gestalt field is just more scientific about it.
okay, so
Humans
if
have a
like
connection on a biological internet, like a spirit world, right? Some people think that doesn't exist, but it does.
all right, so
They're
if
just
that's the
not
case, then
advanced. They're
why?
just not advanced enough in their head to activate it.
Well, if
I
that's the
think
case, then why
DMT.
has the world why is the world still such a shitty place if we're all connected to God and whatnot?
Because
Because God,
psychopaths tend to climb the ladder, bro. That's
yeah,
why.
and God's the top
Why
psychopath.
did God make it like that?
He's a psychopath.
True.
You know how
Facts.
you know how nature works. The best in nature survives and
That's not true,
breeds.
actually.
So the evil are the
Yes, it
best. Is that what
is.
you're saying? The
No, the
evil are the
Pareto
best.
distribution is mostly luck.
So what
I
you're saying
actually
is that
look
the
at the
evil
ideas
are the
of good and
best.
evil. No, I don't look at evil and good like you do. I literally don't. I don't look at things in a binary like that.
it's about
How do you
eat or being eaten.
No.
It's
That's actually the oldest rule in the book right there.
He's claiming he doesn't believe
It's
in evil.
I'm an emotivist, so evil stuff I don't like, and good stuff I do like.
I like
The
being
problem with
righteous, but
Christianity,
I can be both good and evil. That's honest of me, to be honest.
the problem with Christianity is that it was supposed to be esoteric. It's not supposed to be taken literally, and then all these Christians have this exoteric understanding of it. They think it literally happened. They think that Jesus literally died on the cross for their sins, and that's not how it actually happened. So
So you
it's
reject the
complete
Holy
nonsense.
Ghost?
There is no Holy Ghost. I don't believe in spirits. I don't believe in voices. I mean,
There
you need to get
is a
your head
Holy
checked if you
Ghost.
hear there are no voices.
Did you read the DSM-5?
I would think someone as pretentious would reject the term Holy Ghost.
It's
Oh shit.
When they lay me down to die, I'm going up to the spirit in the
Okay,
sky.
can we all just sing? I mean, can we all just sing in the middle of a discussion? Because we can all do that.
I got a friend named Jesus. When
We could put a bunch of Cheerios on the side of the road singing together.
the spirit in the sky.
Spirit in the sky.
Let me get to my point. DSM-5 explicitly exempts religions from psychological diagnoses. So
Yeah.
getting your head checked won't do a damn thing.
And it really shouldn't.
Okay, then I can be crazy and just blame it on God. I can just make up the most extreme, asinine things and
That's
say
what they
God
do.
said it.
That's
Are
what
you
they
just
do.
gonna say you got? Are you gonna say you got cursed or something? Like
We're
curses
gonna
are
take
real.
the
They
exclusion
are.
out of the DSM and start including religious paranoia and bullshit in mental
Well,
illnesses.
that's what the communists did. They threw
That would
Christians
help.
in psych
That would help
wards and they killed
humanity.
them.
Yeah,
No.
No, I
Communists
don't think we need to
literally
kill you.
hunted
You just
down
need
religious
everybody
people.
just needs to know that you're crazy. Just because you're crazy doesn't mean we murder you.
Well, that's cult behavior. When you try to influence a group of people to try to think somebody else is crazy, you are trying to control people to hate that person. So that is cultish
No, there's
gang
no need for
stalking
hate.
right there.
You're making up a bunch of shit.
Denizen.
There's no need for
It's not
hate.
making it up.
It's not
I
murder.
know how cults operate, bro. If you make somebody hated
No
by the
one
crowd,
hates
it's a
somebody because they
stressful
have,
situation.
Parkinson's disease or because they're schizophrenic. You're talking silly talk. The hate is not included. It's
Yes,
unnecessary.
eugenics.
I just heard a voice. The voice says that you're supposed to give me your money, give me your car, give me all your worldly possessions. So are you going to listen to God? That was God speaking, by the way.
Yes, but God told me that you're supposed to give me your stuff.
Yeah,
That's
but
how it
Don't bear
works. You get to make your shit up, and I get to make my shit up.
And now we just
Don't
founded
bear
Christianity.
false witness, being all like, "Oh, he said this, he said that." Like,
Isn't
You mean
that what
like
Christians
when
do?
God told
That's
the Mormon
exactly what
dude to give
Christians
me all
do.
your wives?
So how do
The
you
whole,
resolve this issue without
the
an
whole
impasse?
Bible is based on false witnesses.
Yes. So how would you like to resolve this disagreement without an impasse?
Burn all the Christians.
He's just a genocidal antichrist. That's all he is.
But make sure you hate them first sufficiently.
Okay.
I don't know. I think the Christians are pretty bloodthirsty. They're the ones who are responsible for the Crusades.
But blood is tasty.
You know, do you know why the Crusades happened? Muslims were genociding and enslaving Christian countries for hundreds of years. Then the Crusades happened. It was a fucking defensive war. The Crusades were justified.
Okay, but you can even go back to the Old Testament, how they were going around killing the firstborn. They were genocidal in the Old Testament too.
Well, again,
especially the part where they used to take people's intestines and pull them out onto racks. That was the most justified part.
Well, this shows you again that religion is a net negative. It has done more harm than good for the world.
I doubt that.
Yeah, that's
No,
true.
no, there's the evidence, but the evidence is in front of you.
It did unite the world, right?
But it also caused a lot of harm and caused a lot of wars and killings and whatnot.
Yeah, but that's life. That's
What do you mean that's life? I hate whenever people say that's life.
Dude, no. He's not joking. It has been that life the whole fucking time. Since the
That's a non
Age.
sequitur because saying that's life.
No, it is not a non sequitur.
It is because life does not have to exist. Life is your preference. You're the one you're the breeder, not me. So life is because of you, not because of me. It does not have to exist.
Dude, you don't get it. Most humans are tribal and they will wage war to survive. End of story. They've been doing that since the fucking Stone Age. Okay? It is that life. If you're not a part of that life,
it's a non sequitur because life does not have to exist. Period.
Well, that's your take on it.
It's all a chemical soup.
What?
We are a bug on this planet, like an ant. That's what we are. We are a fucking bug on this planet, like a ant. And we all drive by chemical reaction. You do not do anything without the chemical reaction. And all you want is to eat and reproduce. That's what you are, and that's what you always will
Okay,
be.
but at the end of the day, life does not create itself. It requires humans to create life. So you can't blame life. You have to blame the humans who create life.
No. Life does continue and create itself. You know how many animals, like humans, are mammalian in breed in that same type of system? It's everywhere.
It still requires their action. They don't just magically appear.
Well, life does. Human life doesn't.
Cells multiply and change over time. That's what it is. They evolve. Environmental stresses have.
Okay, but cells don't engage in war. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yes, they do.
They do.
Hey, the white blood cells are like the special ops of your body, bro. Like, let's be real.
Your body is a universe, and every cell is a universe by itself. And inside every cell, there's another universe. That's the multiverse. Stretch it like a tube. You can look in it, and you can.
The bottom line is that life is a moral preference. You want life because it serves your interest. Other people don't want life.
Can I just say my opinion on this?
Yeah,
I woe for a world that is so unspiritual and unfaithful, broken and crude and boring, and nothing but a grinding gear like these people want. It's disgusting.
Yes, if other people don't want their life, they can offer it to someone else.
What?
But that comes back to the thing that people are lazy and they rather have somebody else do it for them.
Basically.
No, again.
So offering yourself makes you lazy? I mean, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about human nature.
Oh my gosh. So if you want medical assistance, that means that you're lazy.
No, everything. Listen, everything. When I speak, look, I don't talk about corporation thing and that. Me, it's all about nature and the fundamental. You have to remember where you come from and where you're going. Time is linear. It's like a river. You're gonna go where you're supposed to go.
and nothing's gonna change. So we have to adapt to the fact that we're riding the wave, and many people are gonna die along the way.
Okay, so humans are
I disagree with that
they're
because
no
time
smarter
is
than
an
cats and
illusion.
dogs. Humans are no smarter than cats and dogs. They're just riding the wave.
It's not true.
It's not
Do you have a study to prove that?
That's what he just said. That's literally what he just said.
We have humans figuring out. Look, how about I tell you cutting edge technology right now? We have humans figuring out time travel and immortality on a secret scale already existing right now.
Time
Some of you
travel?
are still talking about bullshit going on in whatever ideological
Wait,
sphere
wait,
from
wait,
20 years
wait,
ago.
You seriously believe in time travel? Come on now.
Time actually doesn't exist. It's an illusion, dude.
So then how is time travel a thing then if time doesn't exist?
That's the point.
Everything
What?
all at the same time.
Once you figure that out, you'll figure it out. It's that complicated. If you can master time, there is no time, dude.
And this is the
I'm sorry, but there is no time travel. There is no going into the past or into the future. That doesn't exist.
You can go into the future.
No, you can. That's science fiction.
Yes, you can.
No,
you
you
can go in
can't.
the past. You can go in the future. Yes, you can.
No, you can. That's
Okay,
science
then
fiction.
No.
I want
Yeah,
you. Can you do
if
that
you
right
travel,
now? Can you
approaching
go
the
back
speed
to the
of light.
past and tell it? Can you tell me about my ancestors? I'm not sure how far back you can go, but can you bring me back some ancient artifact and then we can sell it on the stock market?
It doesn't work that way, dude.
Okay, then it doesn't work at all.
No, you are thinking of conventional time travel. Real time travel doesn't work that way. That's just what they want you to think it works the way you think it does. It's more. It has more to do with interdimensional travel than it does actual physical time travel. Like, the human mind is capable of traveling through dimensions with its consciousness. The human is capable of doing that.
Can you prove that?
It's already been proven. CIA declassified.
One time I ate too much cheese and I got really constipated.
Oh,
when I finally took a shit, I entered into another dimension.
Probably the whole timeline changed. Your shit landed on a nuclear button or something. Yeah, it changed
Again,
everything.
okay. Wait a second. Why the CIA basically works for the elite? So why would the elite declassify information that shows that these things are possible?
Dude, they already have papers on astral travel, consciousness, time travel. It's all real, bro.
Okay, how about
The
this?
shit people used to call witchcraft, they have scientific names for that shit now.
Can you do me a favor? Can you go back in time and tell my parents not to procreate?
No, that would violate some free will choices. You can't tell somebody to not consent
Wait,
to
what do you mean? How does that violate free will if you just tell someone to do something?
No. Hear me out. If I time travel, told his mother, "Don't have sex with this man," I'm not allowed to do that. She has free will. She can have sex with that man.
So it's her choice to decide if she wants to do what you said or not. That's still free will, right?
See, the thing is, free will, choice. Your choice dominates the timeline, so you can change
Her
everything.
free will dominates my free will.
No. Everybody's free will works together to an extent. If
Where was my free will in that equation? Where was my free will in that equation?
No. You want the free will to hurt yourself.
You can't answer it. You can't answer it because I had no free will.
No. You have free will. You do. You have your
So
choices.
did I choose to be born? Did I choose that?
You're not, dude. You're not understanding. Time
Because you're not
not
answering my question. You know I had no free will.
You have free will. It's moot.
Did I choose to be born? Yes or no?
You have free will. You get.
You won't answer the fucking question. This is ridiculous.
I'll answer the question. Negative. You did not choose to be born.
Right. I'm not sure why he couldn't just answer it.
He doesn't do
Because he's being dishonest. He's trying to manipulate people.
No, I'm not playing with your fucking gymnastics, bro. You just want the
for
right. You always want to talk about the right to hurt yourself. Now he's always on and on, dragging on about wanting to take
over. We're only talking about free will, and the bottom line is
you
that
are
none of us chose to be
extremely
born.
disingenuous, Ragnarok. Nothing he said had anything to do with that.
His entire antenatal life, he has literally explained it before.
Red
Then don't
herring.
talk about free will because you don't care about free will. You care about force.
No, I care about free will to an extreme degree, actually.
I care
If you
about
believed in free will, then you wouldn't procreate. Period.
No, I'm
I do
going to
not believe in
procreate
free
because
will.
I choose to.
I do not
I'm
believe in free
going
will, and
to.
I intend to procreating. Yes.
So you're making the choice to procreate. That's the action of free will. Like, there you go.
Right, and it imposes your will onto somebody else.
Yes, I'm slinging my
No.
D.
Who's singing? Who? Stop singing. Stop singing. Who's singing?
A mystery singer.
Would you please stop?
He's singing dulcet tone. Hey, he's singing dulcet tones to the light.
Yes, but
He's
this
being a
isn't
gentleman.
this isn't America's Got Talent or American Idol, okay?
Oh, he's a good muse. He's a good lyricist. He's a good
Look,
poet.
but anyways, there
America
is
ain't got talent.
right, America.
He's singing in the American oldies fashion, and that's not an easy one.
But yeah, Ragnarok, have you actually traveled through time yourself?
No comment.
What do you mean no comment? It's a yes or no.
No, I'm pleading the fifth. I'm allowed to not say anything.
Well, well, then we have no reason to believe you then, because you don't even have your own personal experience.
That's a good point.
I'm not going to confirm or deny that.
Well, again, so we have no reason to believe you because you haven't presented any evidence.
No, I'm trying to not give you any information on a specific topic. That's what I'm doing.
So then why do you bring it up then if you don't want to give out any information on it?
The reason I brought up the time travel and even perhaps immortality is actually something that's very true. To find it, you need to have faith. And that's a topic you don't want to have.
Anti-scientific method. Faith is the opposite of the scientific method.
That's not true. The scientific method is about the truth.
Truth is just a feeling.
It's about
So
observation
I'm supposed
and
to have
evidence.
faith in things that you haven't proven.
Yes.
That's not how the scientific method works.
Faith is about what you can't see and what there's no evidence for. That's what faith is about. It's the antithesis of the scientific method.
Do you know what the foundation of religion is? Saying the truth.
There's no one foundation of religion.
Most religions are all based on saying the truth. Most of them have a law about
No,
saying
most religions are based on control and dictating to people what they should, how they should live through parable.
Everyone have their version of the religion, but there's only one ultimate truth.
Is there an objective truth, or is it all subjective?
I would tell you Jesus Christ is the way and the truth. That's what I'll tell you.
Oh my gosh.
Lost.
And even that statement is loaded because I don't believe the same thing you believe about Jesus. I believe in a Gnostic verse. It's not literal. Jesus represents the ideal man, but you actually believe that some man died on the cross. It's absolutely ridiculous.
More than believe.
Wait, people die on the cross on the pike. Like,
yes, but that doesn't prove anything. But Ragnar, so they're saying that you're a former Freemason or something. Is that true?
Why are people saying I'm a former Freemason? I, for the record, have never joined any Freemason lodge in this life.
Well, that's what they're saying. I don't know.
Some people assume that I might be a Freemason, but that's their assumption.
Were you a Freemason in a past life?
No comment.
This is very funny.
Why are you so dodgy? Why are you so mysterious and secretive? Just say yes or no.
No, there's three options to the yes or no question. There is I don't have to say anything.
There's more than three options.
I could leave the chat altogether if I wanted to.
You choose to say no comment instead of just answering yes or no.
Yeah, it means I don't want to give you any confirming or denial information on the topic you want to ask of. I will tell you that no, I am not a Freemason.
Have you ever been a Freemason?
Do you mean in this life or previous lives?
Any life. Ever.
Are you sure you were not a cockroach in a previous life? I mean, that's what I would like to know.
Cockroach? What are you talking
Yeah, I mean, I think in one of your life you may have been a cockroach. I'm just trying to figure that out.
Now you're just trying to insult.
Well, put it this way: in a multi-dimension,
Are you
all
serious?
of us at least had one version of us that was a cockroach.
The multi-universe theory does include that. That's yeah. Every timeline is a thing, right? In the multiverse.
I mean, you think about, infinite versions of you all playing out and living in their lives simultaneously right now. There's got to be at least one version out of that, infinite versions that you're a cockroach. Yeah. I mean, everybody. That's just everybody. Yeah.
Do you want to know how alternate universes are born? And this is how you can manipulate time, by the way.
You don't know, so you can't tell us.
No, I actually do know. It's your choices. You say you chose to walk the dog today, but you didn't. That's in a different universe. You could have walked that dog. You might have met somebody.
It's a fun theory, but you don't know that.
Well, I do. Free will has more control over time.
Your will isn't even free.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It's completely and entirely constrained by preconditions and environment. The you that you think you are is downstream from your choices. You're experiencing yourself subjectively.
In what way would you suggest that?
That's what the neuroscience suggests.
Okay, so neuroscience.
The aware you isn't even aware of your choices until after they've already occurred.
So you're stepping into the realm of reality as a perception.
No, he's saying that there is no free will.
Correct.
But there is. No. Once you acknowledge once you acknowledge you have free will, that is how you actually control time.
There is no free will.
Yeah, and you definitely don't control time.
Dude, trying to explain this to you people is like I'm Mozart and you're a fucking monkey and you don't want to understand how to change time.
You can't
just don't understand it. You literally know I can change time. I can literally go to a fucking clock and place it somewhere else if I want to.
Wow.
The clock does not control me. But that is a physical representation of that. What is a metaphysical, spiritual, and psychological event?
A physical representation of time would be
making
a physical representation of time would be aging, not a clock. A clock is a measurement tool. It has nothing to do with time.
If you don't want to understand, I won't try to tell you.
You're not gonna help me to understand by telling me things that are demonstrably false.
No, but it's true.
Again, a physical representation of time is aging, not clocks, not hands on a clock.
No.
That's silly talk. Much like what you say on here is silly talk.
Entropy.
Silly talk. More like talk you don't understand.
It's perfectly understandable. It's just silly. Unintellectual, not founded on any facts, not based on physics, completely contradictory to everything we know as the human species. Silliness.
Your physics as you understand it is actually your cage, and you don't even understand that.
Time. The clock is not a physical representation of time. That's silly talk.
The way I look at things in an interdimensional method, where free will
you can't change time by changing the hands on a clock. That's more silly talk.
No, that is a physical representation.
It is not.
You can't reason someone out of something they were never reasoned into in the first place. Like the whole premise.
You can't understand.
No, I'm just going to keep iterating so everyone can see how silly you are. And that's when they should take that. They should take that into consideration with all the other silly stuff that you said. This man thinks that you can change time
Sure, if you want to say that,
By
Go ahead.
changing, I'm going to turn down my volume so I don't end up screaming like you, because you don't let anybody else talk.
Your
You just yell over me.
your emotions
Oh,
are
you're still too
absolutely
loud. There we
dominating
go.
your lower fucking monkey mind.
Your silly talk is that you can change physical representation of time. You can't. There's no
Yes, you
such
can.
thing. You're not changing anything about time by changing a clock. That's not a thing.
I don't let time
And
control
people should
me.
take that into consideration, that you believe that. They should take that into consideration whenever you talk about any other silly shit that you talk about.
Okay,
Theism,
so you would like
Christianity,
you would like
the afterlife,
you want to denigrate the credibility
etc.
of my character. You are not having
You
a
say a lot of
conversation.
silly,
You
silly,
are
silly
attempting
things.
to manipulate the crowd to be against my agency because I believe in Christ and you do not, and you fucking hate that. Thank you for your hate.
I don't hate
I
anything.
appreciate it. No, thank you. I love how
I'm
you hate me
irritated
because
by
I believe.
falsehoods and bullshit,
I love how you hate me because I believe in Christ, bro.
and I
Just let
love
you
to
know.
point out how they're false and they're bullshit. It makes me feel
Hey, if
good.
you want to be, no. Here's what
I
I'm going to
think
say on the topic
everybody,
about
I
time
think the
travel.
truth elevates
If you
everyone.
want to be
So
food,
pointing
you
out
go
how you're
ahead and
full of
follow
shit
time.
elevates this panel, it elevates the chat, and it will
Prove 'em full of
elevate
shit.
everything that anyone
it.
who watches this in the future will be elevated by realizing just how incredibly silly the shit you're saying is.
If that's what you want to do, you just want to control what people think of me. That's what you want. That's the signs of a narcissistic psychopath atheist, by the way. Yeah.
No, Ragnar. Again, you said that you haven't even had your own experience of time travel. So then, how do you know any of this is true?
He refused to
It
comment.
is. I did not. I actually said I didn't say yes
And
or
then when
no to
asked
that
if he was a
question.
Mason, he refused to comment on that as well. So
Right.
I
half
already
the
said
shit he
I'm.
says
I already
is silly,
said
and the
that
other
I'm
half is a bunch
not.
of lies.
Dude, I
Which
already
is the
said I'm not a
perfect
Mason.
representation of the Christian worldview, if you ask me. I mean,
Are
this
you
guy
fucking stupid?
is
This
the
guy is
ultimate
strawmanning
Christian.
me. No, you are strawmanning the shit out of me and hating me because I'm Christian and you hate that. Okay?
He's the perfect example of what Christ-like.
No. You're like a
thinking and
little
reasoning
demon. You want people to
You
hate
want
me,
Christian
and that's
life?
exactly
Here
your
it is.
agenda right
You want
now.
a time
It's
travel?
obvious.
Just simply change the hands on a clock. Boom.
No.
Time
Do I
travel
believe
achieved.
God can provide time travel and eternal life? Fuck yes. You're just too ignorant. Okay,
If
and your
only we could
mockery
be
gives
more
you
observant and
mockery.
as intelligent
No.
as he is,
Oh,
then we
we are
realize
absolutely
that
observant of
time
your
is merely
character
the
right
hands on a
now.
clock, ladies and gentlemen.
You are committing the classic action of wanting to turn the crowd on somebody because you don't like their opinion. It's pathetic. It's schoolyard mentality.
No, but we
It's not
know
an opinion according to you. You know everything, and we're too stupid to
No.
understand
You
reality.
told everybody that
That's
you
how
should
you
consider
say
me
it.
silly talk or my agency
Your
belittled.
opinion is
You know,
silly. You say silly things.
okay, if you want to think that.
You told
I'm a
us
silly,
that it was
goofy, dumb
reality, and that
guy,
we were
right?
all too ignorant and stupid to understand reality.
Hey, if you
said
want to
nothing
think
about your
I'm
opinion. As a
can you
matter
have
of
a
fact,
proper
I even
conversation?
granted you that your opinion about creating
gonna entertain you.
alternate realities
Wait.
was actually an interesting one. You said, no, it's not a theory or an opinion, it's how it works.
Wait, but
Dude,
Ragnar.
I'm not tripping over my words right now. I'm doing fine.
Wait, but Ragnar. But one way that I know that time travel is BS is because of the grandpapa paradox and the fact that if you go back in time and you change one aspect of reality, it's gonna change it so that you don't exist in the future to go back in time to change how things are.
You think that's how it works?
That is how it works.
No,
That's
how
not
you
even
think
that's
it
not even what
works.
Jesus said. If you read the Gnostics, Jesus was able to go in and out of different domains. It says nothing about time travel.
Nobody want to know how to time travel, right? I can tell
They
you
don't want to know. They don't want to know. They can just call me crazy and stupid if they want. Okay, whatever. I'm the dumbest man in the room. Sure. You want to affect
know how
my
you
agency?
time
Okay.
travel,
You want people to
everybody?
hate me?
You
Sure.
change the
I don't
hands
care.
on a clock.
time travel. Like
I told you in a
Time travel
parable. I
achieved.
told you a parable, and you're caught up over it.
Stop
That's your
talking,
problem.
please. Stop talking. I want to tell you guys how to time travel. Are you ready? You ready? Okay. How to time travel. When you're about, I don't know, 2 to 3, 5 years old, you're gonna smell a rose, or you're gonna hear a tune, or you have your touch of your mother. 10, 20 years down the road, you're gonna have a thing that's called fuck it, what's the name of it?
La nostalgie.
Nostalgia. You're gonna have nostalgia. from a reaction from your
Oh, this fucking
environment.
guy.
It's a chemical reaction in your brain that's gonna time travel yourself to that moment, and those are recorded into your DNA.
Wow.
We can barely hear you, by the way.
He basically is saying it's
I suffered
nostalgia.
all that horrible audio for that.
Yeah, he's basically saying that nostalgia is a way to
Denizen,
time travel.
Deja vu is
Denizen,
time travel.
I'm curious, Denizen. Why
No,
do
you're
you
not.
hate Christians so much?
I don't hate anybody.
Like, no, you have this energy about you that's pathetic right now. It's like schoolyard bullshit.
You're a silly, silly man who says silly, silly things.
Oh, okay. You like working with spells, words.
Words? Spells? No.
No, when people dabble, people know when they dabble.
God, you're getting more restarted by the second. Can you go back to talking about how time travel is moving a clock? Because this is worse.
That was a parable of an example, and you didn't get it.
I really think that time is not linear. Personally, I think
It's
past, present, and future is all at the same time, at the same moment.
Yo, what
And-
up, Anarchy TV?
What's up?
You have a better grasp on what I'm trying to talk about because you just
Sorry
said
for
those
interrupting you,
words.
bro. Just good to see you again.
Right on.
Right on, right on, right on.
Time is an illusion. People don't understand that, and it's time you
Well,
do.
it's actually the fourth dimension. When it comes down, you got all the 3 dimension. See, we're a 3-dimensional being looking at the world in a 2-dimensional viewpoint, and if you can't get past that, I mean, you'll never be able to experience everything else, in my opinion. But
Getting past it is part of the process. That's how you travel.
well, I honestly, and this is my opinion, and I don't give a shit if anybody believes it or not, but I think time travel has already been invented, just not yet. If you understand what I'm saying when I say that, because time is it's not linear. I mean, damn well there's a lot of people out there that have the money and the resources and all that kind of crap to put some scientists on the job when there's already people that have in the back garages that have come up pretty darn close on certain things or claim to be anyway, and they just disappeared. So
yeah, can I ask you your opinion?
Impossible.
One second. Can I ask you your opinion on
One
what
second.
you just said?
Is it possible that time travel is impossible?
Oh, okay. So you want to behave this way? Go ahead, buddy.
I just want to
Take
ask
the
him a
floor.
question.
Sure. Podium's yours.
Well, I'm okay. Now, if I was to go on the angle of the multiverse scenario, of course there's a version where it's impossible.
What if it's just this universe? Is it possible in this universe that time travel is impossible?
Well, there is the chance that this is the verse that it's impossible.
What would be the delineation between the two?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
What would make it impossible?
They'd love to know that. I'd love to know that.
I'm not sure how to answer that, Dennis, and I really don't.
What about what makes it possible? Is that easier to answer?
Wait a minute. Let me see here. Well, all right. Like I said, and I'm like I said, I kind of lean toward the multiverse scenario. But if I was to go in that direction, for instance, it's out of the infinite possibilities. Of course, there's going to be at least one, possibility where it's a possibility or it's an impossibility. There's going to be that one version out of the infinite number of versions. It's possible that this version or this is one where it's impossible, or it could be possible. I really don't know.
So in other words, you're just saying that because there's the possibility for anything, there could likely be the chance that there's the possibility that time travel is impossible.
That is true. That's exactly what I'm saying. There is that possibility that this verse is that one out of infinite numbers. You know what I mean?
Sorry to report, we're not that one.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be. Has to be that one verse where it's not possible that magic and stuff works. Well, maybe.
Oh no, time travel, magic, that all exists. It's in this universe right now.
I mean, you know, with the invention of technology, it's just really kind of moved us away from that natural state of, you know, which I think magic is closely related to the natural harmonic.
Can you give me a good example of magic and of time travel? Like, has anybody proven that there's time travel or something like that?
Oh, it exists.
Well, I mean, if you well, according to scientists, I guess the closer you get to the speed of light, the slower time goes. So if you go faster than the speed of light, it's like it slows down to like almost a standstill, you know. So I don't know.
Can I bring up something here? If you are a person who could see into the future, literally, but you see all the different timelines that could happen, how do you control navigating those timelines? Free will, your choices. If I want to be super buff within 6 months, I need to work out, right? There's a timeline where I do that. If I just want to be whatever, average, I don't do that. Those two timelines are two different timelines. That's why I say your choice matters. Your free will matters. You create your fucking reality. Pardon my swearing, but that's the truth. People keep looking at time travel as getting in a fucking car and disappearing to a different time, changing the clock, right? Why do you think I brought up the idea of changing the clock physically? It's a joke. It's a parable. It's not how you do it. In fact, it's a trap to think it that way. It's your consciousness. You can travel through the future. That future doesn't exist or exists based off your decisions. Okay, this is why I say choice.
You talk about the
it's not
imagination.
imagination.
About the future. Well, I don't get it, man.
You can't. You can meditate about the future. Monks do this, right? Generals do this. Warlords do this. They look into the future with foresight. They simulate in a meditation in their mind what are the outcomes that could happen in this war. If I don't prepare my soldiers better enough, we're not going to win this war. If I prepare them well enough, we're going to win this war. It's that simple. The timeline where you equipped your army, so your personal country with your fucking name and banner on it, if you don't train them in timeline A, they're not going to do well in a future war. But if you train them well and equip them well logistically in timeline B, that timeline, you have a better chance of survival. This is the art of foresight, and so many people don't do it. They've mastered foresight and realized that reality is perception. Okay? Your present reality is happening. It's the gift, right? Like the man said, time and future, present, all the same thing, same place. In higher dimensions, the fourth dimension is time. Fifth dimension is every single timeline that could have existed based off every choice that could have existed in any timeline in the fourth, right? So third dimension, where we are. Fourth dimension, our history in the linear fashion, right? But you enter the fifth dimension, the multiverse. Multiple sets of third dimensionals with a time, right? A time, fourth dimension, right? It's like a cap on it. That's that third dimension's fourth dimension. So the fourth dimension is rooted on third dimension, but at the fifth dimension, it is every single third dimension in every single choice that could have sprung out like a fucking maze of different quantum realities. It's possible, and if you want to navigate it, it's your choice. Your daily choice. You choose to be disciplined today, changes tomorrow.
Wait, so you're basically talking about manifestation, but how is it that me and other people will think all these positive thoughts or whatever, and our reality just stays the same?
Are you acting on it?
You're right, but that's what I'm saying, right? Is that so many people have acted on it and whatnot, and their reality remains the same. The world is still fucked up.
Well, the other gentleman mentioned a lot of people are lazy, even myself to an extent. Sometimes I'm lazy on stuff. I wish I was buff by now, but I've been lazy on wanting to work out, right? And I want to work out and get all Greek bod mode. I made a bad choice, and now I now want to get back on that trail, and I need to discipline. This is why the monks, with their meditation, no matter what religion, by the way, monk, priestly man, spiritual man, they always do the foresight thing. Depending on your choices, you can manipulate your time. Time is beneath you. It's what you control.
I'm not lazy. I'm a professional procrastinator. That's what I am.
We'll get the beer on Monday.
But yeah, that basically just sounds like manifestation, and manifestation has been shown to not be something that's effective.
No, it is effective. It really depends on yourself, though. Do you know how Jesus said to pray? Jesus said to have your prayer, you have to believe you received what you prayed for, and then it'll happen.
But what about all the people that pray to get better from whatever sickness they're dealing with, and they still remain sick?
No, there's people who survived, and they're all like, it's a miracle, and they kept praying.
Right, but
that exists too.
No, but there's also people that prayed and they didn't get better, so it just shows that it's all about luck. It's not about actually manifesting anything.
Science looks at it as the placebo effect, and it has a big influence on society.
No, or how about it's just that the universe is indifferent to us as humans?
Please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This is a talk.
But yeah, as I was saying,
I'm actually look. I'm actually gonna close out. I'm gonna say bye, guys. See you later. Have a good one.
See ya.
I need to go. I got some things to do. But yeah, last thing I gotta say: time is an illusion. Don't let it enslave you. Is Saturn your boss? No, it's not.
Right. All right, man. See ya. But yeah, as I was saying, Ragnar, it just what more seems likely to be the truth is that the universe is indifferent to us, and it just some people just happen to get healed, and some people just don't. There isn't a God out there that cares about if you get healed or not, and if you manifest it properly, you'll get healed.
Yep, I think you're right.
Mind over matter.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Mind over matter. What? So if you think positive, you get positive thoughts?
Well, what you put out into the universe, you get in return.
Yeah, but thinking positive doesn't always work, man. I mean, come on. Sometimes you need to be negative to solve problems too. You know what I mean?
No,
I think about it a lot. Negative thoughts.
Well, I agree in some aspects, but like I said, I mean, whatever you put out in the universe comes back to you, and sometimes it comes tenfold. So if you put a lot more good out there, a lot more good will come back. You know, it's almost like in a karma scenario.
No, I think it's all just luck.
Well, see, okay, put it this way: if I didn't have bad luck, I wouldn't have fucking luck at all. You know, that's just how I see my life. So, you know, I've never known good luck. You know, so.
Well, okay, what would be the consequence of believing that it's all luck? Does that mean that we should be socialist or communist or something? I don't fuck.
Fuck that shit. No.
Well, it's all a mathematical equation. Like, it's possibility. It's like you can believe whatever you want, if it's luck or not, but it's like
you know, me personally, and this is just my view is not necessarily popular because people think it just cannot ever happen. But we need to really just wake up from this slumber in the matrix that we've been stuck in and for like over 3,000 years, believing that we have to have a governing body to rule over us. You know what I mean? And exploit us and use us for slave
But there's
labor.
people.
You know?
There's people in tribes in primitive lifestyle that kind of do that already, like the Amazon. But they have leaders.
They do not do it by force. It's
Yes, but they
voluntary.
still have a leader that will
But
spank
it's
you if you do bad
voluntary.
things.
There's a difference between voluntary and being forced into it. You know?
Yeah, but if they left the tribe, they will be forced to have a harder life, and that's kind of like a the nature is forcing us to be social.
That harder life thing you're talking about, that's subjective. You know what I mean? You make lemonade out of lemons. You know what I mean, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you
if
gotta be
everybody was a
resourceful.
solitary species, let's say we're all solitary animals like lions and stuff, the population would be much lower. We'll all be like by ourselves, getting the females.
Well,
we'll have like
if we
100
weren't the
females
apex
each.
predator, if there was another predator hunting us, yeah, we'd have a lot less population. Yeah.
There was the predator, but we killed them all.
Well, then it wasn't a very good predator. Then we were better.
Yeah, the only predator is the brain. It will
Yeah.
kill you.
Well, I mean, it's more the mind. I mean, that's what the powers that should not be. They want to control the mind. It's not your brain. They want your mind. If they can control your mind, the rest of your body and everything follows behind.
Who
You know what I'm
want to
saying?
control your mind? What was that?
I said the powers that should not be. That's what I said.
The power that should not be. Who are they?
Well, I mean, do you want to rattle off names? Is that what you're trying to say? I can rattle off a bunch of organizations and stuff. Let's see here: the Trilateral Commission, the UN, the Bilderberg Group, the Club of Rome, the Council of Foreign Affairs, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, the Five Eyes. You know, these people. You know, the WEF, the WHO, the fucking Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, you know, all them, you know what I mean? You know,
Yeah, but
powers
those
that
are
should not be, you know what I mean? Fucking, you know, BlackRock and Vanguard, State Street, those powers that should not be. Google, fucking, you know, Amazon.
Nah, I think that's just distraction. Because we were talking
Yeah, but
about
if
law.
we take them out.
We were
Sorry,
talking
if we
about
take
law.
them out.
Yeah. No, go.
If we took out all those powers, nature abhors a vacuum. I don't think you'll ever have, like, if the whole world was like your utopian idea, I still think there'll be problems. Like, if you in your ideal solution of getting rid of all these corrupt people, yes, we'll get rid of them. But maybe I could be wrong, that the replacement will be not as great as we want it to be.
Well, that's why I said we gotta find someone or someone to replace them that actually care and have a strong sense of morality and whatnot.
Well, see, this is where I kind of differ in some aspects. Me personally, all right, now this is my opinion. I do not think a revolution is the answer. A revolt is an answer, but a revolution, just to be clear, is a 360 degrees. It's a full circle, so you end up right where you started in a revolution. Okay, so a revolt is more the direction, because what you're doing is you're still heading forward, but on a different track. We're on a train track with no fucking brakes, going straight into the damn, what is it? The surveillance state and the New World Order, the digital ID, digital currency crap, and it's almost, it's something that you don't really have any control over. And until we as a people, as a whole, start realizing who's really doing more harm to us, but claiming to be hey, we're just doing it for your safety, or we're trying to help, until we actually as a people get to on that level where, we want to get off this train and do our own thing. You know, that's the problem though, because there's so many people. Okay, me personally, I the way I see it is, when we have nothing left to lose, that's when we really become dangerous, and they know that. Now, as long as we're all dependent on these systems and or working for these systems, you got a lot to lose if the system goes down. But if you don't have anything to lose, you know what I'm saying? That's where the system really, what fears is that, you know, us have nothing else to lose. Like, for instance, we're self-sufficient, we're self-governing, we're self-reliant. We don't lose anything if the system falls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so you just want the whole government system to collapse and the economy collapse, to have us all go back to like off-grid kind of small villages everywhere around the world.
Why does
That's
it have
probably
to
what's
be
going to
that way?
happen.
I mean, see, that's what I don't understand. When people think like this going off the grid and getting out of the system, we have to go live back in fucking caves again. Well, it doesn't have to be that way. We can have the same type of quote unquote luxuries. We just wouldn't have, we wouldn't be forced into, like, for instance, taxes and all this other shit. You know what I mean? We wouldn't be forced and coerced and compelled into, you know, being
Go
basically
underground.
an indentured servant to another governing body.
We should
know?
start building underground cities and leave the surface as a garden. And everybody's working into the
All the
garden.
lizard people can do that. I don't give a shit. But you know, I'm staying
Yeah,
on top.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Humans are lazy, so we are gonna die anyway because the laziness. But imagine
Well,
if we
nobody's getting
build
out of this
underground.
alive, dude. Nobody's getting out of this alive. So we're all gonna
Huh?
die one day. It
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
really matter on that end of it.
It's the
just how you
cycle of the
live is
sun.
really where it's at. You know what I mean?
You go with the cycle of the sun. We already died 12,000 years ago, but we survive. Like, we lose a full civilization 12,000 years ago, and then look at us right now. We're going back on our feet. I think maybe not the same way that we were expecting, but
Well, with AI and like technology, this AI that the rich people want to do, it's probably going to collapse the civilization. It's probably going to be overrated, and it's going to cause the economic collapse, or it's going to take all our jobs, or it's just going to save us all, and we're not going to be working anymore, and we're going to be like gardening or being fat in wheelchairs and watching our phones 24/7.
Well,
I think there's loads of possibilities with AI.
Yeah, but as a species, we're not supposed to be 8 billion. Science is your body said that. Your anatomy said that, but our brain make us live longer and everything. But on this planet, if you remove all the technology, you're gonna live about like 35, 40, if you're lucky.
Yep.
So
but it's amazing that in Cuba they're like really poor, but they have a higher stand. They live longer than in America. America is so rich, but they're reducing their life expectancy. So you can still be very materially rich, but still not live a long life because you're eating badly, you're not exercising, and all that.
Yeah, there's that. But city create new disease too. So, but anyway, we're doing good. I think we're doing good.
What's the point of life? Are we trying to like? I mean, that's the question. When we're all atheists, let's say the whole planet was atheist,
like the Vulcan.
Will we want? Huh?
Like the Vulcan in Star Trek. Everything is logical.
Yeah. Would we just want to kill ourselves because we find out that there's no more stuff to do? We found out everything.
No. There's always stuff to do, always stuff to learn as a living thing.
But hypothetically, if we found out that that there's limits to our knowledge after the Big Bang, and that we've colonized the whole universe, and what else? Which I doubt we can do anyway.
Well, hell, we haven't even really explored all the oceans on this planet. Why should we try that first before we go up into the above the sky and all that? I think because I mean there's so much under the oceans that we have not even looked at.
Well, they do look at it, but they're not telling you because it's military operation. You know how many cable there are down there and military bases and stuff? You're not allowed to look. You go on Google Map, all the ocean is blurry. All you see is the coast, and you're not going to see anything else. But they do have everything.
Hell, I mean, what if there's? I mean, I'd like to go shake hands with the aliens and stuff that live down there. I mean, of course.
No, guys, are you serious? Do you really think that there might be UFOs? I mean, why didn't Trump release the UFO files? He probably did. Well, he wanted to, but then I don't think there is any good evidence for UFOs. I wish there was, though. Ancient aliens and all that, but I doubt it.
But that would come with 31
What if
Atlas.
there were just people from the future that went into the past that built all that stuff?
Look for March 16. When 31 Atlas pass Jupiter, they gotta be more released then.
What if the Bible was never meant to be written, but somebody from the future went back into the past and wrote a book, and because they wanted to influence a future and.
It's already been done, I think.
Say that again. I wasn't listening. I was reading the chat.
I said, what if somebody from the future went back into the past because the Bible was never meant to be written, but they went back into the past and wrote a book to influence the future?
Like Terminator. Wait, isn't in physics, you're allowed to go in the future, but you can't go in the past? Is that the laws of physics? I think Einstein said there's a possibility we can go in the future, but not in the past. I think what he said.
Well,
not sure.
I mean, until somebody does it, we really don't know for sure, do we? One way or the other. So, but I think personally, this is just my personal opinion. That since it's all one thing, basically, you should be able to go in any direction, and
Yeah, man. Let's have the most boring conversation ever. So time travel, yeah. So that other fella that left, Ragnarok, he taught we could go in the future. So he taught God was in the future. Oh my God, that guy had mad beliefs. It's amazing how humans believe in all this stuff and we're still alive. Because the way they say beliefs influence the life. So if everybody believed in falsehoods, would we be still alive?
Well, who's to say that majority of the stuff that most people believe today is a falsehood?
Well, we can take an example. If you die right now, is the sun still gonna burn after you're gone?
Well, yeah,
Yes.
I don't even understand the question.
Yeah, because it's pretty complex, but the fact is it's the same thing with the tree thing. When a tree fell into the forest,
right?
But there's nobody there to hear it. Did the tree fall or not?
Did it make a sound? Well, of course it did. You just didn't hear it.
But there's nobody there to say that it happened. So time is entropy.
Well, I mean, honestly, I mean, I don't know if you can sit anywhere on this planet and have complete silence. I mean,
no.
Every micro, is covered with some kind of sound. There's nothing that is in complete silence.
And your body emits sound too.
So of course, everything, even if you weren't there to experience it and observe it, it's still gonna make that sound. You know what I'm saying? And even in physics and stuff, and quantum physics stuff, just to observe these things changes their behavior. It's quite possible if you could just observe into the past or the future, you might actually change just by observing.
You can even talk to the water, and the water is gonna respond to it and become the crystal in the water will change its harmony, or you can insult the water and its harmony will change too. So
Oh no, I heard that bullshit. Sorry to say, I think that's not scientifically correct. That water has memory and stuff like that. That has been debunked.
Has been.
I don't know exactly the details,
and there's
but
been people
it's
that
not.
debunked that debunking. So I mean,
Oh God.
Well,
that's why
you
it's so
can
hard
play.
to find the truth.
You can play some music to some plant, and they're gonna go better. So everything is vibration, and your node inside of you vibrate to a certain thing, and it make everything else move. So
everything has a frequency. Everything is a vibration or a modulation or a harmonic. Everything. I mean, that's the reason why when it comes down to the idea of a flat Earth, there's nothing in nature that's flat. So I mean, and nature is pretty interesting. Me personally, I think because I'm not a Christian either, but the way I see the Creator is the union between Mother Nature and Father Time, and they're the ones that gave birth to all creation. But that's, like I said, my views are not necessarily the popular ones, but
you like the Norse mythology?
It's closer to the Druids.
The Nordic. Yeah.
But,
I know them.
I tend to go to really old things personally, because I mean, there's a lot of knowledge that was lost in the past, and the older it is, it's probably closer to the source, in my opinion. But I don't know.
Well, we've been playing the game of the telephone for thousands of years. Right now, all myth or legend, and
well, that's the thing too. It's like even the Bible. I mean, nobody really has ever read the Bible. All right, they might think they have, but technically, you've only read a part of it, and
it's not even relevant anymore. The Bible is not even relevant anymore. They changed so much in it.
Well, I mean, like I said, but even then, there's 20 or so other books that nobody really knows about, and there's a lot of information on that. If you want to say that you're a true theologian or whatever, or a Bible reader or whatever, you need to read all this other stuff too, and probably read, I don't know. See, the more it gets translated and reinterpreted, it's just,
well, that's the psychopath over the year that changed history and that decided to control the narrative.
Oh yeah, because
Nero.
it is a controlling mechanism. I mean, the idea of this of any religion is a control mechanism to control the masses through a belief system and fear. So I don't know. Me personally, guys, I think all religions are slavery for the mind anyway.
Let's say we got rid of all religions, all the myths, and we just believed in rationality, science, and all that stuff. We would still need invented things, like politics is kind of invented, is not 100% correct. Art is not 100% correct. It's all a myth. So I think we kind of need myths, but we also need like, I don't know if we actually do need myths. Do we need myths? I don't.
No, if you remove all that, people are going to become more rational, and they're going to be acting more than letting their emotion taking over. That's my guess.
Is that what
Because,
you would do if it was all gone?
well, if it be all gone, we will all agree upon a good way of life, and we do it instead of believing this and that. And but there's the money problem too, eh? Money create greed and like not just money, but the
The
human
love of
body,
money.
like hunger. Hunger creates so much pain, man. And we are consumer. Like we consume so much. So I
No, I
don't
mean
know,
that is a shame, though. I mean, when it comes down to today in today's society and stuff, back in the day, you give a man a fish, that man can eat for a day. But if you teach a man to fish, then he's going to have to get a damn fishing license and a permit for an open flame and.
Yeah, nowadays, but back then it was not like that. That's why those one are out of date. We need new, like new models or something that more relevant to our timeline.
Yeah, I mean, pulling each other up instead of pushing us back down. You know what I mean? That's another thing too. Is
All right, go.
thinking the opposite direction that the powers that should not be are trying to move us. Because I mean, seriously, um, the ones that are there's the people that are always being called crazy are the ones that are walking in the opposite direction. You know what I mean? You got the crowd of people that are walking down this street and it ends off in a cliff and they're all just jumping off of it. And you're like,
but
hell, I don't want to be in
that's a
this line. I'm
label.
gonna get out of this line and walk the other direction. And everybody's like, no, you have to follow.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to go.
They label you, so you might join them, but some people understand what's going on, so they don't want to follow. They have their own dream.
Can you imagine? Okay, you see how herd mentality happens. All right, I mean, it can get really bad. What if that herd mentality was just influenced with the freedom, and everybody had the herd mentality of freedom? You know what I mean? Can you imagine what this world would be like then?
That's what they tried. That's what they tried in the USA. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we were hoodwinked over the past couple of 100 years. The people in America, anyway.
Well, I'd say
America probably still has more freedom. Well, I don't know if they have more freedom because I heard that they're not as free as I thought they were. They're not.
No, I mean, no, you get more and more cameras up, and all that sort of stuff, and more and more of this invasive destruction of private property and private, just being private. Period. It's getting. Oh man, and the more the government gets bigger and then bigger and stuff. I mean, seriously. Any government, period. If it's big enough and powerful enough to give you everything that you want, it's definitely big enough and powerful enough to take everything you've got.
Because you don't own nothing. It's not yours. You came after, right?
Well, that's what they want. You will own nothing and be happy. That's what they want.
That's part of the game. If your player came after in the game, you have to level up your player to outsmart the other player so you can keep going, right? But if the game is already set up for you when you arrive in the game, then there's no point. You have to pick a team, right?
if you're onshore, you're in a team. Either way, we're all in teams.
Yeah. That's the human team, but inside of it, we divide because
Well, that's done on purpose. That's that's the way one way to
Well, no, I
control
think
it,
it's just
divide.
natural. I think we can't really change the laws of nature. We're part of nature, so I don't know, man.
game theory. That's what species does. Does.
Well, I mean that's the thing too. I mean, even tribal. I mean that's natural also. And when I think of tribes, I think of family oriented and stuff like that. That's what I think of when I think of tribes. So I mean,
But the communists would say you don't need a family. You can have the state as your family, or
fuck the communists, man.
a company as your
There was a
friends
day
as your
back in the
family.
day when it was normal to say, the only good communist is a dead.
Where in communism does it say that?
I don't know. I don't follow. I follow both. Well, I think I follow more of I follow more atheist stuff online, and they always mock the communists. But the right wing say that the communists believe in this. I'm just parodying the right wing.
Yeah, the right wing's full of shit.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Could you be right wing and not religious? I heard that if there was no religion, it would be very hard to be right wing. Is that true?
No.
The invention of the two-party system is the greatest way to divide at least the country in half. I mean, it's a left, right, both wings of the same bird of prey, and they're both picking your pockets. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know, man. This game of life, it's confusing sometimes. I think I've got a lot of knowledge, but the political game is a dangerous one. Choose wisely.
Choose none. Politics, fuck it, man. It's like it's nothing but promises, but all they do is they just take, and they want more and more and more.
But let's say everybody didn't vote. Let's say we all stopped voting, boycotted the political system. I guess it could work, but you still need a governance system.
Now you're talking.
Why would you call it a governance type thing? Why would you? Because I mean, even in anarchy, there's rules. It's called natural common law. All right, and that's just basics. If that's what this country was basically started with, and then they got, and then it fucking went after the Civil War. But I mean, the thing is like, that's what we were supposed to be. Now we're not. We're in admiralty, statutory, fucking administrative, maritime law. That's what we have in our court systems today. There ain't no common law courts out here, and if there is, it's very rarely get anything done. So especially against the federal shit.
But you could see it as a maternity thing, like the government as a mother or father or whatever.
No, screw that. No, hell no. Like I said this before, and this is a quote from the 1984. All right, you give your children to Caesar. You let Caesar teach your children. Don't be surprised they grow up to be Romans. All right, and that's exactly what that is right there.
That's what they're doing.
You give that up. You give your children to the government. You let the government teach them, and you see what they grow up to be. More fucking slaves, and probably the enforcers of the slaves.
So you want like private schools where everybody has their own education system, where everybody has like all the religions have their own private education, all the private companies have their own education.
Or homeschool, in my opinion, that's the best thing, because quite honestly, I mean, even in America, you know who started the public school system here in America? Do you have any idea?
Yeah.
I can tell you anyway. It was the Rockefellers and the fucking Carnegie Foundation, just to create obedient workers, not critical thinkers. You know, that's what
Correct.
they fucking start the public
It was
school
an old
system.
British model too,
Yeah.
to create
And,
corporate slaves.
so I
But there's
mean, fuck
things in
the public
education
school
that are
system.
useful, like the basics: reading, writing, maths,
Yeah, but did you
and what
see?
else?
Okay, put it this way,
Philosophy.
man. Have you ever seen those videos lately with this like the man on the street type of interview type of thing, and they're asking them basic questions they should have learned in the 4th freaking grade, and they can't even answer it? You know? I mean, come
Well,
on
that's
now.
because America doesn't have the best education system. They used to be
Well, there
better, I
you
think, but
go.
now
It's because
they're
they
less.
just want you to be an obedient worker and do as you're told and comply. They don't want you to think for yourself. They don't want you, you know, that's the reason why the public school system, I mean, shit, and psychology is another fucking
That's the parent.
indoctrination.
That's the
You know?
parent responsibility. If your parent cannot fucking teach you the manner and education by to their child, and they let the education system to take over the body of their child, and that's their responsibility. But
Well, I
that's what
agree on
happened.
a lot of levels, but the thing is like the way the system has been put in place, they got both parents working, probably more than one job, just to support a family. Back when my great granddaddy was a fucking lie, he could have one job, and he's the only one that works in the family, and the wife can stay home, a family up to 3 kids and a piece of property off of one job, one person. Nowadays, it's like you have no choice but to give your child over to the government, which is the public school system, and let them teach it. And then you see what the products that they push out. You know, I mean, seriously, you look at the products that the public school system and the colleges is pushing out right now. The younger generation, I think they're just dumb as hell, in my opinion. But I mean, you know, whatever. Some of them are very smart. Some of them really actually are awake at a very early age, which is good. You know, but a lot of them, no. And I worry they're the ones voting. You know.
Yeah, I think there'll be more revolutions in the future. I think there's going to be more protesting in the future because shit's going to go down. You know what I mean? There's going to be radical changes happening, environmental changes, political changes. What else? I can feel it. I can feel it in my heart. I can feel it in my bones.
Yeah, that's been happening for a while. This is just you know, they just had to have all the infrastructure in before they can really do the damage they want. I mean, hell, you see it over in Europe right now when it comes down to like the digital ID. No, you know, they were trying to do that in different other countries and trying to do it here.
You talk about the UK. I didn't understand that. They want a card or something. What's so bad?
What, the digital ID you talking about?
Yeah, I think I have a digital ID, government card.
Yeah, everybody's a number.
I don't
Well, see,
mind being a number.
Really? Just
Yeah,
another.
Yeah, I mean,
everybody's a number, and it's been created by the papacy. They own your soul, but the government own your wallet. I mean, I
yeah, the
would say
government,
more.
the
Yeah, the
banks could easily
corporation.
take all my
Yeah,
crypto.
yeah,
I
but
mean,
that's
they say that Epstein.
But your ass
Go on.
belongs to the Marine Corps.
yeah, but that's the Trinity. There's the merchant, the king, and the priest.
Yeah, fuck the king. That's what we did back in the day. We said fuck the king.
It does not matter. You can put whatever name you want on it, but it's the Trinity that we're playing the game right now. There's 3
Well,
groups.
no, I understand that. I mean,
Yeah.
it's almost like we're living out a real life Game of Thrones. You
Oh
know what
yeah.
I mean?
Yep.
I
It's
mean, we're just peasants in the background that they hardly ever show on TV. You know what I mean?
but they had their chances.
I guess.
Life is nature is chaotic. It's the laws of nature. Yeah, chaos, entropy. What else?
There is an order in chaos.
Thermodynamic.
Yeah.
There's three forces: entropy, thermodynamic, and what's the other one? I don't remember. But anyway, it's the trinity of the universe, and everything above and below zero is 1 to 9, and 0 is the genesis. That's in mathematics. That's why they
Wait, are
see
you
zero.
into like spirituality and stuff like that, or like alternative theories? You're not a rationalist, atheist, materialist like me.
Me, I don't believe. I know or I don't. So that's that.
So you think that there might be a supernatural or spiritual realm like souls and God and all that?
No, it's
Afterlife.
not. It's not God. It's life itself. Life itself is above and below us, and we're in one layer of it. That's all it is. What they call it, the tiny little thing that create our universe. Because when you look at it, it's like
Black
static.
hole?
No, it's not black hole. It's like a mini black hole. It's smaller than an atom, and they pop up to existence. And when they disappear, they left carbon behind or matter, whatever. But it's embedded in the static of the universe.
Which element are you talking about now? Are you talking about like quantum physics or something?
Yeah, this name is a little thing that fluctuation in and out of the reality. It looked like static on a TV screen. And matter
Or you're
came
talking
out.
about the gamma rays or the
No.
stuff that's coming out of the black hole, the Big Bang.
No, the fabric of the universe itself. Black hole are made from
Dark
matter.
matter? I think there's dark matter and other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy say quarks, but there's many kind of quarks. But yeah. And anyway, it's based. That's why I see the Trinity, because an atom is based in three polarized thing, and our universe is three polarized thing too. And your art act as the same thing. So I don't know.
Put it this way, and the way I see things, that spark that that keeps this physical vessel running, which when you first got that first jump start, when at the beginning of
Yeah, when
conception,
the sperm meet the
that first spark,
ovary.
well, that energy,
Yeah.
it doesn't get created at that moment. It's always been around. All right.
Yeah, I've been there.
But
It's a fusion.
and even after this physical vessel is no longer working, and that energy goes back to what I like a better words, the big washing machine, where it gets recycled. The next thing it's waiting for its moment to give that jump start to that next life that comes in. All right, and that's how the cycle goes in my the way I see things. But because it doesn't die, or it doesn't get created. That spark is always there. And
when you talk about energy never being created or destroyed,
right?
M equals MC squared. But I heard that the universe is going to, like, in the future, it's gonna be spread out and then die, heat death or something.
They have no
but they
idea.
don't know exactly what's gonna happen.
They have no
They have
idea.
theories.
What's happened.
Yeah, but they have theories about what could happen and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Well, gravity is a theory still. I mean, quite honestly, because they can't explain the mechanics on how it works. They just can
No,
observe
I
its
heard
effects,
theory is the sorry. I heard theory is the highest form of facts in science.
No.
It's the highest you can get. Yes.
No.
Denizen, help me here.
It is.
The theory is nothing but an educated guess. That's all it is.
That's not what a theory is. A theory is a tested and predictable explanation.
Until it's
A
verified.
hypothesis is an educated guess.
Until it's verified by many peers. But yeah, you can have theory about everything, but it has to be verified by somebody else as well.
Like I said about gravity, for instance, that's still a theory because all they can do is observe its effects. They can't explain the mechanics and how it works.
The theory is the explanation.
Right.
Well, it's more a description of it. I wouldn't say the explanation. You know.
I mean, you could argue it's wrong, but a theory is the explanation.
Okay.
Yep. That's what they use in academia.
Well, like I said, I mean, my argument on that end of it, Dennison, I would say it would be a description, not a explanation. That's just my argument. But we can stop at that. It's semantics, I guess you can say.
It means the same thing. It's just a different word to explain something else.
No, he's right. It's just that there's a little bit more than just a description in there.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I hear you. I mean, because some things can be. Well, I don't know. Well, then, with the new quantum physics, and and if they start incorporating quantum computers to help out with the equations, time travel or anything like that, or even like anti-gravity, should be right around the fucking corner, if not already developed, and they're just waiting.
Well, how do you know we don't already have it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we already have it.
No, I heard quantum.
What was it? Project.
I heard quantum computers is very hard to do because they need to keep it cool and it's like super cold. I heard it's like fusion. It's very hard to do.
Yeah, it created a lot of heat. That's what you have to put it down.
Along with safety issues, I think that's one of the reasons why China is putting their data centers underwater, out in the ocean. I mean, that's one place. It's less likely to get attacked because it's in the ocean, but also it keeps it a lot colder.
I was thinking they could use that to heat up building, but that will only warm up the building for free and not cool down the server. So that's not gonna work. But they could use that kind of tech to create heat, right?
Great chat, guys. We need an injection of life here. If anybody else wants to come on from the live chat, please do come in and just sit here and wait until you feel inspired to speak. There's plenty of seats here, so you're not under any pressure to speak, but it would be good to have more bots here, helping us all find out what is going on, trying to find Gnosis. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, man. I'm God here, boys. We're all God. We're all trying to be better alphas.
No. I have no desire to be an alpha.
Laws are descriptions. That's the word.
What? Say it again. What?
Laws are descriptions without explanation. Theories are the explanation.
Yeah, every word has its own specification. To be more precise,
Newton's law of gravity gave no explanation of it, but Einstein's theory of general relativity did.
See, that's why in the future, when we all going to be plugged to the system, we all going to know about everything, and nothing's going to confuse us.
Or we'll know nothing.
Is that the future you want for your, future generations?
Yeah, but I would like to have that. I want to cook up a recipe. I just think about it, and the recipe came in my head. Stuff like that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
just
yeah, no
imagine
chance.
the potential, man.
No chance of somebody hacking you and giving you the wrong recipe.
Oh, I don't care. It's fine. It's
Oh
fine.
yeah, there's
They're
no
gonna
chance
fix
of
it.
that, buddy.
They're gonna fix it with that new
Well,
chip
make sure you
computer.
got your warranty paid up. You know what I mean? Played all your payments.
Well, you better
because
line
next
up,
thing you know,
man.
they'll come in and repo that shit. You know what I'm saying?
I think
You gotta make sure your subscription model is paid, huh? X?
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
there will be no
repo man
money in
coming
the
over there
future,
and
only
collecting.
credit. That's what I'm thinking. It's only gonna be a credit score for you in the future and no money. Because money creates too
Imagine
much
if they repo
corruption.
and it's
Huh?
not just the chip,
Yeah.
but they're like, hey, all that stuff that you learned, that was
Yeah.
proprietary information provided by the
Exactly.
chip. So
So we got to
we're
take
gonna
out a
have to
little
go
bit more
into
of
your
that.
brain and
Yeah.
cut out some of those
It's
pieces
like,
that have the knowledge in
when's
it.
that ice cream scooper again?
Oh yeah, there will be our commit. That's for sure. But that's what we do
I mean,
now.
seriously, that's the future. That if you're talking about, it's not necessarily the future I want for my future generations. Put it that way, because I don't want everybody to. Because I mean, seriously, it can get as bad as to a point where you don't have a Neuralink chip in your brain, you can't get a job today. Yeah, you have to get the chip before you can get a job. Yeah.
It's already been decided for you.
Well, fuck them.
It's already been decided for me too. I'm not part of them, so
who has free will then? The people that are forcing us into it, or
everyone and no one. It's all depend your
no
state. It's all depend the state you are. That's why people have
You
no
gotta
more
join the
common
machine,
sense
man.
anymore. What?
You gotta take the chip. You gotta take the mark of the beast. Because Trump is the Antichrist. I knew it.
Well, government period is the Antichrist. No, the government was not invented by God. God did not invent government. Satan
Yo, what's
invented
up, Vegan?
government. All right, if you want to go biblical, but
You guys ever watch the movie Jupiter Ascended?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just imagine in the future, like you take your fingerprint and they record it into the computer. When you die, a new baby is gonna born, and they're gonna take the fingerprint of that baby, and if it match the one previous match, that would be you. Then they're gonna you will have like to watch your past life, right? Because you are your fingerprint, right? There's only one of you, right?
if I burn that
Sorry, I didn't
sucker on.
understand that. Say that again. I'm getting stupid.
Well, I was saying, like in Jupiter Ascended, when the girl came back after 10,000 years or so, in the blood, because the blood traveled in through time, right? From your grandpa to your ancestry and so on. That's why your hair or your eyes have a certain color, or you can do certain thing because your ancestor. But anyway, you come back. That's how you were reborn into the blood tower. And then in the future, if they record that, you can see your past future. If you print your finger into what we're building right now, and then you die.
Your path. You can see the path.
You will be able to see your past because we're gonna record. Your life will be recorded into the pad that you use. Right now it's a cell phone, but in the future it's gonna be called something else.
You mean? Also, with the microchips in our brain, we'll have memories of the past lives and all that.
No. Your lives will be recorded into the computer. The chip has nothing to do with that.
This sounds like a very dystopian future that I don't want.
Oh yeah, I see the future. I'm an Aquarius.
That may be a future. That may be one realm. It doesn't have to be this one.
No, yeah, I know. I understand what you're saying, but that's not what the human do. If you look at what they're doing, not at what you're doing, but what they're doing,
Like, it's pretty obvious that's going in that direction, right?
Unless we revolt as a people. Unless the people of this planet, I mean, there's what, 200 families or something like that are ruling everybody on this fucking planet. And we outnumber them, right? You know what I mean? So, I mean, honestly, if the brush fire of freedom starts igniting and spreading across the fucking planet, they wouldn't be able to do anything because nobody would be enforcing their will and nobody would be complying. They have no power.
Well, the only way that works is that if everybody all agrees on a baseline of morality and adheres to it.
And that doesn't look like it will happen anytime soon.
No. You need to have in order to have a free society like that, the aggregate has to all be like basically in adherence on the same moral baseline, and they have to all agree on a moral baseline and adhere to it congruently. And there's just no fucking hope of that ever happening, at least not anytime soon.
Well,
Elon Musk will save it.
I mean, if you look, the situation we're in, government and all the ruling families or whatever, all the billionaires, that is the fruit of the collective consciousness.
Yeah.
So you think the only way to change things is boycotting, like not buying their stuff, not voting, protesting?
No, you
That's the only way.
do need to vote. You should boycott. You can boycott, but you definitely need a vote too.
When you vote, you're just voting in. You're just giving your compliance for ruler to ruler.
No, that's not true. That's not true. You're actually being more compliant when you don't vote. Look at so we have these things called.
You're not participating.
We have these things.
Don't vote.
No, you have to participate because the system. Everybody is adherent to the system, dude. They have the guns. They have the power. So if you don't adhere to the system, then they're gonna just they
put my signature on anything saying I agree to that.
All right. Well, look, the reason that we're in the mess we're in today is because so many people have opted out. Now, if you want to change the system, you gotta you run for office. You got to try and start a campaign. There's things called ballot initiatives, and there's a handful of states out there that are ballot initiative states. I'm fortunate enough to live in one of them. You can actually write your own laws in these states and go out petition for them to be put on the ballot. And I've seen that work. I've seen major change happen because of ballot initiatives. It's because of people that that don't want to participate and just think that everything is, as long as they just opt out, they're doing the right thing. No, it's actually harder to do the right thing. It's harder. It's not as simple as, oh, I get to just let someone else deal with the problem. No, that's how they win, man. That's how they win.
Well, I disagree.
All right.
Wait, so if
I'm a born
everybody
again
just stopped
statist.
voting, you're a sadist.
You're just not
You're
voting hard enough.
I said I'm a born again statist.
You just have to vote harder.
Yeah, you do. You actually have to get politically involved. It's not a passive vote. If you really want things to change, you have to make petitions. You have to try and get bills written and passed. You have to, try and find people will either you run for office or find someone who supports your ideas to run for office and help them campaign. There's,
gotta vote.
you know,
You gotta vote for the ruler to
it
rule over
takes.
you and everyone else.
All right,
And
or just
you want the one
or
that you
just
want, right?
yeah, or just sit there, and do nothing, and get taken.
Oh no.
Divest from the system, not do nothing. Do the opposite of voting.
It's not a perfect system. It's not
Instead
an
of
ideal
encouraging your
system at
neighbor to
all.
run for
But it's
office, encourage your neighbor to stay out of government and to join you in a community.
it's not an ideal system, but it's a better system than what a lot of countries and a lot of people around the world have, and a lot of people wish that they had.
Says you.
System that we had. Okay, then go live in one of these third world shitholes and see if you like it.
America
See
is
how
becoming a third world
easy it
shithole
is
as we
to get
speak.
done there. Well, yeah, because people aren't fucking participating. You gotta fucking participate.
60% of people voted.
Yeah, for the
60% of the
side,
eligible
dude.
people voted.
Well, I don't know if it's true or not, but either way, what I do know is that
You're starting to become robot.
they feel or they think it's a rigged system, or they think it's too corrupt.
They know
so
it's rigged.
They think
They
why
know it's
bother?
rigged.
And
They
then what
know it's
happens is
corrupt.
the shittiest. All right, well then just do nothing. Okay, are you gonna? What are you
Didn't say do
suggest
nothing.
people take up
Divest.
arms? Are you suggesting there be a civil war, or what do you think?
Check this out. Check this out. Me personally, all right, the way I see it, all right, I'm not doing nothing. All right, me, the way I look at things is trying to fix the problem is the problem. What you have to do is eliminate what caused the problem in the first place, and then the problem will not exist. That's what we have to do. We have to eliminate what causes the fucking problems that we have in our lives. And to each of us, that
And what is
happen to
it?
all of us. You know what I mean? Huh?
What is the problem? What's the
Well, I
problem?
mean, I can give you one thing that on the list of problems, just one thing, and that's taxes. Taxation is theft, and done at the point
All
of a
right,
government gun,
go,
because
dude. You've been
anything.
watching too much Mark Passio.
Well, because
too much Mark
anything that the
Passio.
government does
Who?
is anything that the government
Never heard
does
of
is
him.
at the point of a government gun, and that's extortion when it comes down to taxes.
Too
That's
much
just one aspect.
Too much Larkin Rose.
Never heard of him.
Dude, this is like complete dogmatic ideology, and
Well, so is your
So is statism.
So is exactly. So is the idea.
So is just vote harder, Daddy. That's dogmatic bullshit.
It's a government is a religion, and you believe in the religion of government. That's what it is.
It certainly is. But you can't live without a tax system in what we have right now.
Of course you can.
Yeah, you can.
Well,
yeah.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard on the internet.
How are you
Congratulations.
So here I'm gonna give you there's a little kind of a trolley. It's kind of a trolley problem. So there's this guy and his wife has some terminal illness, which this other person has discovered a cure for, and they could easily provide the cure, right, to his wife, but they won't. And so the guy says, well, let me pay you, I'll buy it from you. And the guy says, no, I have, you can't afford it. And he just top shelves it and locks it up in there. And he's not allowed, never lets the guy have, but the guy's wife is dying. So the guy breaks into the place, gets the medicine, and cures his wife. Right? Did the guy steal? Yes or no?
Yes. He stole.
Was it wrong? Was it wrong? Was it wrong? Was it wrong?
For the guy that it got stolen from, yes, but for him, no. So it's subjective.
No, that's not what I asked. Was it morally wrong for him to steal that to save his wife?
No.
No, it wasn't. No, that's why we need to.
Did he just say that's why we need taxes?
I don't know. He broke up like a robot. I didn't understand
Yes,
him.
it was not. You said, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, hear me?
You're going
Hello,
on
can
robot.
you hear me?
Man.
Can you hear me? Hello.
You're breaking up very
Hello?
badly. And your
Can
story
you hear
did
me?
not explain why we need taxes.
Well, see,
Yes,
I
it
just see
did.
that.
You said that it was.
It didn't.
It was.
You're so robot-y. I can't understand a word you're saying, dude.
Another dimension. Another dimension.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic.
Hear me?
See, this is what it reminds me of. It reminds me of the old mentality of the slave owners back on the plantations. It's like, well, who's going to pick the cotton unless we have slaves? It's the same damn argument. It's like, well, who's going to pay for the roads if we don't have
The
taxes?
roads, not the roads.
I mean, if we don't have slaves to
Well,
pay
it's
for
a-
the roads, who's going to pay for the roads?
Well, if it's a libertarian idea, you obviously private companies will do it, but
I'm
I
a
don't know. Yeah,
I'm a
it could
lot
work.
further over than a libertarian personally. That's
Sorry.
how I am personally. A libertarian
DNW, are you there?
is soft anarchism.
Yes.
Point of order.
DNW, did you understand the point that I was trying to make?
He's muted.
Sorry, I wasn't here. I was in the other room, and I've got to go back there now, I'm afraid. So I'll be back in a bit.
Quite honestly, I
Okay.
can't remember. I think it was Vegan and Sean. I think both of you guys were going robot-y for a second there.
Well, so did you heard the story though, right? And you agreed that it was not wrong for him to steal the medicine to save his wife.
Well,
It's subjective.
Actually, I think
Obviously
that
it's subjective, but I'm
think it would be
talking about
considered-
what your baseline
I also
is.
don't agree that it's stealing.
Well,
okay.
I would also say it's very selfish. Also,
What to say for him to save his wife?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's selfish for him to save his wife. Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You guys do the craziest mental gymnastics. So you're saying if somebody came up with this medicine to cure you of this cure your loved one, your mother, whoever, of a terminal illness, and they were just hoarding it. They were hoarding it from you, and someone said, "Okay, I can steal this for you and save your loved one."
I like how he's
you're
just
not gonna
repeating the
do
same
that?
exact story over again, like it's going to offer more clarity the second time around.
But I'm trying to put you in the position of this guy.
No, I get the idea. I get it. I can.
Yeah, it's still
figure it out.
selfish.
Yeah, it would be selfish. Now,
You don't
in my
think that the
opinion, it
other
would not-
person's selfish? You don't.
I think it would.
It depends on what their motivations are. I don't know why they're hoarding
The other
it.
person for hoarding the medicine.
It depends why they're hoarding it. I have no idea why.
They're hoarding it just because they want to get a lot of money for it. They say, "Oh, you can't afford it." But my
if
wife's
it's
gonna die.
just
So
if
what?
it's just for the money, if it's just for the money, then yeah, that's selfish too.
Okay. So who's more selfish here?
Neither.
Yeah.
It's all just selfishness.
This is such.
I don't know how you can be more selfish.
This is a bad faith discussion. All right, enjoy your time.
It's
Enjoy
bad
your
faith
mental
'cause you're stupid.
masturbation. Enjoy your mental masturbation. You gotta live in the anarcho ideology.
If you're gonna call me
it.
liar,
It's
I'm
so
gonna point out the fact that you think I'm a liar because you're dumb.
No, it's bad faith. You're in
No, it isn't. You're just dumb.
Fantasy.
Okay,
land
dummy,
over
we heard
here.
you. You can leave now.
Okay,
Bye, dummy.
Go
ahead.
live in
Sign
your
off. You don't have to
fantasy land.
make a fucking speech. Peace out.
You benefit from everything that this society If you
Who
think
said we
that it's
don't?
going to get better if people just opt out, you're sorely mistaken.
Why?
Okay,
No, it's
you
not going to
actually
get
have to do
better. The
work.
system is already
You have to do
corrupted.
work
It's
to make
rotten.
society
We're
good.
living inside the rotten corpse of a corrupt, disgusting
Anyway, you have
institution, and you should
your
100% opt out of it as soon as you can, and
friend
invest in yourself and your
Life Abolitionist is
community.
here.
It'll be better
He'll
for you.
defend you.
It'll be
I'm
better
gonna
for your
go off the
community,
air
and
now.
it'll be better for the society at whole. Because investing at all in this blistering infection that is the United States government, a blistering boil on the face of the planet, investing in it whatsoever and giving it any legitimacy is only contributing to the problem and making things worse. 100% divest from the government. 100% invest in yourself and your communities. Get as far away from these disgusting saprophytes as you possibly can.
And I would say for any government, I mean, do exactly what I mean. Dennison, you're right on the point when it comes down to your community, your area around you. I mean, that's really what's important. I mean, honestly, because that's what you see every day. All right, and then on top of that, but it's every government out there has been the problem and the aggressor for thousands of years. If it wasn't an emperor or what that ran over operated an emperor. An emperor that ran over an empire, and then you had like kings running over kingdoms. Now we've got cunts running over countries, and and that's just been the same game for thousands of years. They've had their reign. It's time to put take them down off their pedestal that they've been living on, freaking off of our backs and our time and our wealth. You know what I mean? For centuries now. I mean, literally. I mean, not as long here in America as they've been over there over in the UK and all that and all the Europe. I mean, seriously, I feel for like the Irish and the Scottish putting up with the damn British fucking crown. You know what I mean? I mean, but all countries, they all of them, all governments do the exact same thing. I have yet seen one government that actually benefits the actual people and doesn't use force to force its will.
Yeah, but you're gonna. I think the no system is perfect though. The anarcho-capitalist system is not going to be as.
Well, there's no
I'm
such
not
thing
sure.
as
Like I don't
perfection,
know.
man. There's no such thing as utopia. So don't expect that to happen no matter what.
Well, I only
There's
came
no
up
such
here to
thing.
call out vegan equilibrium, but now he's not here, so I'm not sure. You guys seem to be on the same page. Like I wanted to call him out, but he's not. Because it's such a glaring hypocrisy for him to be a vegan. It's like you take people from their nature, put them in civilized communities, relegate them to factory farming, and then say, oh, well, now everybody has to go vegan. How about you dismantle this capitalistic bullshit, and then we don't have to rely on grocery stores. We don't have to rely on factory farming. So the very thing that he supports is why we have factory farming in the first place. But it's about control. It's about them taking away from your natural environment, and then everybody has to go vegan. And then this is a race to the bottom because you can never be vegan enough. It's like, even if you are vegan, it's like, okay, well, you're not a raw vegan, or you feed your cats fish. It's just like, you can't win with them. I'm not even going to play their stupid game.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to eat what food eats, you can do that. That's fine. But don't try and guilt trip me or whatever into believing in what you're. Because I'm gonna tell you something, man. The human being has been eating meat for thousands and thousands of years. You know what I mean? Probably a millennia. I mean, come on now. I mean, just because some flower child says I need to eat nothing but plants, I don't care.
It's not just the fact that you're eating meat. Their gripe is how it's being produced, that it's being mass produced in factory farms. But that's only because of civilization. So it's a double standard, because you are civilized, because you live in a developed country. You don't have the right to consume animal products. But if you were in a developing country, you would have the right to hunt and still consume animal products. So basically, they want to punish you for living in a civilized society, because you live in a society that has choices, because you have the option of taking a B12 supplement. You should deprive yourself, be miserable, consume an unnatural diet, and just accept that as your fate.
But everything is
I
natural.
wish he.
Like the fossil, like animal agriculture is not very natural. I mean, if that's it's a fallacy. The fallacy of nature. If everybody went back to nature, like the Stone Age, we wouldn't have civilization. We'll be eating meat, but we'll have less humans. So he's just trying to make the better way of doing civilization. He doesn't want to get rid of all the technology and all that. Even that is bad for us. He just want to have the optimum civilization, which is probably going to be more plant-based in the future because we won't be able to farm as well with all the meat destroying the planet.
No, it's like he's not starting at the root cause of it. Again, I mean, I've talked about this so many times. It's like the reason we have factory farming in the first place is because of overpopulation. That's the only way you can mass produce meat. It's like they don't want to address the root problem. It's just like, okay, all these vegans who procreate, they're causing a problem, and then they're trying to starve their children, and it just makes no sense. If they were anti-natalists, I would respect them. But one of his friends is this woman who has like all these children and stuff, and she comes up here trying to point her finger at people. Like she has no pushback when I call her out for procreating though, because she can condemn everybody for consuming animal products, but when I call her out for procreating, she has nothing. She'll just say, "Oh, I didn't know about it. I didn't know about anti-natalism before, so I'm exempt." And then they'll basically say that nobody should procreate except vegans. So because they're vegan, they have a right to have as many children as they want. You're not vegan, so you should not procreate. It makes no sense.
I don't think he'll be saying that though. He'll be saying, have less kids, be vegan, try not to pollute the world with fossil fuels. It's probably not perfect, but it's better than doing nothing at all.
No, but okay, maybe that's true. But if they're going to prioritize it, they would say go vegan first, and if you continue to procreate, that is okay as long as you're vegan. And then everybody else is supposed to sacrifice. Then everybody else is supposed.
Vegans don't want to have too many kids. They know that if they have loads of kids, if everybody had loads of kids and they're vegan, it's still not great for the planet. There's limits to growth.
I know there's a lot of Karens out there that are vegans, and I don't want them procreating at all.
A lot of them have children above replacement rate. There's people there. I'm not going to say all their names, but they have like 3 children, which is above replacement. So, what they'll do is to basically say, "Oh, there's enough resources if everybody would just, live a reductionist lifestyle." So we're supposed to recycle. We're supposed to be environmentally conscious, live a minimalist life in order to accommodate the fact that they decided to have all these damn children. It doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to sacrifice to accommodate their.
I don't want we don't have to be that obviously there's going to have to be sacrifices to be made to solve the environmental crisis of the future. It's
Why should I have to make any sacrifice? I don't want to be a minimalist. I want to be a maximalist.
Climate change is going to force us to change our ways. Either we don't or not, because physics. So we might as well prevent it in the future because we're smart. We can see the future with science, so we could prevent the bad things from happening because we know the science of the future.
Then we should put rations per household. That because I'm a single person, I should get the same rations as someone who has a family of 6. Why should I have to compromise and go without because they decide to have so many children?
The Chinese did it. They did a one-child policy because they read the limits to growth book in Europe because
Yeah, and you see now, honestly, man, their population is so low, they're actually falling behind. And the same thing with this, there's so many generations nowadays that are not having kids because for one reason or another, but they're just not having children. So our population is actually dwindling because once all the baby boomers die off, hell, it'll probably take us a while for the Generation X to die off. We're going to linger for a while, and then, but you think about what's going to be left behind if nobody's having children.
It doesn't make sense though, because they're already talking about how AI is going to eliminate people from the workforce. So if there's not enough jobs for the people who exist now, why would we create more children when they have no future? What are these people supposed to do once they're here? They're
our
talking about a
children.
universal basic income.
Well, I
Everybody's going to
know
be like,
they're talking about that, but that's just like that's the reason why we, as a people, need to actually wake up to the truth of what they're trying to do and create our own system. You know what I mean? Because honestly, if we were to go by the Constitution here in America, the true constitutional money is gold and silver. What they have now, this fiat currency, is technically unlawful and unconstitutional, but they still have done it because they've hoodwinked all of us. All right. And then they used force to back up their fucking their shit. You know, because I mean, seriously, you go against it, you know, they're gonna use every means to their disposal to go after you, you know. And
at this point, we shouldn't even be talking about the Constitution because it's so foregone. They don't give a damn about the Constitution. It's been eroded to the point that it's completely worthless. I think we just need to rip it up and form a new social contract because through case law, they have completely abrogated whatever constitutional rights we had. So,
well, put it this way. Instead, I agree. It hasn't done shit. I mean, they've been using it for toilet paper for a while. I agree, but if we were to enforce the Constitution on what they have done now and just put the people in prison and you know, I mean, even go dig up some people that have been buried for a while and put them in prison too. You know what I mean? Because I mean, this has been happening for a while. This is like they had to set the infrastructure up for the final plan. All right. And you know, like, you know, the final plan is it's like, you know, Agenda 2030, America 2050, the quote unquote new world order, you know what I mean? That kind of shit is a reality that they want to complete. And then digital currency and digital ID and all that stuff is part of the infrastructure to keep everybody enslaved. You know, I mean, they're talking about, I don't know if the law passed here in America, but I mean, they were talking about putting every vehicle that's being manufactured after the year 2025 will have to have a kill switch in it so they can remotely kill your car, you know. And they're going to say it's like to catch criminals or something like that. It's like, you know, instead of a car chase, they'll just remotely kill your car and your car will die. And then they got you. They're going to say that's just going to catch, you know, they're going to use that as a marketing ploy to put this technology in. And but I don't know if they did that as a law. I don't know if it passed or not, but that was seriously something they wanted to do. That's just another way of them controlling your movement. If you can't move, you know, like for instance, you put some comment in one of these comment sections or a chat or something like that that they don't like. Next thing you know, they just shut your car down. You know, and they can do the same thing with your banking if
Well, I
it's
think
digital and digital currency. You know, they can just shut your
Palantir.
identity off, shut your banking down where you can't access your money in your bank or whatever. I mean,
yeah, I mean, there's technology now where they could do that. Like the Palantir, I heard, are into like
Yeah.
spying on us. And,
yeah, I
like
mean, it's
with
a major
technology now,
corporation.
that could be
embedded-
possible.
Yeah.
that's what they did to Kanye West because Kanye West made those statements and then they put freeze on his bank accounts.
Well, see, okay, you know, they have a as far as I'm concerned, like a 3-step process to shut you up if they want to. The first one is to, like, you know, get you decredited in the public eye, basically. You know, kind of like, you know, if that doesn't shut you up, they'll try and trump up some charges and throw you in jail. If that doesn't shut you up, they'll just put two in the back of your head and claim it was a suicide or deletion. Excuse me.
Right. Well, I mean, I just heard recently that Michael Jackson's Never Never Land was supposed to be to protect children from these pedophiles, and instead of I don't know, they basically twisted it around to make it seem like he was a pedophile, but he was the one protecting those kids.
I didn't know him personally, so I
Not
couldn't
sure,
tell you.
man. There's loads of fake news about Epstein. Like there's loads of AI videos, and there could be a lot of fake news out there.
Well, I mean, and this is how I see it. I mean, how can you trust any of that stuff? I mean, you think about it. Would the government really release incriminating evidence on the government to the public?
Well,
Just
I
another
heard they did
psyop.
release the Epstein files, and they redacted a lot of it. I think there was loads that were supposed to be about Trump, but they got rid of it.
I mean, even the Epstein thing, I think, is a worldwide thing. It wasn't just here in America.
Yeah, it was. It was most countries in the Western world, Europe, Australia. Those countries were involved too. Like the royal family is all involved.
Yep.
The UK,
Is anybody up here from the UK up here on panel?
The main host is.
That's
I'm
right.
from
I forgot.
Ireland.
That's right. I forgot. I'm sorry. DW. All right, man. All right. So what's happening with the princess son or whatever? They got put in jail or something. What's going on with that? I've been hearing some stuff. I just haven't heard any updates.
I think
here.
you're talking about In Norway, someone, the son of somebody, the princess or
No,
something.
it's the royal family.
Yeah. In Norway, someone's in prison. I think for rape, a prince. But Prince Andrew isn't in prison.
No, he's not. He's free, I think.
Or
He's
like his,
free. He's
or it's
walking
like a-
around.
yeah.
He's just being deroyaled, as it were.
Yeah, and that's it. No jail time, no strong consequences, just being deroyal, but he can still have access to like his assets, his riches. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't sound like a very good punishment. Anyway,
Of course not.
I mean, shit, that's just like getting paid vacation.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually. I don't think it's. It may be. He hasn't admitted anything. They haven't said he's done anything. Nothing's been proven. It's just because of his friendship, as it were.
Right.
Because it cast them in a bad light that he was friends with this dude. They're not saying he's done anything wrong himself.
They're saying that.
Also, he was arrested for misconduct in a public office because he has apparently given secrets away to
Well, see, I
Epstein.
think that whole damn family needs to be in prison personally, but
Yeah.
I don't know if that will ever happen.
Yeah, no. The royal family to me, I don't live there, so I can say it without getting in trouble. I think they all should be in jail.
Well, that's why they took out Princess Diana, because he was about to expose all of them.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree. I think so too. I mean, that's just been my opinion, because I remember when it happened, I was like, this was like live TV at the time. You know what I mean?
She was a
And,
big deal, She was a
oh,
big
yeah.
deal in her life. Yeah, like she helped a lot of people, like in a lot of
I liked
different
her.
ways. Yeah, everyone liked her. She was the most liked person in the royal family, possibly in the history of the entirety of the existence of like the monarchy of like England or whatever. Yeah, she was like the most liked, and she was gonna possibly expose like how corrupt and shadow work that the royal family is, and of course they couldn't allow that.
Right.
Yeah, so she got iced, as they say.
Yeah, I remember that. I mean, I remember saying anybody can die at any time, and and that was just a wild scenario, because there's a lot of stuff that was supposed to be brought to light back then, still are not to light today. And
I
that's
think, yeah, a lot of it is implied though, but you can use your like own like context clues, and because of other people what they've been saying back then, and you're like, oh, so this is true. Then you just have to connect the dots. People need to realize this is also about figuring stuff out on your own. Not just waiting for things to be explicitly revealed for you.
yeah.
So you have to
Yeah.
like draw the lines,
Like
see the
we
lines.
got to have an insider into the mob. That's what we got to have. Because
Yeah.
that's the only way to get into a mafia is you have an insider.
Yeah. But eventually the insider does get revealed and he is killed. That happens.
There is a possibility.
Right, guys, I'll see ya. Bye. Nice conversation.
Handful.
Thank you, Sean.
Bye.
Hello, brother Marcus. I do hope you're well. Yeah, Divine, everybody else in the chat, Nibbles, Jollyman, Skyworks, Nibbles, as I said, Are You Puking? Clairvoyance. Who else is there? Gen C Ben, good to see you. IMAX, Kevin Bacon, Jollyman, as I said. Yeah. Come on the show, guys, if you want. There's plenty of seats.
Yeah, it was a pretty a full house, like in like the more in the noon here. Now it's like 6 o'clock now. Yeah.
Oh, you're on the East Coast.
Yeah, I am around there. Yeah, I am on the East Coast. Yeah.
I'm out. I'm in the second time zone of Florida.
Ooh. You mean which one would that be? The Panhandle or the actual the actual like body of Florida?
On the Panhandle.
Panhandle. Oh, so like what's that place called again? Costa?
What, Pensacola, or are you talking about Panama City?
Yeah, that one, the first one. I butchered its name.
Can you, Fatima? Can you just run the show a little bit? Just ask the questions because I'm doing something here. I'm afraid, but just make sure everyone gets the turn to talk.
Okay.
So, Fatima, do you have privileges now?
Privileges? You mean what?
Like, can you bring people into the panel and stuff like that?
I'm gonna see if I can or cannot. I don't know. It's my first time ever leading the show, so we're gonna find out if I can or not. But don't worry, I know exactly who I know who you want to avoid. Don't worry about it.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was just making sure. Yeah. Yeah, but it's crazy, and what's also crazy is that they have a new leader in Iran. Yeah, they finally came up with a new supreme leader. It's the former one's son. It's his son that's ruling the country now.
That's crazy how they install their own puppets and then talk about how corrupt they are. This is what they always do. It's like half of the people in Africa were installed by the West, and then they talk about, oh, the Africans are so corrupt.
Well, Iran was on the list of countries that had to be taken down because they're not part of the central banking cartel.
Exactly. That's why they want to take him out, but it's not working because they literally blew up all of their bases in like the Arab countries, like in the Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. What else got knocked down? Israel is taking a beating right now, and the reason why you don't see that is because there's laws against them showing you like how bad it is. There's laws against that. Yeah, if you film how bad it is there, you will be thrown in jail essentially, which is like beyond like just like authoritarianism.
I'm not even sure the point of having an international court or international law because it's like we're not even playing by the same rules. United States and Israel can do whatever they want.
Yeah, they can. And guess what? They can do whatever they want and like they expect other people to like behave in front of them. What the fuck? Like that makes no sense. Like it doesn't matter what ideology you follow, just the fact that it's not fair. Like there is no sense of the fairness there. And that's what really gets me, like what the fuck? Like all my life, I was raised to like see those countries as like the ideal of how to be a country when that's far from the case.
Well, back before in the 70s or before, Iran was a really beautiful place, man.
There still was a lot of poor people. It was only beautiful for like the urban people, but like the rural people and the religious people who live like on the rural area, they were very very poor still. They had low access to healthcare. Only the people who could afford it in like the urban cities could afford that stuff. But like the majority of the population, which was like 80% rural back then, they had no access to any of like the kings, like reforms and redistributing the wealth. Yeah, they were just left on the sidelines.
But it got worse though when the Islamics took over. That's what I'm trying to say. It
I'd
was a
say
lot
that's
better back
I
then.
I'd say it's relatively speaking. You can't really judge a culture based on from your own culture. I don't believe in that.
I agree. I can see your point.
Yeah, you can't really judge another cultures from your own culture.
I can only judge where I've experienced myself personally.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
And
I mean,
yeah. Yeah,
I
of
mean,
course.
if I lived in Iran for about I'd say about 2 years, I'd have a good idea what I would be talking about. Honestly, if I to know more about that place. I can say that about places that I've lived all over the place.
Yeah, yeah.
It takes a little while before you really know what that place is like and what it feels like, and the people in it. You know,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and like history isn't so black and white. Yeah, like it
yeah.
looks good on the surface back
Well, let
then,
me
but
ask you. Let me ask you this, for instance. I mean, because I have this fear that this is going to turn out to be another 20, 30-year-old fucking war.
it will. No,
Um,
it will. It was planned to be like that. Unfortunately, I hate to break it to you, but that's the plan for like that country is to make it like another like Iraq or try to make it
right.
another Iraq. That's the whole goal. That's literally all they want, It's just there's just dominance and to make Israel the greater Israel, to like dominate the Middle East, And but if I say that, I'm gonna get called like a racist towards Jewish people when that's literally in like the playbooks, like that's literally in like the
Yeah.
soldiers and
It's
instructions
it's
manual.
a communist tactic, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's literally what
Um,
they want. It's in their IDF books.
I'm sorry, I push back against that because they will openly make statements about Gentiles, and so I'm sorry, the double standard needs to stop.
I
They
know.
call the
Thank you.
they call
Yeah,
the Palestinians savages. They call people Gorum and Siskas and all
Goyim.
kind of deplorable statements. So
Yeah, yeah. Like people want to treat them as like the pure ultimate victim, but they call us behind our backs like Goyim dogs, not worthy of being chosen. They're the chosen people of God. Yeah, it's really a strong double standard. Like it's kind of gross.
well, today's 1943 freaking, or 48 Israel is not the same as it's explained in the biblical times.
Of course
Not
not.
the-
Thank
It's
you.
not the same. It's
It's
a
not the same.
Zionist, not necessarily Jewish.
No,
But
thank you. Yes, yes. Well, I would also push back on that because this idea of seeing themselves as like the bringer of like civilization inside the Middle East kind of like coincides with how they see themselves inside their holy books, like the Talmud. Like what's one thing they always say about their religion? They're God's chosen people. So they see themselves already as like the caretakers of the earth. They have to make things in their image, right? Because they are bestowed from God, their God, to take care of this place and in any way they deem fit. So yeah, it does come from their like own psychology. It does.
well, there's also a push to make make Israel like this the hub of United Nations because they're saying that the United Nations is so anti-Semitic that basically only Israel can ensure the protection of the Jewish people. I don't know. I mean,
No, that's true.
it's I just think it's ridiculous to think that they only have the right to self-determination and nobody else has it. The United States doesn't have a right to self-determination. Palestinians, the Arabs, nobody. It's like they're the only people that matter, and
Yeah,
everybody
exactly.
else, like it's like they're so concerned for their safety. What about our safety?
Yeah, exactly. They're very, very like I once again, I'm gonna sound like someone that's from like the 1930s and 40s, but like when you say stuff like that about other groups of people, like there's no other way but to call you also like a racist and bigoted and
well,
narcissistic person.
there is the type of person that will sit there and try and call you all these things, but they're the ones that are actually acting in those say, you know,
Exactly.
like um like you see, like for instance, some of these protests, for instance, and stuff like that. That they're like, they're calling them a Nazi or whatever. Da 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 da. but in the same manner, with with all the noise toys and all that stuff, trying to block people's free speech, and use violence against them if they don't agree, and blah blah blah. That's more of a fascist type of mentality, and they're
Yes.
actually calling other people fascists, but they're doing the
Yeah.
exact fact. They're the true fascists, but they're
And that's
trying
the
to
double
project.
standard. And that's
Yeah,
the double standard I
yeah.
can't stand. But guess what? Whenever you try to say this about them, they will call you racist, anti-Semitic, blah blah blah. It just
Right.
gets so frustrating to me. And like I have to be careful how I use my language, because I don't know who in the audience is gonna be like offended by that. I don't know, because like
Well,
it is a problem. Like it
the way I
for
see
them.
it,
You know.
and the way I see it, and this is just the way I was brought up. I mean, we all have the right to be offended, and we all have the right to be offensive.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't care. He literally just called me an anti-Semite. What was that, yesterday? I just laughed at it like, okay, that has no power. I don't
Wait,
give a
who?
shit.
Who did?
Speaking equilibrium.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's like, come on. Like, dude, like, no. Criticizing a government isn't the same as criticizing you as a person. Like, come on now, right?
Yeah, there is a difference.
Yeah, like, I am like, my family's from Peru. If you criticize Peru's government, I'm not gonna give a fuck. I don't associate myself with the Peruvian state, government, or even culture for that matter. So I don't care. And I was born in America on top of that. If you criticize the American government, I don't care, because I criticize the American government all the fucking time. So yeah, it doesn't mean anything to me. Like if you criticize or it shouldn't mean anything to you to criticize a state. That like, and it's not my problem that you identify with it. Why do you in the first place? It's not like you live there, you know?
Well, even then, I mean, if I was to go on I guess I don't know if it would be called a philosophical, philosophy type of scenario, but I mean, it's almost like that cheesy quote. I can't remember who said it, but it's like, um, um, evil happens or injustice happens to one man, it happens to all men. So even
An
in my
injustice to one is an injustice to all. Martin
yeah.
Luther King said that.
Okay, so in a way, you think about it, it doesn't matter if it's on the other side of the planet, right?
Yeah.
If it's an injustice to one, it's all an injustice to all.
To all humans, yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, in a way, it's like if communication is the biggest part, because a
Yeah.
lot of people don't have the ability to communicate with others, and they don't, and then some that just don't know how to communicate with others.
And of course.
So that's the biggest part of when it comes down to this uniting together worldwide. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, but like, I don't think we're gonna have like a utopia of man. The best will
There's no
come up.
such thing as a utopia. Get that out of your mind. All right, but we can
I know.
at least discuss and talk and agree and all this other stuff. But and we can have civil discourse, that kind of thing. We can argue and disagree, but we can still be okay and probably learn something from the conversation anyway. You know what I mean? I mean, th- some people can get really close-minded because their beliefs are so strong.
Yeah, of
You know what I
course, that
mean?
happens to everyone. Yeah, that
Yeah.
happens to the majority of the population. Their beliefs are so strong that any criticism of them is this. That any criticism of their idea, they interpret as a criticism of them as a person, of their
Right.
personhood, of who they are in their lives, which
Right.
happens to
Well,
which happened.
yeah. No, I
Which
was gonna
happened
say
to
I see that in like, when it comes down to looking at like political figures. And you talk about that political figure, it's like almost like a personal attack. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah, like you shouldn't like it shouldn't be that strong. It's not like it's like a religion, Even then I think you should critique some religious like practices. I'm not anti-religion, by the way. I think that religion is going to stay here for as long as humans do, even if they become atheistic. Like you still are going to treat things as a religious artifact, and they treat things such as media, movies, celebrities, items, politicians that we were talking about as like figures of worship almost. It's true.
Well, yeah. I mean, now it's going to be the AI because next thing you know, I mean, who's to say? Let's just like share this. Let's just say this for like, just for pits and giggles or whatever. But I mean, imagine politicians that you've never seen in real life, you've
Yeah.
never seen with your eyeballs, only seen on TV, completely AI generated.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's already happening now. I think. Yeah. I think that's starting to happen now. Like they have AI attorneys now. Like they're gonna like defend you. Like the AI is gonna like defend you. Like the language models are gonna defend you now. So that's all. That's gonna happen very very soon. Like people are making AI of like events that didn't happen in other countries. It's just gonna be crazy. Like the line between truth and non-truth is going to be gone soon, and there's not much we can do about it anymore because like that's just how the world works. The algorithm is going to shift very soon. The intellectual Venn diagram is going to change too. It's going to be like your ideas are going to be meet a criteria. Can your ideas serve AI or not? That's essentially going to be the new intellectual standard soon.
I think that'll be a good thing for these corrupt rent seekers to be put out of commission, these parasitic attorneys, and then they have to compete with AI. That's going to be wonderful.
Yeah, maybe, right? Because AI can already predict things now. It doesn't have feelings. It doesn't need to like have an ambition. It can just do things, equations, maths, some hypothetical predictions, thought experiments. Yeah, so who knows? Maybe an AI world can be not as bad as people are being hysterical about now. But I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
Terminator comes before the Matrix, so
Yeah, well, true. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
yeah. That theory, Terminator and Matrix are in the same like
Well, I mean,
universe.
you talk about like the fucking chip in the head, that's the Matrix, okay? Well, you're gonna have the Terminator and enforce it, you know what I mean? And realize, oh shit, we need them for batteries, so they're gonna start stuffing us in a little capsule to
Yeah,
become a fucking battery.
I think that could happen because I used to believe that we can just upload our minds to computers, but I don't.
Well, I mean, what's
No,
the
I
fun
don't.
in that?
I don't follow that theory anymore because I don't know if the mind is immaterial or immaterial or not. I'm like agnostic on the question. So for now, I'm gonna go with like the whole like brain in the vat. Like we're gonna be in like these pods or the capsules like in the Matrix, possibly in like the far 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 future. Who knows? And that's gonna be. It won't happen in our lifetimes here. At least, yeah. But that's just what's up with that to me. Brother Marcus.
Yo.
Oh. Salutations.
Salutations.
Mm-hmm. You have anything to add on on what are the most important things, or you don't have much?
No, I don't have much. Nothing's
Oh.
important.
Yeah, yeah, kind of. I would argue most things are not important. I think we just uh, mistakenly apply importance to them, and we cause our own anxieties more and more. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that. Yeah. Like if you look at life from like a bird's eye view, how we have we solved the most important? What are the most important issues? As I said, I don't follow that question because what issues? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, what issues? Like economic, philosophical, religious, political. I don't fucking know what issues are important.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is a new election cycle, at least in the United States. So it's like, what issues do you want to be put on their agenda? I know what my issues are.
Yeah,
I
we
want
know.
to. Yeah, so I'm going to be lobbying to get my issues pushed through. So,
What are your
I
issues?
mean, if you want I'm not even registered to vote. If you want me to register to vote for you, then you're going to have to earn my vote. I'm not. Because once you register to vote, at least in certain counties, like that makes you eligible for jury duty. And I'm not going to give up my free labor to the state if I'm not going to get any policies in my favor.
Oh, so you only have to do jury duty if you're registered?
It's not that way in all counties, but yes, in certain counties, they select their jury pool from your voter registration.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's also true for the county and the state I live in. Yeah, I think it's true for like the most states in the U.S. except for Louisiana. Louisiana follows civil law. Yeah, they're weird in that front. They're kind of like the Romans. They're following that style. Yeah. While like the rest of America follows like a English like the Commonwealth style, but like Louisiana is not like that. Makes sense. It was a French slave colony.
LA, if you don't like lawyers, why did you want to become one?
Because I didn't know how. This is Steve making that same argument. It's like this is
No. I didn't bring his name up. I was literally just thinking it on my own. Don't.
Okay, because I didn't know how corrupt it was. I thought that if I became a lawyer, I could actually help people. I could fight against the system. I could make change. I could, use the law to liberate people. And then when I saw how it actually works, I was like, this is nothing like I thought. Like what they taught me in law school has nothing to do with the reality of how the practice of law actually
You were an
functions.
idealist first. First, you were like an idealist about the world, and then you've experienced it, and you're like, maybe this isn't like the best place, And I think that's how it went, right, LA?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess on a macro level, if you're just trying to do some like divorce proceedings or I don't know, some basic thing like traffic citations or whatever, that's one thing. But if you're trying to go against the state and have immunity, that's not something that they teach in law school. You learn that through your experience.
Yeah, I would, of course, but like I kind of knew almost instinctually that the law and the courts and the like law firms are all like fucking corrupt and like an abyss. Like I always knew that in like the back of my head because my family experienced those things, and they always tell me, "Hey, don't get in trouble too much because these people are gonna like fuck you over so hard, So just watch out." And so I always knew instinctually from a young age to never trust like the judicial system, and like it's not worth the bother of getting involved as a career in that, even though if you do good in it you do make some money, but like you need like to have already established a connections, because working hard, it's kind of a myth, like you need to have some link to that world in order to have like some affluence within it.
It's just when you're in law school, they bog you down with so much readings. You have so much material, so much case law to study. You don't really explore outside of the material that they give you. So you get very,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of material, but it's also limited on what they want you to focus on because they're focusing on material that is tested on a bar exam. And so because their accreditation is based on their past failure rate. So you're not studying anything beyond that. And if you don't know, you don't know. They don't tell you these things. I mean, it's almost like I wish I could go back to law school based on what I know now, because I would be asking all kind of questions, but they're not thinking about that. They're trying to get tenure. They're trying to make sure that, people pass so they can maintain their accreditation. And then when you go through it, you just see, man, you don't know anything about how the licensing scheme works. You don't know anything. You just they focus on case law. They don't focus on common law, natural law, and even like the constitutional framework is limited also, because they never said anything about the Ninth Amendment. That's something that I've learned out after I graduated law school. The Ninth Amendment, which I don't know if I talked about, that basically says that your rights don't come from the Constitution. The Constitution is only a enumeration of certain rights. That was never mentioned in law school.
Oh shit, damn. You see, I don't experience law school, so I don't know about this. But damn, that's how it is, then that's kind of like already kind of like a structural flaw within like law school of America, which I'm not surprised.
The way they indoctrinate you is to believe that the law is whatever the Supreme Court says it is,
Oh,
and
of course, yeah. You have to
Well,
follow the majority of
the supreme law of the land is written already, but they want us. They want you to believe that the Supreme Court of the opinion is the supreme law of the land. Well, it's not. It's just the opinion of the supreme law of the land. That's all it is.
I don't think it's that, because the Supreme Court does enforce laws. It's the laws that most states should follow. All the 50 states should follow. It's not just their opinion. They literally confirm it, Like that's how we got, a lot of things overturned or like confirmed by them, They're kind of, it's almost, yeah. So like they all, how many are there in the Supreme Court? Nine of them have to like the vote on it. And,
Yeah.
if it gets
That's
passed, it
all.
gets passed. Huh?
And when they rule, it's nothing more than an opinion. That's all it is.
well,
It's there.
the way attorneys have engaged with me, they basically see me as a traitor. I traded against the system, but the system never served my interest. So I'm not sure why we have any institutional allegiance
yeah.
to my oppressors. Like I'm not on your side. Like what did I get out this shit?
Yeah, true. It's just like, as I said, like the
The
law,
permission to
the
live
judicial.
on this planet.
Yeah.
That's what you need. You have to buy your permission and obey and comply.
Yeah. I don't need to buy my permission to live if I'm gonna live in freaking Zimbabwe. I don't think so. I'd rather live there. and great old
I don't think any of them
Zimbabwe.
ever question it. I think they're just out to make a living. They don't care about fairness. They're just like, oh, well, is this another job? They'll take a job as a prosecutor or whatever. And then they never stop to look at it like in its totality, that everything about it is illegitimate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
What kind of things did you have to read? Like, did you have to do John Rawls?
Oh, John Rawls. Isn't he like the philosopher? John Rawls. He was close to Clinton, I believe. Bill Clinton.
L.A.
I'm not familiar with John Rawls.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know. Like, what kind of stuff did you read? For like anything we might know?
No, I didn't. I don't think that I stumbled on any philosophy. I went through the case law. I went through the actual Constitution. Everything that I've learned, I'm pretty much self-taught. So it's not like I've been a part of some group that just exposes like the corruption. I've seen it with my own eyes, and I thought, okay, well, the Constitution says this, and you guys are saying something else. You made up your own shit. There's nothing in the Constitution about qualified immunity. Like. And I'm trying to figure out where it came from, because I didn't study any of this in law school. Nobody said anything about it. You read the statute and you think that, the statute is in my favor, so I'm going to win, but then they come up with some other bullshit.
Yeah, they do.
There's different types of immunities, statutory immunity, judicial immunity, executive immunity.
Well, yeah,
for example, the city's tree fell on my fence and destroyed my fence, and I sued the city because I'm like, I'm not suing the state. The state has absolute immunity, sovereign immunity, and some kind of way there's some crazy case law which says that the city, under certain circumstances, has sovereign immunity, but the city is not the sovereign. I'm like, it makes no sense, because they're under this obscure home rule case law. It says that the municipality has sovereign immunity because it's exercising authority granted to it by the state. I'm like, what? And I'm reading this case law, and it makes no damn sense. And so basically, the city can destroy my fence, and then I'm not entitled to any compensation for it.
Damn. Is that what actually happened? Like the tree that actually fell on your fence?
Yeah, they did. They basically neglected their, like, I didn't even know that lot was was owned by the city. They neglected it, and there was a storm, and a tree fell on my fence through their own negligence because they
No, damn.
neglected it. If you can't just let a tree grow all crazy like that, and it has compacted clay soil, so it doesn't form deep roots. Those roots are basically at the top of it, so you have to trim it in order to maintain it. But they didn't do it, and they get away with it because they're above the law. And I'm just so sick of it. It's just like, what's the point of having a constitution if it doesn't protect you?
Can I jump in here real fast? I think the purpose of law and well, what did you say? Authorities is basically just for governance and control, not really for the granting of justice or freedom.
Okay, then it doesn't serve my interest, which is why I'm an anarchist. Because if I can't use the law to protect me, then I don't support it. Why would I support it?
Well, they say the law is here to protect the majority, the overall people, not the individual. So
Right.
unless the individual has some interest or is valued within that system.
Right. So you're going to sacrifice the individual for the greater good. That does not serve my interest at all.
That's not a republic either.
Was it ever?
Nah, it wasn't.
Well, 1775, yeah, I'd say it was.
Yeah, no, it never was. Now it's just like an oligarchy of just, the pedos and pedos who like to worship the Talmud.
Well, I sure as hell
But to
don't want
answer your question, if I knew what I know now, I would not have gone to law school. I absolutely regret that. That's one of my biggest regrets.
It makes sense.
Look, okay, how can you use your knowledge of law school and all this other stuff? How can you use this knowledge?
Hey, can I just say, Fatima, mate?
Yeah.
You know you got to be careful what you say on this channel because it will get taken down quite easily. So
I was using the...
yeah, but you didn't. It was overtly obvious. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I jumped on here because I heard y'all talking about brains in vats and the potential for a very weird future with people being connected to computers. I think I was saying I think things might start going biological because somebody showed some computers being processed with like human brain cells.
Yep.
But
yeah, that was I talk about me. I shared that recently. Yeah, that's been going on a while. They have computers in Australia that they're running on basically human brain cells. They're using them to store the data and to do the computing. I think they're doing it in China as well.
They're doing it in most places that can do it.
Most places are biological computers basically using brain cells. Yeah. And they've actually trained the brain cells to do tasks as well. Like, so initially it was playing Pong. Now they're playing
that's
Doom.
a cool game.
They're playing Doom.
Yeah,
you know the
Doom
computer
now,
game
right?
Doom?
Yeah.
From like Windows 1995.
90,
I mean, that's crazy that they've got a fucking
Yeah.
dish of brain cells connected with fucking wires playing a computer game. I mean,
What's the next
it's kind of
step?
freaky. And Doom isn't like a simple game, you know. It's
hard.
quite,
It's scary too. It's kind of creepy. It's kind of like a nerve wracking to play Doom, the original one.
yeah. I mean, what do you think of that? The Mind. By the way, your name is aptly named for this one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I could show you a paper that I wrote if you want to pull it up back in 2013, talking about my idea because they and
Why don't you present the screen and I'll put it on. You can control it. Yeah. I'd enjoy that.
Let me see.
And by the way, sorry guys, I'm not able to talk because I'm doing stuff.
This is a biohacker. I don't know. I'm on my phone, so I can't really even share a screen, to be honest. If someone wants to pull it up that's on a computer, I would
Is it in the private
appreciate
chat?
it.
Can you do that, Fatima? And I'll if you share screen, present.
I'm also on my phone
Live
right now.
abolitionism. Are you there? Are you
can't
on
do
your
that.
computer?
Like LA?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you on your phone or are
you,
you on your computer?
I'm on my phone, but I can't get on my computer.
All
He
right.
can get on his computer. Okay. Will you do that for us?
Yeah. All right, that's cool.
Yes, please.
Because I'm not able to look at the screen to move it up and down. You know.
Yeah, let me put it in the back chat.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I'm still outside, but
So
whatever.
basically, I was talking about when I first heard about this, it was 2012, and they were putting rats' brains in petri dishes and having that control little robots. So I thought that was pretty cool back then, but Paul Stamets was a guy that I was interested in at the time, and I was actually working on making my own. I wanted to make my own logic gate because I was thinking like, who's laughing? Who's laughing over here? I was okay. Did you end up getting the forum? Hello.
What?
Hello. LA is going to his computer. Did you put it in the private chat?
Yeah, I put it in the back
Yeah, I
chat.
see it. We're waiting.
If anyone
We're waiting
wants
for
to,
LA to present. We're waiting for LA to present it on his screen. I don't know where he is.
if anyone wants to look at it, I mean, I think it's a little interesting.
Oh, he's on his PC now. It's in the private chat, LA.
Okay.
Thank you, LA. By the way.
Wait a minute. I don't see it. Can you post it again?
All right, there you go. So yeah, I think the next step is using fungi for processing because fungus kind of exhibits very similar things like to neurons, and they're a lot more resilient. They can literally, mycelium fungi, different forms of fungi, because it makes symbiotic relationships with everything. And if we could reprogram life itself using a a couple of different organisms, we could have essentially a super organism that can think and grow and connect to everything, basically.
Okay, I already shared it, but I don't know if you have to do something on your end.
Yeah, they called me crazy at the time, the notorious mushroom thread. That's what they called it. Don't be this guy. But if you look at the current research that's going on today, it's groundbreaking work. Like everything that I talked about here is being done in labs.
I'm not sure. Do you want to read the comments or what? Or
Can you read that? Can you just read the first part?
Hello, everyone. In this paragraph, I will be sharing with you all my thoughts and ideas on how we can advance wetware technology and the overall computing power. In a nutshell, I will use fungi and bacteria as a circuit board, processor, and an electric generator. The investment of fungi computers would benefit wetware technology based on three simple facts. The first one is fungi live and all around us, and second, fungi can create symbiotic and parasitic relationships with plants, animals, and bacteria. Third, there are more bacterial cells in our body than our own cells. The ultimate goal here is to learn how to program fungi so we can program bacteria in the same way that crown gall bacteria program DNA. If this is done, we will be able to reprogram any living organism since fungi and bacteria are interwoven in all life forms.
Yeah, that's it. Basically. I kind of laid out in this little thread. I was like, look, potato batteries are a thing, right? You could draw some current from a root. Fungus is essentially underground root network, mycelium. We can harness not just electricity, but computing power from this thing, and it could literally grow circuits for us. And I was saying we need to start off the experiments by just having it show that there's electrical spikes, and we need to make a simple circuit with it. And people were just like, "That's not going to work." No, some people were like, "Okay, it could work. This is what you got to do." And then other people were like, "It might not work." It was like a 50-50 type of thing. But if you Google it right now, mushroom technology, you're going to see there's a lot of papers that are coming out with a lot of different labs doing research in like fungal memristors or fungal robots. There's some other stuff too. I'm not sure exactly. They're using them for. They want to use them for sensors. NASA's using the fungus for building space stations that can grow in space and use the radiation as fuel, because there's a fungus that can use, it's called radiotrophic fungi. It uses radiation to grow instead of sunlight or other stuff. So they're like, yeah, we can make a thing out of this.
Is that your website?
This was a biohacker forum that is no longer active, but I did save my post on an archive website, so I still have access to the original post.
All right. Do you want me to leave it up or scroll down or?
No, that's it. I mean, what's name was asking me what I think about the brain computers. I was telling them I think this is going to be the future of fungal computers. I've been talking about it since 2013. I was thinking about it before that, but that was my first post online, and yeah, it's a thing. That's the future of fungal computers. If you could grow a seed in the ground and it turns into a computer, and then connects with other things and rewrites your DNA, I mean, I think that's going to be kind of weird. They're already rewriting DNA. Okay, I'm going to stop talking. What do you think? Is it crazy, or did you look up anything further to like confirm or deny that what I'm saying is true with fungal technology? Why is everyone leaving?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure what to say. I don't know. I guess I would need more information about the science behind it before I can give a response to it.
Yeah, you should look it up. I mean, if you're interested, it doesn't really matter. This stuff is progressing regardless. But if you really cared, I mean, you could look it up. Yeah, whenever. There's a lot of research. There's a lot of stuff going on right now, and the information is pretty public. Not all of it, because I mean, there's some crazier stuff they're doing, and they're not talking about it. But the gist of how the
it does
science
sound
works.
interesting. LA, would you be able to do a deep dive into fungal computers that use mushrooms to process information, and also, run using the power of mushrooms, electrical charge, etc. If you could, LA, it's a really interesting topic. But mind, with respect, we haven't touched it, so we need to get some more information.
Okay, no problem. I'm done. That was it.
LA, you're muted.
Do you want me to play the video by Eden Bayer that was in that same link? I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to.
Okay, or you could have just Googled it, looked it up.
Well, if you want, you could play the video. But yeah, I think doing more research is better. Just look up what they're saying right now about the current fungal technology. Like if you look up a little bit, I think that would be interesting. Maybe.
So I'd like to spend a few minutes with you folks today imagining what our planet might look like in 1,000 years. But before I do that, I need to talk to you about synthetic materials like plastics, which require huge amounts of energy to create, and because of their disposal issues, are slowly poisoning our planet. I also want to tell you and share with you how my team and I have been using mushrooms over the last 3 years. Not like that. We're using mushrooms to create an entirely new class of materials, which perform a lot like plastics during their use, but are made from crop waste and are totally compostable at the end of their lives. But first, I need to talk to you about what I consider one of the most egregious offenders in the disposable plastics category. This is a material you all know as styrofoam, but I like to think of it as toxic white stuff. In a single cubic foot of this material, about what would come around your computer or large television, you have the same energy content of about 1.5 liters of petrol. Yet after just a few weeks of use, you'll throw this material in the trash. And this isn't just found in packaging. $20 billion of this material is produced every year in everything from building materials to surfboards to coffee cups to tabletops. And that's not the only place it's found. The EPA estimates in the United States, by volume, this material occupies 25% of our landfills. Even worse is when it finds its way into our natural environment, on the side of the road or next to a river. If it's not picked up by a human, like me and you, it'll stay there for thousands and thousands of years. Perhaps even worse is when it finds its way into our oceans, like in the Great Plastic Gyre, where these materials are being mechanically broken to smaller and smaller bits, but they're not really going away. They're not biologically compatible. They're basically fouling up Earth's respiratory and circulatory systems. And because these materials are so prolific, because they're found in so many places, there's one other place you'll find this material, styrene, which is made from benzene, a known carcinogen. You'll find it inside of you. So for all these reasons, I think we need better materials. And there are 3 key principles we can use to guide these materials. The first is feedstocks. Today we use a single feedstock, petroleum, to heat our homes, power our cars, and make most of the materials you see around you. We recognize this as a finite resource, and it's simply crazy to do this, to put 1.5 liters of petrol in the trash every time you get a package. Second of all, we should really strive to use far less energy in creating these materials. I say far less because 10% isn't going to cut it. We should be talking about half, quarter, 1/10 the energy content. And lastly, and I think perhaps most importantly, we should be creating materials that fit into what I call nature's recycling system. This recycling system has been in place for the last 1 billion years. I fit into it, you fit into it, and 100 years tops, my body can return to the earth with no pre-processing. Yet that packaging I got in the mail yesterday is going to last for thousands of years, right? This is crazy. But nature provides us with a really good model here. When a tree's done using its leaves, its solar collectors, these amazing molecular photon capturing devices at the end of a season, it doesn't pack them up, take them to the leaf reprocessing center, and have them melted down to form new leaves. It just drops them the shortest distance possible to the forest floor, where they're actually upcycled into next year's topsoil. And this gets us back to the mushrooms. Because in nature, mushrooms are the recycling system. And what we've discovered is that by using a part of the mushroom you've probably never seen, analogous to its root structure, it's called mycelium, we can actually grow materials with many of the same properties of conventional synthetics. Now, mycelium is an amazing material because it's a self-assembling material. It actually takes things we would consider waste, things like seed husks or woody biomass, and can transform them into a chitinous polymer, which you can form into almost any shape. In our process, we basically use it as a glue. And by using mycelium as a glue, you can mold things just like you do in the plastic industry. And you can create materials with many different properties. Materials that are insulating, fire-resistant, moisture-resistant, vapor-resistant, materials that can absorb impacts, that can absorb acoustical impacts. But these materials are grown from agricultural byproducts, not made out of petroleum. And because they're made of natural materials, they're 100% compostable in your own backyard. So I'd like to share with you the 4 basic steps required to make these materials. The first is selecting a feedstock, preferably something that's regional, that's in your area, right? Local manufacturing. The next is actually taking the
that's kind of it basically. It's just the gist of it.
You want to get. Then You actually grow the mycelium through these particles, and that's where the magic happens, because the organism is doing the work.
So you want me to stop it here?
No, I mean, well, you could continue. We could play if you want, but I'm saying that's basically it. If like mushrooms can do anything, they could do it. They could like be the little bricks for the foundation of a thing. They could grow the food, the medicine, the battery, the brain, all of it. But it's not going to do it all on its own. It is going to be a symbiotic relationship, but there should be some balance involved in this thing.
Well, I don't. So basically, the mushrooms are going to replace styrofoam.
Mushrooms are going to replace everything, or it's going to help. It's going to help with the manufacturing of many things. Mushrooms.
So can I make a mushroom cup and put it in the microwave and heat up my coffee?
Maybe one day, yeah, with the right engineering. Maybe with the right genetic engineering. You know, they're making insulin out of mushrooms, right? Out of a certain mode. Certain fungus makes insulin for people's diabetes shots. They genetically engineered the fungi to produce insulin to make money off of it. I'm not gonna sit here talking about mushrooms all day. What else is going on? What are y'all doing? What are y'all thinking?
I don't know. I'm not even sure what we were talking about before.
Y'all talking about politics or something?
Oh, I guess you were talking about what is the most important issues humanity needs to deal with. I mean, what are we going to demand from politicians? Like, what are we going to put on the agenda? I guess it would be AI. It would be, I would say, we need to get rid of qualified immunity if ICE can go around shooting people and get away with it.
I think the whole system needs to be reworked. Like you were saying, it's hard to do anything in a system that's corrupt or demand anything from it.
I mean, personally, I would say you need to dismantle the entire system. It's corrupt from its roots. There's nothing that can be done to reform it.
Yeah. What would that even look like, though? Because people in power are going to want to stay in power, and I think there would be a lot of violence on a lot of people because a couple of people want to stay in power. Like someone was saying, all we gotta do is get together. I mean, technology is the thing they're using to control people. So I mean, it's hard to come together.
Like that, you could just create a new constitution from scratch, and basically create a whole new system. You don't necessarily have to. It doesn't have to be anything comprehensive. It would just be a transition into a new governing document or something, a new framework. You would basically need to get rid of the people, but that happens every election cycle anyway. All the incumbents would be put out of office, but they could run. But you would basically there would need to be caps on campaign financing. I mean, we can work out the kinks about how it should be restructured, but the bottom line is that it needs to be restructured.
I think a good idea is to figure out how we could read people's brainwaves, right? And then whoever wants to be in a position of power, just probe the hell out of their brains until they're out of office, and then that's it. If they can't lie or hide anything while they're while they're in a position of power, because that would leave some room for corruption to pop up. But yeah, that's it.
I don't know. I mean, I have personal dirt that I don't want, and that's the problem. The media will use your personal dirt. They will use like, your sexual history or or the fact that you filed bankruptcy, or the fact that you got a parking ticket, and I mean,
Well, that's a part of the dismantling that we gotta do. If we're gonna say like we want to be a part of a whole other thing, we gotta recognize like, look, the media says shit. The media lies. The media pushes agendas. Like, if you're gonna want to start a whole new thing, that's a part of the thing you gotta recognize is they are using technology. They are using propaganda. There is this rhetoric, and it is being pushed through technology. Like, without these phones and the paper press or whatever it was, they wouldn't be able to push their agenda as fast. That's the thing you got to contend with. It doesn't matter how right you are. It doesn't matter what you're doing. I think a lie, they've said it before, a lie travels faster than the truth. And people like drama. It doesn't matter if it's true or not.
Witchy, Bitchy, you can come up here now because you're not going to be interrupted. So you would be free to say whatever you want without interruption. Yeah, this is not going to go well unless, I mean, I don't even have a topic to even discuss. I don't know. I think once that we start talking about the mushroom thing, we sort of lost people's attention. I don't know how to get people back on track.
Sorry. Yeah, mushroom technology. I always got to talk about it at least once. Y'all started talking about where
We
the
could
future's
ask
gonna
the
go.
mind. The main topic of the show today was what are the main issues facing humanity that you feel should
Okay.
be dealt with, and the sideshow was what's on your bucket list. I mean, that might be a conversation starter.
Okay, what's on my bucket list? I'm gonna say jumping into a tornado. That's the thing I'm gonna do eventually.
Why the hell do you want to do that?
Okay, you've heard of that? That's probably what the first person who saw a person who was riding the waves, like surfing. That's exactly what that guy thought. Why the hell is he doing that? Riding the waves. Because it's an experience. Because it's a thing I could do, and if I could survive it and continue to do it, that would be basically like an extreme sport. People jump out of airplanes all the time. Why can't I jump into a tornado?
Indeed. Chickpea, the link is in the live chat. That goes for everybody. Kevin Bacon, Der Poops, Skyworks. This is the Finding Gnosis show live on the Finding Gnosis YouTube channel. Do come on and say hello. Sea Lust, support us. Come on. And yeah, we've got Witchy Bishy and Brother Marcus. Good to see you both. Feel free to chip in with whatever you want. I'm going to take a little break again because I'm doing stuff in the background. Sorry, guys.
So, LA, you were addressing me from the chat, and I just wanted to point out it's not the interrupting. Everybody interrupts some. It's condescension when people talk to everybody around them as though they know so much more than them that they don't even have to explain themselves. And the ad hominem. Like, I heard Den called a monkey brain, and I was called fat and stupid yesterday. You, LA, were called a number of names yesterday, and that just kind of ruins the fun for me if people are going to take it to that level. But on the topic of the mushrooms, they've discovered that mycelium are like a neural network. Like, even in trees in the forest, what you'll find sometimes you'll see a stump and there's a new sprout coming out of it, and they couldn't figure out how that tree was getting nutrients in the past without photosynthesis. And we now know that mycelium will redirect nutrients from one root system to another in order for the plants to support one another. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, they call it like the Wood Wide Web. Yeah, people are learning more and more about it. I think it's gonna get cool. It's gonna get cooler and cooler. So hopefully, I don't know. I don't like talking about it too much because some people are scared, some people don't care, some people are confused, right? Some people are excited. But
Imagine if we could tap into the brain of the earth, because like our brain is just electrical impulses along neurons, which is exactly what the mycelium do. So
What
wouldn't
if
that be
it's the other
cool?
way around and it's like The Last of Us?
I'm not sure of the rest reference, Den. What's The Last of Us?
The Last of Us is when mushrooms, fungi evolve to be able to cohabitate in the human body and overgrow in the human brain, like a controlling parasite. And then a
Oh, you
bunch
mean
of people
like
become mushroom zombies.
you mean like oh, what's the name of that mushroom? Now I can't think of that fungus. It gets in the ant's brain and makes them climb up to a tree and die so that it can be the starting materials for a fungus.
Exactly like that. And then the zombies can communicate with each other over long distances through the root network.
So cordyceps, that's the mushroom. So you think if like maybe cordyceps were to
That's what
mutate
they're
them,
called,
would it
actually.
be the Borg?
That's what they're called, literally, in the series is cordyceps.
Well, that's the type of mushroom that gets into ants' brains and makes them kind of commit hiri-kiri for the mushroom
Right.
to spread its spores. So the idea then would be we would just be the Borg, completely wired in to one another and everything around us. I'm down. Let's do it.
Hi, Marcus. Cooey.
Hello, Torty.
Hello.
How are you?
I don't know. I mean, in terms of the insults, they don't really bother me because I can give them as much as I take them. You know, I just don't like my personal business being weaponized against me, which is happening frequently now. And so I'm like less inclined to share information about my personal life.
Well, Dennison would tell you that's probably the best path on the internet anyway. You don't really want to reveal too much about your personal life. It's better to use allegory and anecdote than to refer to yourself too much because people will always use it against you.
So what?
Yep.
Like, I share my personal shit. Who cares if people attack me? They mean nothing to me. Fuck them.
I just give
It depends on the person and their skill set.
I don't know. I mean, I don't
When they
like.
make a bunch of posts saying my name and whatever, like, okay.
No, I could get you to lose your job if you have one.
Okay.
I can make your family disown you. I can even have the cops raid your house if I wanted.
I don't like the fact that people are weaponizing the fact that I quote unquote failed the bar exam because it's like they're just using it without any context. They don't know whether the bar exam actually is a legitimate measurement of competency to practice law. They don't know the history of it. They don't know anything about the character and fitness requirements. And so they just bring it up with no context. And it's just, I'm incompetent. I'm stupid. I deserve everything that happened to me. I deserve having my life destroyed. I deserve going to job interviews and being denied a job, not because I didn't have enough education, but because I had too much education and because I quote unquote failed the bar exam. And for people to bring up something like that, it's nasty. And then when I talk about how they want me to play in their pussy, all of a sudden I'm the aggressor, but you want to weaponize my personal information against me. I don't like it. I think it's nasty. And I think anybody who does that in such a nasty manner deserves to get cussed out.
Well, I just find that if we come into conversations and everybody's speaking their mind, that when it regresses to a point where personal information or ad hominem, where it's just like random stuff like you're fat or you're stupid or your mama drinks Lysol or whatever. I mean, if we're gonna if it devolves to that, you've lost the essence of the conversation already.
I agree.
I just understand when failing the bar exam becomes a crime. Did I kill somebody? Did I kill somebody's dog?
LA, how many of the people who give you a hard time for not passing the bar on the first attempt have even attempted the bar exam?
That's the point, though.
So then why does it matter? All you can say is consider the source. I mean, however, it shouldn't be used, weaponized against you. I agree on that. It shouldn't be a part of the conversation at all. We're not here to judge each other's aptitude or moral standing. We're here to discuss ideas, I thought.
Yep.
Well, that's the reason why I refuse to sit on the panel with certain people, because they do want to weaponize that to try to invalidate anything that I say. And then, of course, people are feeding into it because they're turning around and repeating it and assuming that I said this. I never disclosed any information about myself. This person is making assumptions based merely on the fact that I have an education. I never said that. I never said anything about failing the bar exam.
Well, whether you did or not, the way I see it is I'm with you on the sharing a panel with people who can't just carry on a conversation without having to attack their opponent outside of the ideology. I think if we can stick to discussing ideas, we're better off. I don't think there's any moral high ground to be had in ideas, and we start to want to have it, and so we attack the person, and because we feel our morals are attacked. And I would love to see what I've seen here several times is for people just to discuss the ideas and not the people discussing them.
Well, yeah, yesterday I was trying to not even get on a topic of veganism because I knew it was going to get nasty. And it's like every time the subject was being brought up, I was trying to avoid it. And sure enough, it did get nasty. So I knew that was going to happen.
Well, I mean, the topic that's at hand is pretty interesting. The idea of biological technology that maybe surpasses our artificial technology seems pretty fascinating to me, and might even point to a godlike existence in the creation, because it follows the same neural pathways as our brains. So we're part of it. And I don't know, most of the religions claim that we are all part of God. And if God is something we're part of and we're all following those same electrical impulses along neurons, us, the animals, the plants, then we're all one, right?
Yeah, true. Hey, and you know what? Also, has anyone seen the movie and the first episode of the Justice League, the cartoon?
I mean, I did, but I don't recall.
Well, yeah, guess what? It was the premise of that first episode of the Justice League had to do with alien species coming down. It was like the War of the Worlds, but it was a fungus alien and it had fungal technology. It's pretty interesting now that I look back at it. I was like, holy shit, they were talking about fungal technology in Marvel in Justice League way back when, or wait, the Justice League is DC, right? Whatever. They were talking about it in the cartoons. I didn't even realize fungal like influence has been around for a long time. They've been painted on the walls like entities, these mushroom head entities, and yeah, just all throughout culture. It's been prevalent in spirituality, I would have to say, and I think now once we realize its full potential, the technological impact it's going to have is going to be more trippy than the trips that we can get from them, like the psilocybin versions. It's going to get trippy. It's going to get weird. I'm okay. I'm just gonna say maybe I don't know if it's gonna happen, but maybe they might end up having. We might end up having AI mushroom girlfriends. That might be a thing, right? Maybe. I'm just saying that's a possibility. Okay, that's it.
I mean, until
I don't
I
know.
understand the science behind it, I just can't give a response. It's just, you know, I can't speak on things that I'm not familiar with. So,
Okay,
I would
I'm
highly
gonna.
recommend LA
Can you?
that you look a little bit into it because it's one of the most fascinating things on the planet is the way that mycelium works.
Yeah, Google. Hey, look up one video right now. It's called the Mushroom Robot. They literally just made the scientists just made it 2025 last year. They showed a simple example of how this technology can be implemented. It's literally connected to a robot moving it around.
I mean, just the fact that mycelium has found ways to create a mushroom that sprouts off of it that can eat plastic to clean up after us. I mean, just that alone, it makes it smarter than us, in my opinion.
They found it in Chernobyl too. That's how they found out it was able to eat radioactive waste because it was in a nuclear waste site. So that's good news too, I think.
Yeah, we don't know how to clean up those
Literally,
messes, but the Earth sure is figuring it out.
yeah, that's if there was ever such thing as the Philosopher's Stone, the thing that can turn anything into anything else, I would think the fungus would be that.
so does anyone else have things on their bucket list? Because I think I already said mine earlier.
Yeah, mine is to go to Switzerland in a few years' time. Go to the clinic. That's my bucket list. Should have said that.
I like to believe that I mostly live in the moment, so I don't really have a bucket list. It's what comes my way comes my way. It's weird, I guess.
I think I probably will be going to Switzerland also if it's not.
Hello, we can go together because if in the UK, if someone accompanies you, if I got someone to accompany me, they could be held for manslaughter. So we can go together, LA, about 5 years' time. We'll both go to Switzerland. We can hold each other's hands in our dying moments. Kill us.
Yeah, that's so much better than doing it having to do it alone.
Yeah, yes, I'm cherry. Yeah, because that is my plan to go to Switzerland in 4 or 5 years' time.
May I ask why? Why Switzerland?
Because Switzerland's got a clinic called Dignitas that does voluntary euthanasia. And so I've decided that's where I'm going to go in about 5, 6 years' time.
We actually legalized that here in my state in New Mexico just recently.
Oh, right. Oh, I didn't know that.
But that's only for those who are terminally ill.
All you have to do is get a doctor to say that, and they're debating now whether mental illness falls into that.
Oh, wow. Right. Oh, right. Well, LA, then we got something to look forward to, haven't we? 5 years? Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Because I tell you something, I don't want to live to 80. I just don't want to do it.
No, I mean, I'm surprised I even made it this far because I thought I would have been gone a long time ago.
Yeah, you know what? I can't believe I've got this far. Cannot believe it. I cannot believe I'm this old. Because I never thought for 1 minute I'd live this long. My grandmother lived to 104, and then she was euthanized in Holland.
Would you want to live longer if you could be younger, or you just want to just end it already? You're just done with life.
Well, I'm a miserable old bag anyway. You know, and I think this planet is the poop hole. And the only reason why I bother carrying on with it is because I've got 7 cats to care for, and my life's very, very easy. But you know, I just, you know, the older I get, the less good I've got to say about the world around me.
So, Chickpea, would my interpretation that dying is your bucket list be correct?
Yes. Yes, I want a nice, painless, trauma-free exit. Because I'm a Gnostic and I believe that death, we don't actually die when we leave here. I believe that we go to a checkpoint, and I want a nice, peaceful death so that my thoughts are clear, so I don't get caught by anything. That's what I believe. You know, I don't expect anyone else.
I do like you saying that, Miss Chickpea, because it gives us something in common. I too have death on my bucket list. So now we have something in common to work.
Oh, good. Yeah, sorry I was just a bitch yesterday, but animal rights is my life. I get really uptight. I shouldn't talk about it. So I do apologize for being a bitch.
I appreciate the apology and accept it. And I also apologize for not realizing that perhaps it was not the best subject.
Personal. I just lash out. I'm an ex-animal rights activist, and I lash out like a mad thing. Yes.
I thought bucket lists were what you do before you die.
Yeah, that's right.
but if her entire intention at this point is to reach that point, the bucket list is the means in which she's going to do it more than the act of doing it.
Marcus, I just stick around for the cats.
This channel is in danger of being sponsored by the Swiss Tourist Board. I don't know what to say about it.
What? What's wrong with going to Switzerland?
No, I'm just saying it seems to be an overwhelmingly frequent point of conversation.
Well, I do want to point out that while I appreciate it being on the bucket list, I am not at all in the category of these two of wanting to end myself. I am a breeder. I do believe that the life on this earth is worth something, so I have a different viewpoint there.
Okay, now Witchy Bishy, I believe you're an atheist, right?
No,
you're not. Okay, would you like to tell us your? Okay, would you like to? There's 2 questions for newbies here. I don't think I've asked you, but the first question is, what the F is going on? And the second question, I'll tell you, I don't usually do this. I'll tell you the second question so you can be thinking of it. Second question is, have you ever had a paranormal experience?
So what the
Sorry, guys, mute when you're not talking. Mute when you're not talking. We can hear a little bit of interference there. Sorry, Chickpea. Go ahead, Witchy.
What the F is going on? Learning. That's what's going on. This is all about self-awareness and education. This entire life is meant to be a learning experience upon learning experience. Again, the egg. And have I had a paranormal experience? Well, I mean, I talk to my mother daily, and she's been dead nearly 4 years now, and she replies. So.
Sorry, say that again.
He's asked if I ever had a paranormal experience.
Yeah.
I talk to my deceased mother daily, and she replies through the cards.
Oh, so you do like tarot, is it? Or what is it?
Well, it's not tarot, it's more divination, but I use cards as a means of communication with her. And then in addition to that, I stayed at a place called the Stanley Hotel. Most people in the paranormal.
By the way, I can hear kind of like, I don't know what it is. Is it wind chimes?
My wind chimes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me walk away.
No, that's fine. I was getting a bit spooked out considering what we were talking about. If I wasn't sure what it was, so go ahead, Witchy.
So yeah, I stayed at a hotel called the Stanley, which people who are familiar in paranormal stuff are familiar with because it's where Stephen King wrote The Stand.
Right.
It's a highly haunted hotel, and we stayed a few nights there, and we certainly had experiences that weren't explained easily.
So tell us about your paranormal experiences of talking to your mum on the cards, but also other paranormal experiences you may have had.
So the first time I had a recognized paranormal experience, I was about 7, and my mother was cooking in the kitchen. My mother was a Christian witch, rest her soul, and they came to us all the time, but I didn't recognize it till I was about 7, and my mother was going mad in the kitchen because she couldn't find the spaghetti noodles, and the water was boiling, and the noodles needed to be put in the pot, and she's searching everywhere, kind of yelling a bit. She was a bit of an angry woman. And I come in, and the spaghetti noodles come flying out of the cabinet into my face. When I speak something that I'm
So was that like a poltergeist?
I believe so. I believe she's my mom communed with spirits, and whenever I'm missing something, if I speak it, the next place I look, it's almost guaranteed to be there.
So tell us about that poltergeist story again, because I'm trying to understand. Nobody was there, only you.
Me and my mother. This was when she was alive, and she's searching everywhere for these spaghetti noodles, losing her mind over it. And when I walked into the room, they come flying out of the cabinet and hit me.
Because I had a poltergeist experience. I had a few of them. But what age were you when that happened, Witchy?
7.
Oh, 7. That's quite young. That's very young. Yeah.
Why do these things happen? Sorry.
They say it happens a lot to girls just when they're starting puberty or going through puberty. The menstruation. They say that a lot of teenage women get poltergeist experience. Not a lot, but it mainly happens to teenage girls. Sorry.
Well, to kind of relate to that and not try and change the subject with it, but that was about the age where I had stopped being molested by a stepfather.
Oh, that's
so I do agree that things like that, like hormones and whatnot, play into it, because something like that changes your hormonal balance.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear that happen to you.
I'm appreciate you saying sorry, but I'm of the opinion that every experience I've had, from having been raped to molested to all of the experiences, cancer and whatnot, losing 2 husbands, I'm widowed twice. All of those things are what make me who I am and are part of my lessons in this life. So I don't look at them as bad experiences, just part of the overall experience.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you're managing to see things that way. I have heard these poltergeists, if they do exist, they apparently attach themselves or deal with people who are in emotional turmoil. Apparently, have you heard that before?
Yes, I have. My experience with it, with people I know and myself, is that they tend to be more able to connect when there's a trauma cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I know for sure that they are a spiritual entity. I mean, it could be psychokinetic. It could be that emotional turmoil causes some weird quantum, physics or reaction whereby you I don't know, you cause changes in your environment through your mental state. I don't know. I mean, it may not be spiritual is what I'm saying. I just don't know what's going on.
It seems highly likely that mental state is part of the effect, because quite often people will say that they've experienced some sort of connection using psychotropic drugs.
Shideo says it's mainly a bloodline thing with young women or women in general being visited by and interacted with by seen or unseen entities. Men have this happen to them too. Depends on where you're located and what's in your DNA. I mean, so you're saying there's things following us around. Okay, well, I haven't had these experiences for some time. Thankfully, it's been a long time. So that's good. I'm trying to think.
Well, my question for you then, has your psyche changed? Have you removed the trauma cycles in your life?
Yeah, and that's interesting because when I was most traumatized, I would say that was when I was having synchronicities, and I was having a few. Like, I didn't have many of these poltergeist experiences. I had like 3 of them, and then when I was a child, I saw an old hag on on a country lane. Yeah, this like kind of like a banshee. Yeah, and she appeared, and then like when I ran away, I came back a few minutes later with my cousins, and she wasn't there anymore. I've told that story so many times on this channel, which I'm sorry, I'm just jaded from telling that story over and again. So it's a bit longer than that, but basically, there was nowhere she could have gone. Okay, and she just she was there as clear as anything in front of me, 6 feet away, and then or the side of me, sorry, and then a few minutes later she was gone, and there was nowhere she could have gone, you know, because it was a straight country lane with hedges and no houses for hundreds and hundreds of meters each way. So yeah.
So my question would be, afterwards, what change in your psyche did that bring about?
That one in particular, nothing. I also had I told this one as well on this show. I don't know what age I was, about 20, 21. And I was visiting my parents, and basically they went away, and they were living in the countryside at this time. They'd moved, and they were living in the countryside. And basically, I got there. I got to see them about 9 o'clock at night, or maybe 8 o'clock, and then about 9 o'clock they went out somewhere about three miles away to like a little pub in a village. And basically, I was alone in the house, and about midnight or so, I went to bed. It was pitch black in the countryside when I turned off the lights. And when I lay down in the bed, I started hearing this piano playing, and it was so loud and it was so clear, the music, that I remember thinking, it was a real, like, it was really a piano playing. It was like someone was playing it in the house, and I was like, well, we haven't got a piano. My parents, that was in the house that they had in London. It's not where they live now. Yeah. And basically, I remember thinking, what the hell is that? You know? And then I thought, it's anyway. Look, I was confused. I hadn't gone to sleep. I was about to go to sleep, and that's when it happened. Okay, my eyes. So anyway, I got up and I started, like, because I didn't know this house very well, I didn't stay there. I started like moving my hands along the wall trying to find the light switch, and I found it. And then there was a golf club in the room, and I went out onto the landing. I could hear this music everywhere, getting louder and louder. And then I started walking down the stairs, and when I got to the bottom of the stairs, there was like a porch in front of me. There was a living room to the right, and there was this like middle room door to the left. And I noticed it seemed to be coming blaring from that side of the house that the middle room was on. So when you walk through the middle room, there was like another room called the end room, which was like a visitor's room that was used very rarely for like visitors, for like Easter, Christmas, that kind of thing. And so I got to the door of that, and I flung it open, and I shit myself because it was dark, but I turned the light on, and then I looked across the room, and the hi-fi was on. Okay, and it was playing this spooky piano music, full blast. And I remember thinking initially, wow, this is fantastic, because it's just an electrical fault. That's why this has happened. I walked over to it, and I took the CD out that was in it that was been playing, and I looked. It was music from the movies, and it was from the Daily Mail, free CD on a Sunday. And basically, I looked at the tracks, and the track was from The Shining. Okay, apparently Moonlight Sonata was played in The Shining. Anyway, that's the song. I don't know if you've ever heard Moonlight Sonata. That's the one that was playing.
It's one of the first ones you learned when you learned piano.
All right,
here in the States. So
wow, that's a fucking hard tune to play. Wow. Okay.
It's just the basic melody.
Oh, but you learned the basic beginning bit. Yeah, I know the bit. And Anyway, that's the song that had been playing. So I went to bed, thinking, oh, just an electrical fault. But then, it kind of, I remember, being back in the city and thinking, that was a bit fucking weird, actually, because no one goes in that room and that music came on full blast. Nobody ever turns up the music full blast. And it was literally around midnight when nobody was in. It was a bit weird. I just remember thinking it was weird. But that was like a weird thing. I'll never know what that was. To me, it could have been a CD skipping and suddenly came on. I don't know. Maybe a mouse ran across a fucking thing or something. I don't know. But it was weird. Other than that, I've had a few other weird things happen. Poltergeist stories. I had a dream when I was about 21 as well. I was asleep with my then girlfriend in bed in our place, and basically, I remember having this dream where I was in this study, a library in a very old country house. Okay, a big mansion. And they had those, the step ladders that they have on rails in these big libraries where you push them along a metal. There's like a metal rail, so you can climb up the bookshelves to get to the highest shelf. There's one of those, and I climbed up the step ladder on the rails, and I reached for the top book, one of the top books on the top shelf. It was a really, really big, heavy book, leather-bound book. And I remember bringing it down to my chest. Bringing it down and also walking down the step ladder to the ground at the same time. Now, immediately on my right was my then girlfriend in the dream. And as I brought the book to my chest, I was turning to my left at the same time on the ground, and there was a leather chair, a leather Chesterfield chair, armchair, right? And it had the wooden legs at the bottom, but it was the back of it. And I could just see a bald head just over the top of the chair, like at the back. And just as I got to the bottom and I stood down on the ground with the book in my hands, this chair just swung around. The whole chair just moved around facing me. And there was a man sitting in it, like a skinny, bald white man with a suit on. And he was clenching the arms with his hands. And he just looked at me like really intensely for a second, and then went like that and just jumped towards me through the air like Superman and flew into my chest. And then I woke up as he entered my, like as he flew into me. And I remember I woke up screaming, and then because I screamed, I woke up my girlfriend who was sleeping beside me, and she screamed because I screamed. And then because she screamed, I screamed again because it was terrifying. It was absolutely, I felt like I was violated. I felt like I had a demon or spirit enter me, So that was that one. And then there's been other ones as well. I said that there's been a couple of poltergeist experiences I had when I lived above this shop. And basically I was rushing to work. I used to work in a bar. I had 2 jobs at the time. I was working in a bar in the evenings, and there was nobody else in. And basically some pots flew over my head and landed on the ground behind me. When I walked into the kitchen, some of them were cacti, so plastic cactus. And basically another one about 3 years after that, those 2 instances of that poltergeist, I did a Ouija board with a friend of mine. And basically I didn't believe in the Ouija board. I drew it on the back of an old chessboard. We were sitting down, just 2 of us in the flat, and we started doing it. And I have really little patience, bit of a short fuse for some things, and I just lost interest in it straight away. And I sat back and said, "Look, if there is a spirit here, give us a sign." And when I said it, there was a lamp on the other side of the room, a brass lamp, side lamp, and it just started dimming, and then it turned off, and then it came back to full illumination. Okay. And I remember looking at my friend, and she was like, "Oh," we were a bit like freaked out by that. And I remember sitting back in my head thinking, well, it's probably just an electrical surge or something weird like that. It's just a coincidence. So then I sat back in the sofa again, and I said it again. I said, well, look, if that was a spirit, give us another sign. And it did it again. The lamp was on fully. It dimmed off, and then it came back on to full illumination. So yeah, that's my few stories. There have been a few more, but there's been a lot of synchronicities and stuff. But that's been mainly the weird paranormal ones. I don't know what you think of that.
Well, the only thing that comes to my mind in hearing your stories is the common thread that you immediately look for what one would call rational explanations. And I think that that's the biggest problem with connection for humans and alternate source, is that we try to rationalize and make mundane the things that are magical in our lives. And in doing so, we reprogram our brains so that those memories become rational thoughts instead of the fantastical that is real. And it's kind of interesting because you see it all the time around you. People will see something that is very clearly out of the ordinary, and they work very hard to rationalize it.
Okay. Shideo says they wouldn't mind hearing about the other experiences I've had. Intriguing, fascinating stuff. I've said them all I said a lot of them on the channel. I remember I had a lot of synchronicities at one stage. This is after, so the last poltergeist one was the Ouija board one, and I think I was about 28, 29 when that happened. Okay, and then when I was about 30, I suppose it was around this time, around 30, 31. In the next place I lived, I started getting loads of synchronicities. I'll give you an example of a few of them. So there was one where I was asleep, and I was expecting a letter, an important letter. Okay, I was waiting on this official letter, and I was asleep. Then I heard this name, Ruth. Just as I woke, and then I woke up, and then I went into the hallway. And there was a letter there waiting for me on the doormat, and I opened it up, and it was the important letter, and it was from Ruth, and I couldn't have known the name Ruth because it was just some, office bod who I didn't know, just randomly signed the letter. But anyway, so that's one weird thing. There was another one at that time where I was asleep, and basically, in my dream. In my sleep, I was walking along in this industrial estate, or just on the edge of town or in town, and it wasn't heavy industry; it was just light industry, like maybe the types of things where you might have bakeries, mechanics, kind of woodwork, joinery shops, these types of things, whatever, just random small businesses, like a little industrial estate. And I was walking through this industrial estate on the street. And it was either side of me, and it was nighttime in my dream. I was by myself, and basically the street lights were on, but there's nobody around, and I was walking along, and then suddenly I decided in my dream to walk back the way I'd come from. So I turned around in my dream and walked back the other direction that I'd come from, and basically as I did that, the street lights dimmed right down. Okay, and it was a bit scary because you're in a fucking industrial estate with nobody around in a gritty part of town. And I remember thinking in the dream, rationalizing it, saying, oh, it's okay, it's just going to be the council turn the lights down at night so that they can save money because there's no one around. So that's what I thought in my dream. And then I woke up and I went to my desk. And when I went to desk to check the news, on the BBC homepage, right in front of me, in big letters, was local authorities dim lights to save money at night. that was one of the the news items on the BBC homepage as I literally woke up and went to my computer. What else? Oh well, the day Bin Laden got killed, I dreamt about the Twin Towers. But that was a weird because I dreamt about the Twin Towers. But
rest in peace.
Yeah. Oh. Huh. And but I didn't dream he got caught or anything. But yeah. Anyway, sorry for going on. That was some of my experiences.
I would like to share an experience, maybe just one.
You can.
One time, a bowl of beans I had exploded after I was saying that Jesus told me the Bible was a lie, where there was lies in the Bible.
Sorry, say that again.
Yep. We were eating dinner, me and my mom and my grandma, and we were gonna get ready to pray. So I said at the table, I was like, Jesus told me that everything in the Bible isn't true. And then my bowl of beans exploded.
So you said to your mom, Jesus told you everything in the Bible isn't true, and a bulb exploded.
Just some things. Yeah, I said not everything in the Bible is true, and then I had a bowl of beans, and they just exploded out of nowhere.
Okay, have they just been put down? I mean, was it like, have they just been placed down where you? How long have the bowl of beans been out?
Not that long. Literally, they were warm. I did all the scientific testing to make sure, and there was no.
I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. It may be that the hot beans, like, cause.
No, that's the first thing. That's the first thing I thought. That's the exact first thing I thought. So I checked the bowl, and I checked the beans to see what temperature they were at. There was no temperature difference.
Okay. So what do you think, Witchy?
I think that humans always want to explain everything, and some things aren't meant to be understood. They're meant to be learned from, which means it takes time and more experiences before the true meaning comes out. And whether it's metaphysical or it's actually physical, or if it's some sort of scientific process, or if it's just magic, I don't know. But we all want to explain it so bad that we don't actually sit in the experience. We just try to explain it away.
What do you think, Chicky?
Oh, hold on, I was switched off. Oh gosh, I don't know. I just don't know anymore, to be honest. I think there's something. Well, you know me. I think there's something very sinister going on between us and the spirit realm. You know that.
I learned something recently. Muslims believe in jinn. They believe in like a whole parallel world.
Yes.
Yeah,
I knew what jinn were. Like, I knew jinn existed, but I didn't really know what exactly. I knew they say that God created humans, but he also created a parallel world that runs alongside us.
Yeah.
Of jinn. And jinn do what we do. They have their own world where they interact with each other and have a society and do all manner of things. But they can see us, but we can't see them.
Yeah.
And they do things to us, but we can't do anything to them. Yeah. I thought it was interesting. It almost sounds like they're interdimensional beings or something.
They are, yeah. And also the NW, the jinn are also made out of fire. Allah completely constructed them out of smoke and fire. So that's why we can't see them as well, because they're made out of smoke and fire, and they can appear and reappear at once or at will in our world. But usually they claim they don't see them because of that.
And what are they for, in their view?
The jinn, it depends on which culture, because Islam spreads throughout all culture, from the Arabs to the Indonesians. But generally speaking, in the Arab world, they're seen as either helpers or as bad spirits. It depends on what deeds you've done.
So it sounds like are they like angels then, in a way?
No, angels are extremely distinct. Jinn are more akin to being angels in all Abrahamic religions are all
virtuous beings. Jinn are more akin to be either to be good, but they're more prone to
I
be
don't
like
know if
humans.
that's true because there are satanic fallen angels, aren't there?
Yeah, but that came later on, and
Oh.
that came a bit later on in like traditional Abrahamic theology for all of the Abrahamic faiths. But the more akin to us, like humans, as you said, they exist inside a parallel world, so they can either be good or bad. And like when it comes, and the relationship between humans and jinn is a bit ambivalent. It's neither wholly good or wholly bad. It just depends on what type of luck and jinn you have in your presence, you know, whether it's a good or bad one. It depends on the circumstances you've done, because in Islam they believe both in free will and also determinism. They're like compatibilists in that front, yeah, in their view.
Well, a genie is also the jinn. So
Yes.
when you rub on a lamp and get 3 wishes, that's a jinn.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's like more of like a Western add-on, you know, like the whole rubbing the lamp. But it is true, some jinns can grant you like a wish. You know, it depends. Yeah, they can grant you a wish or any like magical powers. Even, you know, some sects of Islam, like in the Sufi sect, if you do something excellent, if you're dedicated to Allah a lot, the jinn will see you as worthy, and they can grant you some type of special access or knowledge or even supernatural powers. Yes, like alchemy.
I'm just wondering. This is a strange question, but there's lots of cultures around the world that have kind of different beliefs in supernatural. Some more than others. Okay, and when I say supernatural, they believe in things like poltergeist, jinn. I don't know, old hags, banshees, whatever. Like in their cultural mythos, they have these stories, and a lot of people kind of talk about them. And I'm just wondering, this is a bit of an out there question: is there a correlation between high instances of schizophrenia in these cultures where they believe in these things? Because I have to say, in the Anglo-centric society, although there's a lot of talk about ghosts and haunted houses and shit, there isn't like this cultural obsession with like having ghosts in the central portion of the kind of national myths or anything, you know.
Yeah, there isn't.
Well, maybe there is. I don't know. We've got Merlin and stuff, but it's not something that Merlin was a wizard. But it's not something that at the kind of well, you can maybe prove me wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem to be at the fore of the cultural kind of identity as a phenomenon. You know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think that, I mean, they do believe in ghosts. They do believe in witchcraft. They did, you know, persecute all those women for practicing witchcraft.
That's true. I mean, there are a lot of people nowadays who believe in Wiccan paganism, like they're witches and stuff. Yeah, and they believe in all that. But then again, I suppose you could say religion is a spiritual belief. Yeah. Mm.
So I looked up jinn just because
Societies,
I was interested.
sorry.
And as he was saying about it being made out of fire, I was noticing something, that biblical creatures tend to be separated by how they were made, and they're each made of the 5 elements. That's pretty interesting, actually, since it relates back to pre-Abrahamic religions, to the same 5 elements that were found predominant in most cultures and religions: earth, air, fire, water, and light. Pretty interesting.
Yeah,
that is interesting. Wow.
That is true. Yeah.
Sorry, the distinction I'm trying to make is, yes, there are people who have religion, and the religion says there's a Holy Spirit and such, but then there's also some cultures around the world that literally say these spirits appear on Earth, and people have seen them. A lot of people have seen them. So I'm just wondering: is it like these? Is it kind of like a psychosis thing? Is it because?
Could be. There could be any explanation to those things. Honestly, psychosis, whether they're actually real, no one really knows. Depends.
I mean, psychosis is one hell of a thing. I mean, I've never
Yeah.
been diagnosed as having psychosis, but sometimes I wonder, was I on like a kind of mild level of psychosis sometimes that just went under the radar, you know?
Yeah.
W, I got a friend of mine who lives in this block where I live, and she's got schizophrenia, you know, and she thinks that she's being followed by men, and these men follow her everywhere. She goes abroad, they follow her on the plane. She's constantly being followed, and she really believes it. There's no one following her, but she truly believes it.
Yeah, that's heightened schizophrenia and like psychosis. That's like an extreme one. Like, how come she's not in like a type of a care home? Like, I'm very concerned about that.
Because she really does believe that it is actually happening. I've sort of said to her, don't you think you have to chat with a doctor or something? But she truly believes it.
Wow, that's.
I've said to her, you know, well, I haven't said to her,
Okay.
or anything.
I gotta jump in here. Now you're talking about imprisoning people or putting people in crazy houses for just suspecting people following them. Because like, what are you talking about? Literally, are you acting like there's never been any kind of spies? There's never been any CIA agents or any little like people
that is completely something else entirely.
Wait, no, I'm almost done.
No.
There's literally people who get killed all the time. They're called whistleblowers. You're over here telling me that that doesn't happen all the time when you're talking about some shit that you
don't
shouldn't.
think her friend is a freaking whistleblower. I don't think her friend is like a whistleblower, right, Chickpea? She's just some ordinary lady,
She's
right?
an ordinary working class
Exactly.
female pensioner.
The people who get killed by spies are literally
She lives in the same block as me. She's just an ordinary working class female, and she truly believes in this. It's been going on for years. And there's no one there. She's got cameras all around her outside. She's accused me of being involved with it all. She's really it's quite scary, but I keep, you know, I don't want to sort of say you need to go see a doctor because I don't want to be insulting, but she's got it, and she truly believes it. She really, truly believes it. It's been going on for about 4 years now. It's not new.
4 years, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it's I don't know.
yeah, so she's just some ordinary working class lady.
Just an ordinary working class pensioner.
Has like no history with like any intelligence agencies. Yeah, cool.
No.
Yeah.
She's a telephonist, intelligence agencies.
Yeah.
Lord.
Well, I think the mind had a good point. He just kind of took it in a weird direction, going on about whistleblowers and agencies.
Very weird direction.
The point was that just because we suspect someone might be ill, or even if they are ill, doesn't mean we should just go put them in a home, right? Maybe they have a family who's loving and can take care of them or something, or maybe they're functional.
They're functional,
She believes. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, to be honest. You know, I don't know.
Well, ultimately, it's her problem. But if she's like capable in other things, and if she's not hurting anyone, then like, oh, okay, then I guess she's all right then. Just that quirk about her, though.
But it's just,
Just a quirk about her, then.
Yes. It's a bit weird.
Yeah, it's weird though. You know,
I heard it when I was in the psychiatric unit because I was in hospital for a while, and some of the members of the group used to talk like this that I was in.
Yeah,
so I know about it. Yeah.
Yeah, but like the whole thing, Witchy actually brought up something interesting. Yeah, in the Abrahamic religions, the fire element is very, very like important in all of the Abrahamic religions. Like all of the angels in the Bible were like made out of fire, and like the jinn are made out of fire. And like if you look at whatever existing images of the Prophet Muhammad, his face is covered in fire. You know, his face is always like covered in light and fire because you can't see his face according to like their like beliefs. So yeah, fire is very, very it's like a very strong symbol in those faiths. Yeah.
And you know what, Fatima, I find it so unsettling that all this, you know, there must be something out there because people wouldn't, and I find it so unsettling to have been born into existence for all that exists. And I tell you something, I'm terrified the day I leave this mortal coil because dread to think what's out there. I dread to think. Now, I'm really scared. I know that sounds insane. That's why I want to go to Switzerland with somebody so that I can stay calm and hopefully when I go through the checkpoint, I've got my wits about me. You know, I'm really worried about it all because I'm getting old. You know?
Yeah. Can I just say, perpetual pleasures, brother, do come on, and the same goes for Shy Deo.
What's up, perpetual pleasurist? Shout out to you.
I'm not afraid of dying at all. I mean,
I'm terrified, LA.
I just don't
Petrified.
want to die in a painful way, but I'm not afraid of death.
I would say I'm not scared of like the death itself, like being dead because you're just not here anymore. You're not being.
No.
But how am I gonna die though? That's what scares me. Is it gonna be like painful or painless? The way they get there scares me more than like the actual destination scares me. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, but Fatima, right? The Gnostics believe that when we leave here, we just go. This is when we die. That we just go through a checkpoint onto the archons, etc., 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 and to the light. Which is why I come here, because it does say finding Gnosis. So I'm hoping to find something.
Well, you know why he calls it that.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, hey, brother Marcus.
Come on, Marcus. Right. I come here because it's
Yeah, but you know why he calls it finding Gnosis. You know this.
Well,
yeah, it's been a year already.
I'm come here
to
find out what it is. I come here to find out what it is that is out there, so that I don't make the same mistake. Because, as you know, I believe I've been reincarnated. You know that about me, and I don't want to come back.
Well, I do think it's a double entendre. Like, he is talking about. I mean, he was making content in the beginning about Gnostic Christianity, and then
Kabbalah,
also
yeah,
using it in a different way.
Yeah.
But Allah, God, the demiurge are all the same person.
Yeah.
It's all the same entity. We just all believe different things because we come from different tribes. But the same arseholes in charge of a lot of us. That's what I. And I'm scared. You know what, Fatima? I actually sometimes practice going into the dark.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, David Icke talks about this tunnel of light that's out there and all the people you love are there. Well, I'm worried in case my cats are there. I'm not worried about people being there. I'm worried in case my cat. I know it sounds insane, but that's why I come here. If I knew what I was doing, I wouldn't come here, would I? And I wouldn't.
No.
And I'm terrified. I know people. I know it sounds insane, but I don't want to come back for another stint, and I don't want to. I just don't want to come back again. I hate it.
Pleasurist says, I'm not scared of death. I just don't trust it. Yeah, I don't trust. I don't know what's gonna happen after like my body's finished, and no one has like given me a good reason to believe either or in a strong, firm belief. No one has given me a good reason either or to believe.
You read what the Gnostics believe, Fatima?
Yeah, it's essentially reincarnation, trying to work yourself way back.
Yeah, they want you back.
Like a light. Yeah.
I mean, I'm an antinatalist because I believe that all the while we carry on breeding, we create a new fetus for them to basically force the next soul into, i.e., the souls that are already there waiting to come back.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
That's what I believe.
But I'm scared of reincarnation because I'm scared of doing shit all over again. What the fuck? Once is enough. Yeah, exactly. But Chick, we have a question for you. What were you in your past life, or what hints did you get sometimes you think you were in your past life?
Well, I found out via hypnosis that I existed in another dimension before entering this one. I found that via hypnosis. But when I was a little girl, I could knit and sew and crochet without having been taught how to do it. Because my mother said to me, I was a bit odd, that I could do all these things and no one had taught me how to do it. Because you do need to have someone to teach you how to crochet. And same as sewing. I just knew it's as if, I suspect in my former life, I was probably a little housemaid mending ladies' dresses or something like that. God only knows. But my mother even said it about me, that there was something weird. And of course, when I was in the other dimension, I put a V on my forehead. But my mother said I was born with a V on my forehead. So what came out through hypnosis had an element of truth in it. So I can't just say that was just me, hypnotist, forcing thoughts into my mind, because I didn't know about that.
Hypnotism is a pretty freaky concept to me because it's just the fact that you can brainwash people
and control them. You know, it's
It's
very
no, well, what do you think the TV set is?
exactly.
They
Yeah, it's
watch
real.
it.
It's
Oh,
very real. Yeah, it's
yeah,
very
that's
real.
why I don't watch it. But
So
no,
like, who
yeah.
knows? So like, who knows if like whoever is gonna hypnotize you or brainwash you is really honest about or
No,
your
my
best
mother confirmed it. That's the trouble. My mother confirmed it.
confirmed. Oh damn! So you have like an
I just
external
said
source.
that if my mother hadn't said to me, "What you were born with a funny big red V on your forehead," I wouldn't. You know, it's because she said that. That is what has got me. No,
Well, I think in my past life, I was a king, and then I abdicated my crown, and I turned the power back to the people, and they became liberated. But they didn't really want to be liberated because they still wanted to be controlled, and so they didn't know what to do with their freedom. So they just let somebody else control them. So it didn't really change much of anything.
Ah, yeah.
Do you not watch the telly then? The television?
No, I don't. I don't have a TV. I just watch like on my computer. I stream stuff, and that's about it. Yeah,
It's
I
a
just
real
download.
So
Oof.
you guys keep talking about reincarnation and the afterlife. So I shared a link earlier in the back chat, and I know that DNW said he was familiar. There's a story by Andy Weir called The Egg. And so this fear that you have, to me, seems kind of interesting because you say that if more people are born, that's going to draw more souls back.
Yes.
And the egg says that it's all just one soul. We're all living these lives. We're all one soul reliving lives. So like everything around, every living thing around you is you. The universe is your egg, so that you can be born to the next level. So the only people who are born are the number of births that have to happen for you to learn all the lessons.
That sounds like a crock of like crap to me. But I'm sorry, in my opinion, you know, that sounds like a crock of shit to me.
I just want oblivion. I don't want to be a soul of anybody's part.
That just sounds like a crock of shit to me.
So you'd rather believe that there's some sort of egotistical evil creation that keeps drawing souls who don't want to be here into this world.
That's what the Gnostics
Well,
believe, though.
Well, I haven't stated my beliefs, and like I'm not a metaphysical person. Yeah,
Well,
ask anyone here. You know, we have arguments about that, about my views. It's pretty, you know.
So
I
you
think
believe in
what
past,
was
but you
just
do believe in
described
past
is that
lives.
the egg
bringing
is
that
pretty
up.
close to what God is. When I think, it's not really accurate to think of God or this thing that's experiencing all thing as a person, like the Bible tries to portray it as. It's more of a force that experiences things through a subjective lens in an objective world. And it does this with everything around you. It doesn't matter if it's inanimate, it doesn't matter if it's a living thing. Everything basically contains the will, as Schopenhauer describes it, although he describes it in a very pessimistic manner.
Well, I don't think a rock has a will. I don't think a rock has a will, or like dog shit has a will. I don't think that has a will. Like rocks.
No, that's not. It's the will and its representation. So everything is a part of the will, including the rock. But
It comes from
we're
the will.
individual representation.
I don't. Yeah, but like I'm saying, I don't think a rock is like experiencing reality or like
No,
consciousness
no.
as we are. Like what the hell? Like that's like
No, it's
something.
not
Like,
Well,
hubba
not as
hubba.
we are. It's not as we are, but it is experiencing reality. And
No,
it
it's
is-
not. A rock is
Yes,
non-sentient. That doesn't make any sense. A rock is a non-sentient thing, along with, like, I don't know, like branches and sticks and leaves.
What is a
Do you
rock
think
made
those?
up of?
That's not what it
Yes,
means,
exactly.
though. But
Rocks are made up of atoms, which are made up of electrons and protons, and ultimately all these things are reacting to each other on the subatomic level and even the quantum level. All reality is particles reacting in the forms of waves based off of what's going on in their environments. So rocks are absolutely conscious, just not like we are, because they form over the course, if we're looking at the uniformitarian model, millions of years based off of interactions with their environment that shape the rock as an individual.
Now,
No,
okay,
the rock's
cool.
not. The rock is
Cool.
not like
Now,
us, but it is part of the overall will of nature.
okay, cool. Now I want you to call every quantum physicist and say that you found out everything. You have figured out everything. I want you to
What
call
are you
everyone.
talking about? Literally, there's always arguments about what he's saying right now. There's arguments that's had between quantum physicists in regards to what is conscious and being experienced. Like, what is an observer? Remember that whole thing? It doesn't take a human to be an observer. What is conscious? What is an observer? Where is the line between awareness? Like that is the supposed hard question that has been argued for a long time. He's not saying anything that is just no physicist hasn't figured out. Literally, this has been being argued. So he's not saying he figured anything out. He's saying something that is a position that a lot of people hold.
Well,
Yeah, I don't hold that position.
It's just an
I don't hold that position.
Yeah, I know, because you don't understand it, and you're not part. You're not a lot of people. You're not who we're talking about here. Like,
I think I understand it. I understand it. I just don't find it convincing enough. I just don't find it convincing.
I need a bit of PP in the house. We need Perpetual Pleasures to come on and to explain what's going on.
Yeah, he should, honestly. Much more entertaining.
Are you a materialist?
Wait, okay. Somebody said my name like 4 times. I'm gonna be like a genie in a flare. What's up?
So, Mind, how do you think, okay, that we come into being in the first place? I'm not talking about our bodies and meat bags. I'm talking about our consciousness and our souls. And I said soul, not assholes, our souls. How do you think that came into being? Because I can't imagine I asked for this somehow, and it really pisses me off.
We're eternal.
I'm gonna have to think about that one. Yeah, infinity. Yeah.
There was no creating. We've been there since the beginning. We're going to be here since the end, or until
Can
the
you
end.
prove that?
Really,
Can you prove that there was no beginning? Can you prove that there was no beginning? Because people say there was a beginning.
There is no.
I'm gonna have to think about it. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to think about it.
Thank you.
To imply there's a beginning would imply that there's an end. And
Yeah,
to
there
imply
is
that
a
there's
beginning and end.
would imply that everything or the spirit realm or God came from something. And God came from nothing, because God is eternal. Nothing precedes God, nothing precedes being. And this is exactly what the philosopher Parmenides talks about, and pretty much set the entire Western ontology on this. Being
Not all of it.
static,
There's people who do reject the Western ontology, like a lot of people do now. Like ever since like the 1600s, they have been criticizing the Greeks. So I don't know.
They don't really. I don't think they really reject it in the way they think they do. I think they just switched to the other dude, Heraclitus, and now they're just in a state of becoming and trying to force eternity and completeness to become something that it's not, because that's what being is. Being is everything that has ever happened, everything that's happening, everything that will happen, and all possibilities of what could have possibly happened, all happening at once in an eternal moments. This is the completeness of being. You can't add to it, and you can't take away from it. It's eternal,
lovely.
and it's not going anywhere. That's where we come from.
Lovely. That's really cheered me up.
Eternal.
I think you can take away from it. I don't know. I mean, you don't
I
have
think
to procreate.
if I can meditate on some more, I can definitely just find some obvious flaws in the thing and the explanation for it. I think if I just think of
get hung up on looking for the flaws.
Wait, no, let's hear it. Let's hear what he has to say.
I want to point out what LA said, because if you were to take away from being, it would no longer be complete. So if you did not exist, like poof, you no longer existed, being would no longer be all encompassing. It would no longer contain everything because you're missing.
Right, but the whole
You are
thing
part
is
of eternity.
Oh, good.
Eternity
the
Perpetual
whole.
Pleasure is here.
is required for you to
No,
exist.
the point is that
Finally,
there's the will
intelligence.
and its representation. So you can't destroy the will, but you can destroy its representations.
Guys, one moment, guys. The king has arrived. The king
Yes, he
of
is. Hello, Gnostic antinatalist.
speculation and knowledge on what is going on.
Hello, guys.
Supreme Ass Eater himself. He won't mind me saying that because he loves doing it. The legend that is Perpetual Pleasurist, aka Gnostic Antinatalist. How you doing, sir?
Hey, how's it going, man? Thanks for having me on.
I'm doing good too.
Great to have you here. I'm going to turn your microphone up, because it's a little bit low.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me better now?
I think so, but yeah, PP, feel free to interject anytime. You're obviously well able to talk, so I don't need to look out for you on that department.
Well,
So
one thing I would.
I'm going to just pause. I'm just going to mute myself, but keep going, guys. It's a fun convo.
Hey, what's up, man?
I actually do agree with your comment saying that we are definitely not anything, not one soul, not one being. Because no, I don't believe in oneness or the monist. I'm more of a pluralist. I believe different forms exist. It's not just one thing that grounds all of existence, in my opinion.
Yeah. So I think
really?
my recent video that I recently did. I think you'll all really enjoy that. It's called Eternal Paradise Play, and it's talking a lot about this topic actually, where from what I've seen and the evidence is overwhelming, is that possibility potential itself is the problem. That's the biggest issue, because potential possibility is guaranteed to eventually lead to innocent child torture in some version of reality, right? That's its root problem. Anything that is raw possibility or emanating infinite possibilities will also emanate every horrible possibility, right? That's why possibility is the problem. So anything that's potential is a problem for that reason, because it will lead to something bad along with leading to good things. So in other words, what we need to do is we need to recognize that each one of us is our own individual source of reality. Each one of us distinct, work as a team to ensure that reality is a hyper-specific paradise state sustained perpetually as long as we possibly can. Because as soon as we introduce possibility into anything, immediately down we go towards torture, horror worlds, hellish stuff, bad situations. Immediately, as soon as you allow any type of possibility in that's not hyper-specific, exact, what you want, exactly what you desire, exactly what's pleasurable, any randomized outer thing is going to lead to some form of pain and anguish eventually, if not immediately. So this is why I think it's a very dangerous idea for people to glorify and relish either the monad or the demiurge. Anything that emanates multiplicities of things, good and bad from itself, or anything that is just this amalgamated oneness, vagueness thing. Both of those are very bad ideas to focus on or glorify, because they emanate bad things with the good things. That's the problem. So,
can I respond?
Sure.
Because I also made a video recently that pretty much touches on all this, and I explain in my video that you cannot dismiss the possibility because we live in the realm of possibility. Just because there are bad possibilities, this is true, we have to recognize that these possibilities are undesirable and not pursue the path of allowing them to manifest. This is what free will is all about. It's
I don't
about
believe in free will.
navigating between the forces of duality, the forces of chaos and order. Order is natural law, chaos is the possibility. Natural law provides coherency to our actions, ensuring that what we do matters in the objective world, because we're all experiencing it subjectively. We are all subjective individuals in an objective world. And chaos is the potential from which our free will is allowed to choose and manifest things based off of the opportunities in our life. We can't shun the possibilities just because they're bad. We have to recognize these possibilities are bad, and we have to bring about the good possibilities because we understand what's actually right, because we understand natural law.
Right. So more or less the idea, though, is to it's very important to understand that what is actually going on is simultaneous determinism, which basically that accounts for what we experience as what we assume or think is free will. So I have a lot of videos on that specific topic. What's going on is actual simultaneous determinism. It's not actually free will of any type of freedom whatsoever, but it is will and it is working. There's a whole specific way it operates, but it's all within determinism. There's simply
And
different
there's no
degrees and
oneness.
tiers.
There's no oneness within this that you're talking about, because you're saying everything's deterministic, yet it's not. There's no oneness within this coherent
Yes.
system of.
So
Okay.
basically, I would describe it more like this. Okay, if the consciousness or the mind focuses on any type of vague oneness, the light, the all, the source, the whatever it is that's vague, that's not hyper specific, the singularity, right? Uh, Anything like that that's focused on by the consciousness will eventually lead consciousnesses back to something like this, because the problem of all those ideas is they're not specific. They're just a vague concept, right? Consciousness, the raw consciousness as it is, the one, the all of these concepts, you can look at them and like, wait a minute.
It depends on their use.
Yeah, that's just going to
Well,
lead
yeah,
people back to some
it depends on your.
randomization.
Well, it
There's
depends on
nothing
your
specific.
perspective. It depends on your comprehension. It depends on a lot of things. And
No, it
if you
doesn't.
don't get any use out of it, yes, it does. I know you like to be a little know-it-all, but I'm sorry to tell you, you don't know it all. So sometimes
I never
if you don't
said I
know
wasn't
something,
know-it-all.
you didn't say it, but you're acting like it is what
Well,
it is.
the most
Yeah.
important thing is we should all focus on our own individual paradise state. So what we each individually desire to the maximum, and sharing those deep meditations with others so that we can work as a cohesive team to then basically work together in our internal paradise meditative state to basically help form those inner worlds beyond the outer impositional state. So what's happening? Yeah. What's
I just
happening
want
in
to
the...
say,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I agree with that it is ultimately about living our lives the way we want to do. And I think that equates with achieving your own internal paradise state. But there's a way to do that that is objective, and that is recognizing that everyone has the ability to live their life the way they want to. The problem is why there's so much needless suffering is people don't respect other sovereign beings' ability to interact in the world. They choose to interfere with them, typically through violence. A lot of people don't realize they support violence through things like voting or things like that because it's inherently coercive. And that basically restricts people's free will to conforming to behave a certain way. We need to do away with these things in order to achieve the internal paradise by recognizing that everyone lives in an objective reality, but they're all having a subjective experience that deserves to be respected, as if it was your subjective experience.
Dominic, can I ask you something? Are you a non-vegan? I have to ask.
Chicky, are we really going to go down this?
Yes, because I consider animals to be sentient beings, and this is where I always come unstuck, because it seems to be that people don't recognize that they are sentient creatures who feel pain and want to love their young. That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you.
I'm just going to say, no, I'm not a vegan.
I don't want to talk about animals. All I want to know. I don't listen. Okay, so it's okay. Carry on. I just asked you.
I'm not vegan. No, I'm not. But I do recognize.
So you talk about making a happy, clappy world.
I do recognize that animals should probably not be eaten the way we do, but it's been very hard for me to stop eating meat. And I do like things like fish. So, it is ultimately my choice, because that's what free will is about. It's about making your own decisions and living with them. And, even though I don't always make the best choices, I don't actively harm people.
But also free will's okay depending on whether you're an animal or a human being. It all depends on what kind of a member, which species you are.
Well, it's very important to understand, though, that what we're really dealing with here is simultaneous determinism, not free will. It's a good idea to say will only when we talk about will and not attach free to it, even though most people mean free in a figurative sense, non-literal sense. I understand that. The term free attached to it tends to be very misleading. So there's different tiers and degrees of what's determined, but it is all determined. It's simply to what degree and to what tier. So for example, like the Earth moving through space. So whether you're a spherical Earth person or a flat Earth person, either or, the situation of the planet Earth is very determined, right? That's something that's highly
Determined
far
by
more
what?
determined.
Determined by what?
It's vastly more determined than anything we do on an individual daily basis. So what we do, what we decide, like whether we eat vanilla ice cream or chocolate ice cream today or tomorrow, that is far less determined in terms of the predetermined set. So the tiers of determination only have to do with to what degree are things predetermined, to what degree are they not predetermined. So the simultaneous part has to do with most things on a face-to-face, day-to-day level are being determined as it's occurring versus, okay, beforehand, all these things are in place and then it leads to this. Yes, there are factors that are predetermined. For example, it's predetermined that we all have to breathe oxygen or we suffocate, right? It's predetermined that we have to eat food or we die of starvation. We have to drink water. However, so those things are heavily predetermined, but what is far less predetermined, what's far more determined in the moment it's happening by everything going on at the same time is those individual choices we make on a daily basis. So it's basically, if you understand all of reality as different degrees and tiers of how much of it is predetermined and how much of it is determined while it's happening real time, then you'll understand exactly why people mistake and think they have free will when they don't. You have will, but you don't have free will. That's the distinction.
Okay, I want to ask one question real fast. I
Are
want
you
to ask
sure
one
about
question.
that?
I want to ask one question. Do you think the laws of physics are deterministic or they're subject to change? The laws of physics.
The laws of physics in the impositional universe that we live in right now, the external world, basically, those are very highly predetermined in the sense of it's very unlikely that anything minus some, majorly unforeseen circumstance is going to change those laws of physics. Like it's very unlikely anything will change at the flick of a finger, our need to breathe oxygen without suffocating, right? Et cetera, et cetera. So basically, as far as the outer impositional world, yes, that's pretty much locked in place. But the inner world of desire, what we want, that's distinct from the outer imposition, that world is very much so independent and outside the laws of physics. And that's actually what people should be focusing on, I recommend, as what they mainly focus on, meditation-wise and fixation-wise, in terms of their entire physiology, your feeling, your desire, your thoughts, because the impositional world is going to remain impositional. It's going to remain doing its thing outside of us, right? So, but our desires, if we attach far greater value to what we desire and want that's independent of the imposition, then we actually can experience internally a much more stabilized emotional state, sense of calm, relaxation, etc., because we're giving far more value to what we desire outside of the locked-in laws of physics that are outside of us. That might change, yes, laws of physics outside of us might change, but there's no good reason we should cross our fingers realistically thinking that they will, because obviously they've been going on for billions of years as far as we can tell, or however long they've been going on. The main point is, whatever this impositional world is, it sure as hell isn't created by us, that's for sure. It's not our will that made this world a torture escape for children. I mean, seriously, none of us wanted the world to be that way, obviously. So our worlds are very different from this world.
Why don't you mention children as a torture escape for children? Why just
Because
children?
I always like to zoom to the worst case scenario that happens, because if we talk on anything, any subject matter that's less extreme, people can wiggle worm away and kind of just, they can just kind of wishy-washy go into, oh yeah, but suffering this and that, value this and that. But when it comes to the most extreme agonizing torments, that's really what stands out as, okay, this world is obviously not a world created by paradise beings. This world is not a
No,
world
say that
desired by
again.
paradise beings. This world is not a world desired by benevolent beings, obviously. So the very fact any case of these extreme tortures happening to obviously innocent sentiences goes on at all means that this world was manifested, created by
An asshole.
entities that are malevolent, yes, or
thank you.
Or simply it manifested from the raw potentiality, which is also malevolent because it can lead to worlds like this, either or. So whether it's an intentionally created world or a world that just randomly popped up due to potentiality manifesting it, possibility, therefore here it is, in either case, both of those are incredibly horrible, horrific scenarios, right?
See, because what I don't understand, that the average human being can't see that. And they can't, can they? I mean, you have to agree with me, the average human being can't see that.
No, most average human beings aren't immediately aware of that. And you notice how most human beings, they downgrade their imagination and their desires. In other words,
oh, thank you.
Isn't imagination
Please
part
So
of
keep me up.
most people will be like
Okay,
this.
wait,
They'll be
wait,
like,
wait.
oh, you know what? I desire this world or
Potentiality.
that world, but it's just my imagination. It's just wishful
that
thinking. Oh
you can't
well,
just
the impositional
demonize?
world sucks. That's reality. They always
I guess
downgrade their
I
imagination,
have a
and that's what
big
shoots
problem
themselves in the foot. I never do
demonizing
that. This is why I've
potential.
had far less problems in life because I've never downgraded my imagination ever in my entire life.
So why are you demonizing
Yeah,
potential,
you
but
gotta
then
prop up your imagination, what you
bringing
desire. In
up
fact, you have to go
imagination?
beyond just imagination. You have to recognize your desire for a better world as a weapon against this impositional shit show. Like you have to treat it as a weapon against it, not as just wishful thinking. If you treat it as just wishful thinking, you're never going to be able to go anywhere with it. But if you treat it as a weapon against what's imposed, that's non-desirable, that's torturous, that's horrible, then you start getting somewhere with the thing. And it's very sad to me seeing how people always shoot themselves in the foot. They're just like, oh, you know, wishful thinking, this, that, la-di-da-di-da, but ultimately the world's like this. It's like, okay, yeah, we understand the world is like that, imposition. So therefore, that's why we need to oppose it, because it's such a shit show. Not, it's a shit show, therefore, let's surrender to it being a shit show. You see what I'm saying?
Okay,
It's a
wait.
different
I
psychology.
got a question real quick. You said potentiality gives rise to all badness, right? Like bad stuff.
Eventually, yes. Either immediately or
So,
eventually. Right.
potentiality has nothing to do with free will. You can have potentiality without free will.
No, the idea
Or,
is this is very important to
On top
understand.
of
wait, no, I'm just asking
potentiality
you.
has nothing
Is
to do
pot-
with imagination.
Yeah, this is
Does
very important to understand.
potentiality, because you said potentiality was directly correlated to possibilities, right? And infinity will
Yes.
equate to, so within that infinity of possibilities, there is no free will. There is no choice to make decisions within that infinite possibilities.
No, that's all simultaneous determined as well. So the infinite
Okay,
possibilities
that's
are
fine. That's
figuratively
wait.
determined.
I'm just trying to figure this out. That's fine for you to say and for me to accept until the point where you say everything's deterministic and everything's happening according to this one thing that doesn't. And also on top of that, there's nothing. There's no one thing that's connecting everything. Like
No, this is very
you're
important.
not making
There
sense.
is
You have cognitive dissonance.
no, this is very important to understand. There are things connecting things. There are things connecting realities to each other. And this is another topic I actually go into a lot. There's actually a lot of scientific evidence, even within the secular world, being found now ever more, that in fact, what is most likely going on here is we're dealing with separate sources of reality. So there's no case at all of just a oneness that's the source of literally everything branching off into varieties, but multiple separate sources of reality. So on one side, let's just say side for the sake of discussion. Obviously, it's not a literal physical side, but on one side, you have the raw potentiality that manifests all varieties, bad and good. But separate from that potentiality, distinct from it, you have hyperspecificity, which is an independent principle, not within the fold of raw potentiality manifesting infinite varieties. In fact, the whole idea is this hyperspecificity source is combative and oppositional to possibilities. In other words, this
Yeah,
is
I
why
would
we
assume it
have
would be.
Okay,
yeah,
so
this is why we have
you're just
specificities
describing a
manifested. But the
universe
problem
based off
is,
war,
in this impositional
basically.
world, since it's
You're just
predominated
describing
by the
a universe of
potentiality
war.
over and above the specificity, whatever specificity we
Could you
create or
not?
manifest
I don't understand.
disappears very fast, right? You create an ideal house situation, you always have to maintain it, it always falls apart. It's always under this domination of entropy, but because this world is predominated by the possibility principle far more than the specificity principle. But the idea with the paradise states is they're underneath the predominance of the hyperspecificity principle. So what that looks like is meditations that you have, desires you have, ideals that you can experience those over and over and over again ad infinitum, and they never get old, they never get boring. It's the same exact details every single time, forever, perpetually. So you never have to deal with randomization or entropy or things falling apart or other possibilities falling in. But the idea is, in order to stay immersed in such a state, you have to remain constantly combative against possibility and the source or the thing that is emanating possibility. So like the demiurge is what I call the demiurge monad continuum. In other words, from the way I see it, is everything from the demiurge all the way to all these oneness ideas. They're basically that dark, evil, bad side of reality. And so you notice this: the New Age world, the religious world, the spiritual world, the secular world, even the majority of humans throughout the planet has some variation of glorifying or acknowledging or appreciating some oneness thing, some vague, whether it's the singularity that they call it, whether it's the light, whether it's the all, the source, the monad, take your pick, whatever they call it, right? Any of those things, okay, yes, that actually is the source of all this stuff going on, this world and a bunch of other worlds. But that is not the capital THE source of literally everything. This is the thing where people get caught up. They mistakenly think that that is the source of literally every reality, every world, everything else. And I'm saying
Literally.
no. In fact, a lot of the Gnostics, if you look really into it, were also saying no. They're like, wait a minute, that's not actually what's going on. There's a separate pleasure entity world of reality. And in fact, the evidence seems to suggest each one of us individually are actually sources of reality separate from this raw potentiality principle. This is why we always have a longing for exactly what we desire, not interfered with or messed with possibilities being thrown at us, right? Because think about it. Everything that's a possibility that just gets thrown at you eventually leads to some miserable thing, right? You know, the temperature's not the way you
I
want it.
disagree.
Somebody doesn't look exactly the way you want. You don't look the way you want, right?
I think
Something
you just
happens
have a
that you don't
negative
like. Something
perspective.
happens that's painful or miserable. All of those things are outside of what is specifically
All right.
desired. And so therefore,
Can
they're coming from
anybody
other
get into
sources of
stock
reality
for
other
a
than you,
second?
right?
Yeah,
So
like,
the
Yeah,
idea
yeah.
is you
you
want
gotta
to prop
stop.
up your own
Because
We're
sources
I
all
have
of
no
truth
idea what
lost.
the
directly,
fuck
We're
you
just
just
He's
and
going
smarter
said.
than
on.
all of
remove
you. Ha.
everything else that interferes with
You don't even
uh,
care.
a
I think he's just
perpetuated,
Because he
steamrolling.
can drone
consensual,
on you
flowing
and
state
Can you
of
not
use
hear
your
maximum
us,
words
pleasure.
means to
Gnostic
So the
and
idea is
further.
to work as a
Nels?
team with
Or
other
can you
beings
not
to
hear
get
This
us
that
guy's
all?
to
so
maximize
smart.
both here
He
and in the
he feels
hereafter.
PP,
like
can you
trying to
hear
look
us?
But
omnivorous.
basically understanding what we're up against. What we're up
PP,
against is an extremely
He's
diabolical
giving a speech.
impositional
He's
thing
giving
or
a
being
he's
on
on
the
the
world,
platform.
right?
Let
However you
him
look at it,
talk.
whether you
Give him
see
a
it as
minute.
a thing or a being or whatever, the point is it's
Oh,
oppositional to your maximal desires, and that's a problem. And it's important to recognize that that is a problem. That's not okay. It's not an okay thing. It's not like, oh, that's just reality, therefore we need to accept it.
Tima, you're a
That's not
fanboy
acceptable
of
to a
this.
paradise-oriented being. You can't ever
I think
artificially
you have
accept
your
something you
perspectives
don't
and you're just
accept
gonna
if you're an
shove them down
oppositional
people's
to that,
throats. I think that's
This
what's going
to
on
that
here.
shit
is
show
basically
type of
saying
being.
that
So like
we
no
have
matter how
no
many times people
choices
say,
in
"Oh,
our
you
lives and
just got to
we
accept
live
this,"
in
it's
a
like I've
universe
never
of
had to
one.
just accept
That's what
anything. My
Gnostic
whole life has been consist
anti-analysts
of
is
opposing
explaining.
all the problems,
And
and it's
also,
led to me to have the best life possible. I've never agreed to just accepting the way reality is, the shit along with the good stuff. I've only accepted the good stuff and always rejected the bad stuff. So that's what everybody should do, and it leads to a much better life, actually.
oh, you're
I was
finally
trying I was trying to have a conversation, but it's hard to when you like don't give
yeah,
people room for
you
response.
just go on this long rant and we don't even understand any left. So I don't really think he's that serious. You know what he was describing anyway when he's talking about this deterministic component of the universe and this non-deterministic component of the universe is exactly what I was describing. There's chaos, which is the potential, which he wants to demonize because it's going to lead to children suffering. And there's order, which makes sure that our choices matter in the world. And there's a certain way to behave that's going to impact people objectively in their lives in a good way or a bad way. And there's the
Yeah, I
force
could agree with
that
that.
navigates this thing. Go ahead.
No, I agree. That's it. That's a way simpler way of saying that.
Yeah, I don't know what he was going on about.
When people start saying you should, I kind of shut down because I'd rather hear what they do that works for them than them telling me what I should do.
Well, he was talking about making your own internal paradise. I mean that's a real subjective term that he used, but really, like I said, a simpler way is just living your life the way you want to, making in the world what you want for yourself and impacting others in a way that's good for them. by not interfering with their ability to live their life. I would think that's how we can build paradises for ourselves.
Yeah, the maximum order talk that I heard, and like trying to stray away from probability. That sounds very close to this. What is that thing called? Transhumanism talk, where it's just like we need to fuse with robots, and robots are going to be the thing that's going to make us perfect, and it's the thing that's like orderly and structurally, and human and life is flawed. We need to machinify it, make it more perfect, right? They think turning everything into ones and zeros and putting everything in a box is gonna somehow make it perfect. But life is messy, and life with life comes many probabilities. If you want to get rid of probabilities, it sounds like you want to get rid of life. And then, like I said, it doesn't make sense because first they're saying choice brings chaos, chaos brings badness, there's badness, and then they are going to say there is no choice, there's only deterministic things that happen, which have, yeah, that's it. So I don't know. What are we supposed to do with that information? Like,
well, there's one thing he said that I thought was really telling, that just pretty much blew the whole lid off his whole spiel, is when he said that the deterministic component is like antithetical or incompatible with the potential, and it's basically order imposing itself over chaos. And this is something I struggled at one point, because I thought to myself, okay, if you just have this force of order and this force of chaos, and the order just goes to the chaos and it's just imposing itself over it, how is that any different from a country like England or someone going to some African countries and imposing their order on them? It's no different. It's a reality of war and conflict inherently is what it is. Because as he said, the two are incompatible. This is why you need the force in the middle, the will, as I describe it, which navigates between the forces of duality and bridges them together through voluntary consent into a sacred union, which is basically the shape of the Vesica Pisces, the two circles intersecting, the will in the middle. But yeah, he's describing a reality of war.
I mean, I think that's the perspective that you can hold. That, and when it comes to perspectives, you can find certain truths that you can use, or you can learn from, like from different perspectives, right? But I just find it really weird. I really don't like when people try to force their perspectives on to me. Like, it's cool if you believe that. I don't mind hearing how what you believe in. I don't like to hear people tell me what to believe in, right? Like, it's cool if
I
I
think
don't
it
mind.
shows respect when there's different beliefs to speak in I instead of you statements. So, like for me, it was really hard to follow along with the you shoulds and then using large words that didn't seem to fit into the sentence.
Well, that's how you got to flex your vocabulary to show your intellectual dominance.
Right, but to do that, you actually have to use the word correctly and in context, which a lot of the words that were thrown out just completely lost the context of what was being said. Sometimes it's better to make your message palatable than to prove your extensive vocabulary when you're trying to communicate.
Yeah, but what if the crowd appeals to authority more than anything else? Then what?
Well, a smart person who's trying to convince a crowd who does that would find a way to relate what they do to what he's trying to impart to them so that they can recognize it rather than speak over them and at them and make them feel to try and make them feel inferior, which doesn't promote learning if you're trying to teach.
I've been talking too much on this one today.
LA, did any of that stuff that dude was making sense to you? Or you, Chickpea, did that make any sense that Gnostic anti-natalist guy was saying?
No. No. It was all just a load of words. But you know me, I only care about one thing, and that's all I witter and twitter on about, really. But he was completely over my head, fortunately.
No comment.
That was
more
kind of my
disease than
point,
I've
is
got.
that if you're hoping to communicate with people, you don't want to make everything you say so far over their head that they don't get your message at all.
Yes.
Or at least stop to answer their questions.
Was he a physicist or something?
I mean, to be fair, I'm not Gnostic, and I'm here mostly to learn. That's why I ask a lot of questions, and the only reason I spoke about my beliefs was because I was asked. But it's hard to learn if you're not allowed to ask questions, or if you get like a huge data dump. My brain, maybe it's my age, my brain doesn't take a data dump like
Yeah,
that.
my brain can't handle it anymore. Actually, you'll find as you get older that in the end your brain gets so stuffed full of stuff, no more will enter. Oh dear. So have you got any pets, Witchy? Witchy, I'm speaking to you. Oh dear.
I was trying to unmute and it wouldn't unmute. Sorry. I do have pets. I have 2 dogs and 3 cats.
Oh, what sort of cats have you got?
I've also got livestock, but you probably wouldn't appreciate that. But I have two dogs and 3 cats and a turtle, a red-eared slider.
Oh wow! So what sort of cats have you got?
So they're all strays.
Oh, good
that
for you.
we've come upon. They're all cat distribution system cats. So I couldn't tell you like
Oh,
breed
right.
or.
But girls, boys.
2 boys and a girl.
All right. No, I didn't mean breed, you know, Siamese or anything. I meant, you know, boys or girls, tappies or torties. That's what I meant.
I used to have a
guess-
turtle when I used to have a
Go ahead,
turtle when
Sam.
I was little. My mom's boyfriend's son killed it, so unfortunately, I think he stuck something in his neck.
Oh,
Aw.
lovely.
I have children, and so having pets is a crucial part, I think, in raising healthy.
Yes. You're so very, very correct in that. I never had that joy when I was young, yeah. Because, you know, life in an army camp is not allowed to have pets.
Well, there's the responsibility, and that their lifespans are shorter than ours. So the learning of the life cycle that goes on.
Yes, exactly,
there's
yeah.
The empathy. There's just
It's
so much
compassion.
that
You learn
that
compassion from it.
kids. Yes, so much that kids learn from
Yes, you learn so much from it.
having pets.
Yes, I couldn't be without mine. They're the only, in fact, they're the only thing that keep me going. You know,
I could say the same for my kids at times in my life.
yes, I can well believe it. I've never had children, but I can well believe it. Yeah, yes. So I suppose you've got a cockerel then,
A cockerel. I'm not sure what that is.
a male hen,
I do
Cockerel.
not. Only hens.
rooster.
Only
Okay.
hens, no rooster.
Oh, I love.
I don't breed them. I don't breed the chickens for meat.
Oh, good for you. Good.
I-
Good. Well, I'm
I-
very happy to hear that.
I collect their eggs, though.
Yes, of course you do. If I had a hen, I'd be collecting eggs, but I can't have hens. But no, I love hens. I think they are the most gorgeous creatures. I think they are. And I love roosters. I would sell my soul to have a couple of hens and some roosters. Sell it.
I think our hens are very pretty and
yes,
they're well loved and
yes. Oh, good.
my rabbitry is empty right now. We had some pestilence and I'm about to restock it, and those I do raise for meat, but they're also given love and named and treated as pests during their life cycle.
Yeah. Well, I'm not opposed to that. I'm opposed to we better all talk about it. But I think you're really lucky having hens. Gosh. No, I do. I really envy you. I'd also like to have a pet goose. Lucky lady.
I'm fairly happy in my life. I think maybe that may be why I'm so interested in the Gnostic point of view, because most of the people I've met don't seem happy, and I'm trying to
I'm not surprised
understand
you're happy. I'd be happy if I was having your life.
Do you live off the grid, Witchy?
Not really. No, I have internet and electricity, but we do have a well.
Gosh. Have you got a gun?
It's hard to garden where I live.
No, I asked for gun. Have you got
I
a
live
gun?
on the mountains, but I do have a greenhouse.
Of course, you got it all. Have you got a gun?
Well, we have a huge property. It's for someone in UK, it would seem huge. Where I live, it's fairly average. It's a little over 2 acres, and yes, we have quite a large yard. But gardening is kind of limited to my greenhouse due to nature, because the deer, the voles, the squirrels, and whatnot will steal my produce.
You lucky thing. I get squirrels and foxes come out to my flat. I live in central London, but we get foxes here and squirrels and pigeons and seagulls. Yeah.
If you get a male cat, they'll take care of the squirrels.
Better not, because I love squirrels. That naughty boy brings a squirrel home, he'll get a smack. He will get a smack.
I mean, they don't always catch them, but they'll just chase them. And
they chase. Yeah, I know. Don't worry about it. He's not allowed to catch squirrels because I love squirrels.
Where I live, the animals far outnumber. I mean, I would have to have an army of cats and then the coyotes would knock down that population for me pretty quick if I tried to do that. So I live out in the country,
you're
on
lucky.
top of a mountain.
You're very lucky. I've never managed to break free from the city. I've never managed to do it. And now I'm too old. But I think the city, once it gets you, it sucks you in. You can't get back out. But I've got a big garden. I've got quite my flat's in a load of land. So, there's several hundred square yards. So I've got that's a weird situation I'm in. So the cats have got plenty of space to play in.
I've only lived in the shitty, I was going to say, sorry, in the city for brief periods in my life.
Yeah, I never managed to get out. And I wish I had. But still, I've got my 7 cats. And I've got 2 foxes that come round.
I was fortunate enough to be born in the still somewhat Wild West. So it's...
Lucky you.
It's a pretty amazing place by my estimation.
Yes, you're very lucky. I must admit, you are very, very lucky. One of the lucky ones. Yeah, I've got 2 foxes that come round to my flat. Mad. Yeah. So I love foxes. So how long do your hens live for?
Well, it's been varied, but typically 4 years.
Oh, wow.
A clutch of hens.
Gosh. They are such gorgeous creatures, hens. Wow.
So
People
prior
always
to
ask
coming
us
on
that
this channel,
chickens
were
are
you
stupid,
familiar with
but they're actually pretty
antinatalism?
smart. Oh, sorry.
I just asked. Prior to coming on this channel, were you familiar with antinatalism?
I have heard some little about it, but I really haven't researched it much. Being a breeder myself, I kind of set that into the other category, so to speak.
I must admit, Richard, speaking as somebody who lives in the middle of a city, when I look around me, and I'm talking about the city, okay, I'm not talking about the countryside, so I wouldn't know, I've never lived in the countryside. I can't understand why anyone would want to bring a child into it, because where I live, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not living in a horrible, horrible place, but children can't go out to play anymore. And who wants to bring a child into that? Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had that experience. So
Yeah,
I've never lived in a city as big as London. I live in New Mexico, and I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's a very sparsely populated state. That's much bigger than the UK, especially England itself.
Yes. Yes, it's all very relative, I should imagine. Yeah. Yeah. But I never had any, and I must admit, I don't regret it. I did the right.
To be fair,
I just want to talk to PP. PP, what you got to check, mate, is that your audio in StreamYard is aligned with your audio on your computer, and like, because one might be usurping the other.
So I have my I'm on my cell phone actually. I've been trying to figure out what's been causing that issue, but it seems like I can hear people for like the first like 15 to maybe 20 minutes, but then I can't hear audio anymore from anyone else. So if someone was trying to ask a question or speak or something, I wouldn't have been able to hear you speaking. So I apologize for that. It might have sounded like I was trying to talk over people, but that's actually not the case. I simply couldn't hear if anyone was trying to talk. That's all.
Thank you, brother.
All right. Okay, look, I got a question for you. Because I started having the same issue, and I had to jump off and jump back on, and we didn't get to communicate properly either. Like when I was trying to say something.
Yeah, what was it? What caused it? Did you find out?
The whole deterministic thing, like that's a big assumption that you're making when you're saying these things are finite and they're not subject to change, right? That's pretty, just a little bit like isn't that based off of some I think it's called some kind of like, what the hell is that thing called where you believe in something just because it happened yesterday, you think it happens today, but that's kind of like some kind of bad way of looking at reality because it's not logical. It's like, I think they call it logical fallacy. Like just because it happened yesterday, it doesn't mean it's happening today. Like you're making assumptions here.
No, the simultaneous determinism is simply recognizing what degree and what tier of things, in terms of what degree and what tier things are predetermined, right? So when a lot of times people hear determinism or determined, they think immediately predetermined. But what we're actually dealing with in a large number of things that we experience in interacting with other people, especially, and with our own thoughts and things, a lot of that is simultaneously determined in the sense that it's being determined as it's happening mostly, with very little predetermined factors before it, even though there are some elements to that. So, in other words, this is what's been going on in the world of people debating unnecessarily, determinism versus free will back and forth, or compatibilism, because very few people have understood correctly how determinism is actually operating. So you have actual choice within specific parameters within simultaneously determined reality. So choice does exist, but it's within the parameters of, for example, interacting with what's already there imposed outside of that as well. So this is strictly referring to, of course, the outer impositional world. This is not specifically talking about necessarily other worlds or paradise states or places where things are not determined the way they are here. Simultaneous determinism is simply referring to the way this impositional world we live in now, on the outer sense, is operating, right? Whereas there's very likely other worlds aside from this outer operating world as well. But that explains very well how the outer world operates very nicely. So, in other words, there is no debate between free will and determinism. It's just the whole will aspect of things, the choice aspect of things, happens within the simultaneous determined aspect of things far more than the predetermined aspect of reality. That's all. But it's still determined. It's just not determined beforehand, right? So there's a distinction between something being determined beforehand and determined like right this second as we're discussing it. You see what I'm saying? They're not the same
Well,
type of determinism.
I'm trying to see. I'm trying. You're saying everything's deterministic. I'm trying to see what would free will look like in your worldview. If you're saying everything is deterministic, would is free will even a logical thing that would be possible in any world at all, or in any frame? If you're saying everything's deterministic,
He just left.
yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I need to talk to you.
like the thing when it comes to these limitations, I think that's why people can't accept that there's free will. Now, I get what he's saying when he says that there is a will and there's just the will. I don't disagree with that. But the will has divided itself into individual fractals who basically experience the objective reality that they're in differently, subjectively. And what the free will does is it navigates between the limitations that it finds itself in, of the reality that it finds itself in. So these predeterministic components that he's talking about, like, for example, fire's hot and it's always going to be hot. Maybe you don't want to live in like fire or breathe smoke in because it's bad for you. This doesn't restrict your free will. It just means that if you use your free will to go jump in fire, you might get burnt, right? These are limitations that determine how we use our free will. It doesn't mean we don't have free will. We just have to figure out how to navigate the world to best manifest the reality we want for ourselves through basically making choices from the opportunities or possibilities that arise in our life and using discernment to make the best ones.
You know what? He said, okay, I'm going to just give one example and that's it because I don't want to give too much pushback. He was saying, like, oh, we got to eat, right? Like, that's one thing that's deterministic. We got to eat. I was thinking, like, I mean, if we had the right symbiotic relationship with certain bacteria and, I don't know, algae or something, I'm pretty sure we could photosynthesize and create all the nutrients and everything we need just from the ambient air and the sunlight and stuff around us. But we don't have that microbiome, so we have a different microbiome that is tailored to a different lifestyle, which is us consuming a whole bunch of shit, a whole bunch of stuff, right? So I think that's not necessarily true. Like, oh well, we're determined to eat food because we've been doing it the whole time. No, not really. I mean, if the circumstances were right, talking about possibilities, yeah, it's possible for us to have had some kind of biology like a plant where it could just photosynthesize and have some type of thing like that where we don't even need to eat food. Like that's a thing. That's a possibility. You don't know if it's possible that literally we've been somehow evolving, and then one day we are going to wake up, and that's going to be a thing, right? Like, and that's I don't think that's determined that we're determined to be eating food. That's not something that is set in stone.
Factors are what adds coherency to our world. If there were no deterministic components, we would live in the chaotic soup universe where we could be anything at any moment at the whims of something beyond us, or basically at the whim of potential. We're a human being now, but theoretically, we have the potential to be a plant. We have the potential to be a house. We have the potential to be air. We have the potential to, live in a world where none of these things even exist and it's totally different. So what's stopping that from happening each moment of our lives? Because if you've seen like older AI videos where it'll take a still image and then it'll go on it'll do pretty much exactly that. It'll just give out this incoherent mess of, or it used to, I don't know how it is now, but it used to give out this incoherent mess sequence of events. What's stopping that from being our experience are the deterministic components, and this is what makes our choices in life have meaning and allows us to create essentially a mark on the objective world we all live in. It's not that we're restrained by these predetermined components like eating and gravity or whatever else you can think of. It's what shapes how we use our free will.
I mean, that's fine. Okay, sorry. That sounds fine to me. And the issue I had was him saying there was no free will, and I was like, I mean, yeah, that's the issue I had.
If that's the case, that we all have this free will, we can manifest everything we like. How come cancer patients can't manifest, get rid of their cancer, or people with no legs manifest their legs and all this stuff? No, you're talking rubbish. You know what? We don't have any choice over anything. Nothing.
When I say manifest, I mean bring about things that are realistic goals that they want to, like, if you want to, like, I don't know, be a doctor.
Well, I mean, it was so easy
in order to manifest that reality, you got to go to medical school and learn the things that doctors do, right? You know.
No, you know what? I've had terrible rows over this whole you've got the choice that life turns out well, etc., etc., etc. And I know that's a very American thing, Barbara earlier.
Even if you graduate medical school, the state can still deny you a medical license and prevent you from practicing medicine.
Yeah, this is important to understand. So a lot of people, it's very important that what people think is free will is they're not understanding the mechanics of simultaneous determinism correctly. But here's what's interesting. The mechanics, once understood correctly, it's actually not too complicated to do. It's just, it seems confusing a lot of times when people first hear about it, because it's a really hard thing to explain and relay. In the terms of the specifics, it's doable. It's just challenging to relay it. I've done a lot of videos on it because it usually takes about a half hour video, like of really detailed explanations and stuff and examples. So like what they're talking about, chickpea and life abolitionists, so like the only choices we actually have in this current outer determined world are very limited things. So we have them, but those choices are taking place within a simultaneous determined framework where there's very little predetermined. But most of the rest of our life, aside from those, you know, like vanilla versus chocolate ice cream choices, most of everything else is completely
are you going to talk about I can have a choice between a chocolate ice cream or vanilla one? I'm supposed to be grateful for that. I didn't have a choice to come here even.
Correct, exactly. And that's the point. So it is all determined. It is all determined. There's just different degrees of
no free choice at all. None.
Correct, yes. So we have desire, we have things we want, we have will, but it's not free though. There's a difference between the will being free and the will being within parameters. So it's not that determinism or things being determined is inherently a bad thing. It's just that, okay, are things determined within benevolent, pleasurable parameters or within malevolent, outside of pleasurable parameters? That's the issue, right? So the idea that we have any type of actual freedom in any of it is simply verifiably not correct. You can verify. You can verify we don't have freedom. You can prove it.
Can I just ask LA something before
we don't have freedom?
It's not an agree or disagree thing. You can prove and verify we don't have actual freedom at any phase.
You see, it sounds to me like the reason you say we don't have freedom is because we exist in these limitations. I explained, these limitations.
Remember, we talked about our desires about our paradise states exist outside of these limitations. So I'm only talking about in terms of the outer world imposed on us. We don't have any actual freedom. In terms of what you're talking about, in terms of your ideal desire beyond what's imposed on you, yes, you have freedom within that fold. However, freedom in the figurative sense, even then, even these other worlds, other alternative realities, even those are determined. They're just determined within pleasurable, desirable parameters, not miserable parameters. So yes, even those things we call so-called freedom are still determined even outside of this state. Both. They're just desirable, determined things versus not.
All this is. if I've had this row a few times now, right? If you have so much free will, I'm at a loss to understand what you're doing here right now on this thread. I mean, why aren't you sitting on a nice yacht somewhere in the Aegean Sea having a beautiful time? If we all have so much freedom, because that's what I'd be manifesting if I could.
Yeah,
I don't
nobody
see
has actual
understandable.
freedom here. At least
No
this
one.
outer world, we don't have any actual
No,
freedom.
no, unless you've got a ton of
We
cash.
don't have freedom is because people impose their will on others through coercion. That's why
But
we
the
don't
whole
have
world's
freedom,
like
not
that.
because of some higher power.
Well, there's all
But
the reason.
Here's what you gotta understand is
But the
that
fact it's
freedom
there, though.
is inherent within the principle of the will, and since we come from the will, it is an inherent principle within us as individuals.
This is very important.
I am free as an eternal soul. I'm free.
Oh, how
Literally that
sweet!
simple.
You're
He-
the
I'm not sure
free
what
as
happened
an
there, but
eternal
might have
soul.
he's still there.
Can I just ask LA something? LA?
Seems there's an audio issue again. Sorry about that.
LA?
Yeah. I thought you left for a minute.
Who, me?
I'm
Yeah.
here.
LA?
Yes.
Have you ever tried growing stevia? So I'm just changing the subject for a second. Stevia?
I tried to from seeds and they didn't germinate. You can buy from the store, but I planted. I actually had a stevia plant last year, but I started it too late. They're not perennials; they're annual. So once it goes cold, they'll die.
Oh, right, okay. Because I'm going to start growing my own. I've decided. Because I buy it, stevia, but I'm going to start growing my own.
I wouldn't advise growing them from seed because the seeds are difficult to germinate.
Okay. Right, got you. I'm going to manifest my own stevia. And I'm going to manifest to turn into white powder without having to do any work. Which is manifesting. Sorry, I'll bugger off.
So, what do you guys think about free will?
I don't think we have free will. Well, we don't actually. After all, I didn't ask to come here. I didn't ask to be born of the mother I was born of, for a start. And when I look at my life, you know what? When I was my late 30s, okay, I was working in the city, doing okay. All of a sudden, I developed rheumatoid arthritis. And no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't cure myself. So I was forced to stop working and just become a little old lady living in a flat off the state. I had no choice in that matter at all. No free will at all. No.
And you, life abolitionism?
Well, I mean, life is imposed on us without consent. So after that, it's just like you try to make the best of it. It's like a gazelle trying to drink water from the river. Like you could have chose a different location, but you chose the wrong location based on the information you had, and then you get swallowed up by the damn alligator. So it's like, I mean, you try to make best decisions, then your parents are not really that helpful. And then, of course, the state controls most of the decisions that you're able to make. You don't get to just go to medical school and then assume you're going to get a medical license.
Yeah.
The state has to authorize you to give you a license to practice medicine. So you can't do whatever you want. The collective decides most of your decisions. We don't even have the right to medical assistance. So we don't even have the right to die. We don't even have the principle of self-ownership. We don't own our lives. The collective owns us. So I don't believe we have free will. We have free will in very limited circumstances based on like consumerism and things like that. But the fundamental questions about your life, no, that's been decided by everybody else.
Well, DMW asked me about paranormal experiences, and I wanted to tell a quick story. My son, he just turned 24 years old. When he was 3, he was talking to me about a lesson he learned. And I said, "Where did you learn that?" And he said, "In school." And he was 3. And I'm like, "What school?" He said, "The school I was in where I picked you and Dad to be my parents."
See, he's lived before.
So to be clear, my late husband was very atheistic, very anti anything religious or spiritual because he was a victim of the Catholic Church. I won't go into details. He was an altar boy. And as such, he hated anything spiritual or that sort. So we didn't really practice anything in our home. But my son comes to me and says, in the school before I was born, where I picked you and dad to be my parents. So this argument you have that you didn't choose to be here, maybe you just don't remember choosing that.
So
you'll
please don't do that. Please don't do that. I mean,
It's a
if your
fact. My
son
son
believes
told
that,
me
but
that.
you can't say that about me. I did not choose this. My parents were very abusive. I would not have chosen my parents for everything in hell. Nothing about this was chosen.
I've
Right.
been molested by a stepfather. I've been gang raped and bore a child from it. I've lost 2 husbands to death. I've been widowed twice. I've never been divorced and married twice. I've had cancer twice, ovarian and cervical. And I still believe that being here serves a purpose. And if you can't do that for yourself, that doesn't mean that nobody chose to be here.
But I never said anything about everybody. I'm only talking about myself. I said I did not choose to come here. I don't believe that I have free will. I don't believe anything about my existence was chosen. So I'm speaking about myself. If someone else feels that about their life, they're entitled to that viewpoint.
So this is
This
is very important to understand. Even if hypothetically someone or in reality, quote unquote, chose in a previous life or whatever, remembered a past life, chose parents, even in a scenario like that, that was all actually happening within simultaneous determinism. So yes, choice was happening, but it wasn't free choice. There's no free element to it. In other words, what we choose is within parameters. We choose things for specific reasons. So for example, we're beings aligned towards pleasure and paradise states. So constant pleasure that feels good is what we're aligned towards as beings, right? All of us here to greater or lesser degrees. So that alignment towards pleasure versus pain is determined in us. It's built into our nature. So the very fact we have a nature that desires pleasure and wants to avoid agonizing, torturous pain as much as realistically possible, that nature is inherent in us, and our nature is determined in that regards. So why we choose what we do or don't choose what we do is determined also. So it's interesting to me. It seems like a lot of people, they just misunderstand when we talk about determinism. Most people seem to assume predetermined, and this is
How
the
does
greatest mistake that people make.
how does this
Yeah.
how does this philosophy account for the sadist who equates pain with pleasure?
So that's a great question. The sadist doesn't actually account actual pain with pleasure. What they do is they equate pleasure that they're getting from what would otherwise be painful to other people. So there's some pleasure mixed in with the pain. It's not just only pain. Even the worst sadist on the planet, if it was only pain, that's it, and there wasn't pleasure felt from it, they wouldn't be doing it. So they're doing it because the pain for them individually, not for you or me, but for that individual person, the way their physiology is aligned, it leads them to experience a version of pleasure, but their pleasure is mixed in with what would otherwise cause other beings pain. So it's not that pain itself is what they're after. They're after a twisted, warped version of pleasure is what they're after.
Okay,
That's what it
Wiki,
is.
but if your son consented to being brought into existence, does that prove that I also consented or that I chose my parents?
No, sir.
Right, because I did not. I would not have.
All I said was consider the possibility that you did choose. I'm not saying anybody chose or didn't. I don't know where my son got that idea from. It came spontaneously from him. He also asked me what dinosaurs tasted like about a year later. So, it was 3. I'm just saying, what about the possibility that spirits do choose to come into this realm?
So
I find this whole soul contract thing to be so nauseating because it's just a way to blame shift to say that all your suffering is your fault because you chose this. And it's like I've been responding to people make that argument so many times. I reject it. I know I would not have chosen that. I know that in order to make a baby, it takes a man and a woman having sex, and I was nowhere in that equation. So my soul cannot consent. I think it's. I mean, it's
So
almost like somebody consented to having sex before they were born. So it's like I can just impose my will on you and say that you consented before you existed. So I can do whatever I wanted because you consented to it in some other existence. And I know what happened more than you do. I know your will better than you. And I'm going to tell you that this is what you actually want. It's for your own good.
So under under the predeterminism that, or not predeterminism, just determinism that PP is talking about, under that basis and precept, if you didn't choose to be here, you were forced to be here. He says that we are drawn to pleasure. So I wonder if somehow in your psyche you get pleasure from being able to place blame on others and be a victim.
Right, so I enjoy
And
being
that's a
abused
question.
by my
That's a question.
mother.
I said
I
wondered.
enjoy
That's a
getting
question.
beat with the extension cords and getting punched and dragged down the stairs. That was so much fun.
No,
So
I
this-
mean you derive. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you. Do you derive some pleasure from feeling out of control of all of this?
That is so insulting. What pleasure would I get out of that?
Question?
What pleasure would I possibly get out of
I
that?
don't know. I'm relating it to PP saying that determinism is and will are related to
Oh no,
pleasure versus pain.
I think this is very important for me to mention something on this. Please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Our inherent nature that's determined in us. It's good that this is inherent in us. Most of us are not sadists, right? None of us are sadists, as far as I know. So I'm not a sadist. I don't think life abolition is a sadist. In fact, I'm sure of it. You're not a sadist, as far as I can tell, or as far as I can tell with anybody here. So our alignment personally here is we're not sadist type pleasure seekers. But even in the case of people who are sadists, what we all have in common, whether we're sadists or non-sadists, is we're all aligned towards pleasure. Most of us are aligned towards consensual pleasure, though, and we're disgusted by non-consensual pleasures. We're just turned off by that idea. So that's all of our alignment here. But the thing is, our being aligned with pleasure does not mean that every situation that we face or that's thrown at us is going to be pleasurable, or that we're going to. In other words, it doesn't mean that we're deciding that, okay, we have this situation, therefore that's what we're in. Quite the opposite, in fact. Most of the things that are thrown at us are outside of our alignment, our nature. So the Gnostic idea is we're aligned towards constant pleasure that never ends, right? As paradise beings. We're trapped in this world where there's other than pleasure imposed on us completely against our will. None of us agreed to this. None of us decided, or in the sense of, okay, I can say for myself individually, abolitionists can say individually that neither of us chose to be in this world. We can't speak for anyone else, but the Gnostic idea is that for the most part, most of us did not choose to come to this world, right? And so all of the pains and anguishes are imposed on us against our will and contrary to our eternal paradise nature. So this world around us is contrary to our nature. It's not that because things are simultaneously determined that this world is aligned with our nature. No, quite the opposite. The Gnostic idea is that
because
yeah.
That's mainly because this world is a teaching realm where once we have proven that we can make the conscious decision to align to the principles which align with voluntary consent and freedom, then we can go on to more pleasurable realms, right? That's the whole purpose spiritually that most spiritual traditions will talk about, and I'm pretty sure even Gnosticism. So
ideally, yes, but here's the problem. Here's the other issue. An innocent kid born into this world who doesn't have the developed brain yet is not going to have a very easy time doing any of those things. Now, if we're going to say that consciousness is able to function completely independent of that child brain and body, which very well may be the case, at least in certain individuals' cases. Okay, let's say the child gets, horribly.
You need to experience childhood in order to understand God. God is more of a child than an adult.
That's actually not. That's not the case, though. You don't require being tortured as a child in a child body to learn a lesson from that. This is the warped idea that is not true. This is very important. We should not.
I mean, like I say, we gotta understand that we live in an objective world where our consequences have actions. This means that bad people who choose to do bad things cause trauma, needless trauma in the world. And this is the real suffering, and this is really why this world is seemingly so bad. Is
therefore, children who are being tortured don't have free will. Therefore, yes, therefore, children who are being tortured do not have a free will at all because they can't exercise free will. Even if it existed as a concept, they don't have the ability to exercise it because they're being tortured by an abuser. So therefore,
because it's been stolen from them.
Okay, but it wouldn't be able to be stolen if it exists in the first place. Do you understand that?
It's not like they don't. But it's not like they don't have free will because of some metaphysical
No,
thing. It's
you
because
can't
of
steal
someone
something that
making
you
a
have inherently
choice.
forever
It's
that's
because
free.
of someone making a choice to restrict that child from interacting in the world in their own twisted ways. You don't
They
need
were
to have
able
a
to
developed brain to have free will.
they were able to torment that child because the child never had free will ever to begin with, ever. That's why they were able to torture. No child would ever agree to be tortured. This disproves the free will idea. This is what I'm trying to say.
No,
This
it
is very
doesn't.
important to understand.
No, it
Yes, it
doesn't.
does.
No, because
I
the
can give
child
you
still has
a
free
more
will.
specific
They
example.
just don't have a developed brain or intelligence like an adult.
If you
That
don't
doesn't
have the
mean they don't
ability
have
to,
free will.
this is very important to understand, and you can verify this in the dictionary. Please verify this. Please understand. Free will means the ability to both desire and act completely independent of all outside sources, 100%. That's what free will actually means. Will, minus the free part, simply means you can desire things and will, but independent of being able to act on it.
What you're describing is
You're
a
talking about
situation
will,
where
but
the
you're calling
child
it free
has had
will.
that stolen from them.
No, you're
That's
calling
what you're
will free
describing.
will. You're
Yes.
mislabeling what is
The
simply
reason I
only
call
will.
it free will, okay, I don't disagree that there is a larger will that's all encompassing across all being. But what it's done is it's divided itself into individual fractals that experience the objective world in its own unique way. That's why I call it free will when I'm referring to individuals. Each individual has free will. A child has free will because they have the ability to go and interact in the world the best way they know how. Do
I
they
know
know
why
how
you're
to
calling it
interact?
that, but it's a misleading label. It's a misleading label that's
No,
not
it isn't.
accurate.
No, it isn't. Because we have the ability to choose
No
based off
soul would
what
choose to
we
be tortured by
desire,
a parent.
of the
No soul would
opportunities we
choose to
want.
be tortured to death by a parent as a child. No soul would choose that ever. Period. They
Okay,
wouldn't
well,
choose that.
you're missing the other choice, the person who's choosing to torture the child. What about their choice? They're exercising their
ability.
free will, and I'm telling you, they're stealing the child's free will. It's an act of theft. It's
You're
not a
missing a
metaphysical
key point here. Okay, the point you're missing is the only person whose free will was honored in that case was the abuser. The free will, the so-called free will you're claiming of the child was not honored. Why was only the abuser's quote unquote free will honored, but not the innocent child's? Because free will doesn't exist. It
May
is
I ask?
simultaneous
No, that's a
determinism.
May I ask a clarification, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're discussing free will as though if it was taken, that means it doesn't exist on one side. And then the other side, if it was taken, actually proves that it existed to be taken. Am I understanding?
Not exactly. So what I'm saying is what he's calling free will is simply only will with no free attached to it. So he's accurately describing will.
Right,
So
let's
the
let the
child.
semantics. Let's let the semantics of whether it's free or not go, and let's just get to the point. You're
No,
saying
this
that
is not semantics. This is important. It's
will
not
only
free.
exists when it can
You
be
are free
exerted.
because you're free
No,
to
no.
make choices.
This is very important. Will exists outside of it being free. This is what I'm saying. It factually exists outside of it being free. Real will exists outside of it being
Yes,
free in any
I don't
version of
deny that.
reality.
But we are individuals of that will. And because we're individuals, we are basically free will beings existing in an objective world of deterministic and non-deterministic things.
We are
Wait.
willed
I
beings
think I'm getting this. PP, you're
only.
saying that free
No.
will is this concept of always being able to assert your will. And since sometimes people are unable to assert their will is not free.
That is correct. Exactly. Will is factually not free because
Okay, thank you.
very
No, I'm
rarely
just
can
trying
anyone
to
assert their
understand.
will. Yes. And that is not semantics. That's actually a very significant thing because otherwise, what people will do is they'll keep trying to keep insisting that there's a free element to any of it. But what I'm saying is the child's desire to be free of torture, to experience happiness only, joy, etc., to not be tortured by a parent, that is its inherent nature will. That's inherent to it, that's determined for it, and it's built into its nature. The child's nature before being born, like as a spirit soul, as a being beyond this world, its nature is to experience pleasure, not torture. Therefore, that is its determined nature. It's good that that's determined. It's really good that that's the determined nature of that being as a paradise entity, a being beyond this world, to be a being of pleasure, right? and only pleasure and not wanting to be tortured. So that's will, but that's determined will. Even beyond this realm, that's still determined. So there's no free element to any of it in this or any other world. It's the free part that people keep misunderstanding and thinking that there is something free about it. There's nothing free about any of it. There never has been, never will be. That's precisely why a child is able to come into this world and get tortured and all this type of stuff against its will,
we are
because it's not
free.
free. It's never been free. That's why that can happen in the first place, is what I'm
We
saying.
are free to interact in the objective world the way we choose. What you're describing,
Not the child. Not the child being tormented.
are possible. The child who gets abducted or whatever, yes, it's unfortunate, okay, but that's not every child now, is it? That's unfortunately that is
Of course
more
not.
than it should
But
be.
no kids
But it doesn't
absolutely
need
don't
to
have
be that way.
free will.
All that really is a reflection of the collective's will. That's because individuals refuse to change their ways and behaviors because they don't want to accept that there's so many PDFs in the world and running things. So,
well, what I'm saying is that individual child
it's
did
not
not will
their
that.
kid, they
It
don't
doesn't matter
care.
what we say about it.
You
That kid didn't will
contradict
it.
yourself, Dominator. Okay, if the paedophile has got the free will to be a paedophile, that's his right to be a paedophile.
Yes, everyone has the ability to choose from the possibilities that exist. That's our free will choice. It doesn't matter if you're using your free will to do good things or bad things.
It's
That's
important to
the
stop
whole
saying
point.
free attached to it. That's the part that's wrong. The will, yes.
No, it
Will is
isn't.
correct. Free is
I,
wrong.
I told you I'm describing free will because we're individuals of the larger will.
You're describing what isn't free will,
We are
though. You're
free.
saying
We
free
are
will to
free
something
to
that isn't free.
interact. We are free sovereign beings who interact in the
No, we're
objective
not.
world. Yes,
The
we
innocent
are.
child was not free or sovereign in being tortured by the parent. That child was not free in that case at all. Period. They were not free. You're lying. You're saying something that's not true. A child being tortured by a parent is not free. Period. You cannot claim that that child is free or sovereign. They aren't free and sovereign. They don't want to be tortured to death. Stop claiming they do, or
they
are
don't
involved
want
in
to
choosing
be
that, or are
tortured to
okay
death.
with it, or are part of that choice, or anything like this. That's not true. None of those statements are true. That is new age wishy-washy bullshit.
No,
Stop
it
doing that,
isn't.
please. Please
So
stop doing that.
the idea
You
that they
just
don't
want
want to be
children
tortured.
because, as you said, it's the most edgy thing and most grasping emotional thing. So you're just like, well, the child.
It's
Okay.
grasping emotional
Okay,
because
so
it gets
stick
to
with
the
it
point
then.
of what
The
we're talking
child.
By
about.
their parent is an unfortunate situation, but the parent is unleashing their own trauma on the child.
Your claims
Unfortunately,
cannot account for
creating
child
a
torture
cycle
properly.
of
Your claims cannot
hatred
account for it
that
because they're lies. They're
eventually
falsehoods. Stop doing that,
maybe
please.
someone can come out of.
Okay, your claims do not account for child torture. What we're talking about does. So please stop saying things that don't account for
No, you
child
want
torture.
to. You literally said to ignore the realm of possibility because child torture exists.
No, I said to oppose possibility, not ignore it, oppose it.
No, we need to embrace possibilities so that we
No,
don't
you
allow
should not
those
do that.
possibilities to happen. Actually,
Possibility leads to child torture. It leads to the possibility of
and
things that are not
possibility
desirable.
leads
That's
to
the
a
problem.
more free world where everyone is free to interact.
Oh, a
What
world
about
where
that
people are free
possibility?
to harm children. Okay, I see. I see where you're going with this. A world where
I
people
see
are free
where
to do
you're
that
going
along
with
with
this. You're
anything
just gonna
else.
play
That's
the
the problem.
children card. The children.
We should not have a world where people are free to harm children. Stop saying we should. That's fucked up.
When
Stop saying
did I
that.
say that? I never said that.
That's
I
literally what
never
you're
said
describing
that.
right now. You're
No,
saying
I
we should have
never
a more
said
free
that.
world where people can be more free to do whatever the fuck they want to do. No, we shouldn't. We should have a world where people cannot harm children. That's the world we should have and need to have
If
and
you
can get
actually
to.
listen to what I've been saying, I say that people need to align themselves to eternal principles that value freedom. You're over here saying freedom doesn't exist. So
What you
freedom
need to do
doesn't
is
exist.
account for
What does
child
it even
torture.
matter if the child's
You
being
need to
tortured or
account for
not, if
child
freedom doesn't
torture in terms
exist?
of how does the soul, before being embodied as a child, have any involvement in choosing that for itself? You need to
So
account
just
for
the
that.
fact that the child does not want to be tortured is evidence of their will. The rest is about force.
Yes.
Who
And
has
the very
greater
fact force
the
exists
child
as a
or the
thing.
adult torturing them? Not who has the free will. The child's will of not wanting to be tortured proves their will. The fact that they're
Yes.
being tortured is a matter of force.
Correct.
Will
So
and force
therefore,
are two different things.
so force existing means free will does not exist. It means only will exists, because if free will existed at all, ever, in any state, in any version of reality, there wouldn't be a force principle at work on any being ever, because everything would always be completely freely chosen without outside influences. Free will, the literal definition is 100% completely free of choice. You can choose and you can act completely independent of outside influence. That means the child would be able to instantaneously desire itself out of the torture situation
No, that's not
instantaneously.
how it works.
That's how
As
free will
you
does work.
described,
Okay,
That's
they
for
exist
certain
within
animals.
isn't
deterministic
childbirth
conditions.
isn't childbirth an act
They
of force also, because that
Yes.
child is extracted from the woman's body through
Correct.
the birth, they're pushed through the birth canal by force, and that child does not seem to like it because they always come out the womb angry. They don't look happy at all. They're crying. They don't seem
not
to enjoy
natural
it.
births.
How is that not an act of violence?
Yes,
Well,
that
you
is forced
described
as
it the
well.
hospital setting birth, right? That's
No,
more.
I'm talking about any birth. I'm talking about any birth where that child is pushed.
Have you been there for births? How many?
Right, you have to push the baby out. The baby does not come
Really?
out on its own.
Yeah. So even this is what's very important to understand. Even in a world beyond this one, where we have far more ability to decide what we desire, even in that state, we don't have actual free will because we wouldn't have gotten sucked here from that state if we had free will even there. We could have just willed ourselves out of ever being sucked into this experience. But we couldn't, can we? None of us can right now. None of us can flick our fingers and desire ourselves
That
out of
sounds
this
more
world
like
all the time.
absolute will as opposed to free will.
No, free will is absolute. This is what's a lot of people don't understand this. Free will is actually defined as total, complete, absolute will. If people would just say the word will and leave free off of the table, off of it, then this would not be an issue. The problem is people keep claiming there's a free element that isn't there.
You see,
The
the
free
thing
element
is,
is not
if
there.
there was no free will and it was just all the will, all the large eternal will acting, then there would be no opposition in the world. It would never go against itself. That's free will. People choosing to
That's
go
not free
against it.
will. That's might
Yes,
makes
it is.
right.
People have the ability, exactly, because might makes right is essentially the will going against itself, because the will does not operate based off of might. The will operates based off of voluntary union and consent.
The will doesn't go against itself. You either will something or you don't. You either will to not be tortured or you don't will it. Like you don't go against your own will. You
So
either
why
have
is
a
there,
different will
so if
or the same
everyone
will.
is
You
the
change
will
it.
incarnate, why is there so much war and strife? There would be none if there was no free will. There would
No,
be no
there would
murderers.
especially be
There would
war
be no,
without free will. That's why there's so much war, because there is no free will.
Free
Especially
will is
so.
no,
impossible.
because we would basically be a hive mind.
Free
Like
will is a man-made impossible concept. Correct, life abolitionist. Yes, it's a man-made concoction that is not true. That is correct, verifiably. But we've demonstrated here many times over and in so many other places that free will doesn't exist. Will does exist,
you
yes.
haven't demonstrated that here.
Will is not free, though. Okay? A
As
child
I'm
being
defining
tortured
it,
is not
as I'm
free in their
defining
will.
it, this is how I'm defining free will. We have the ability to make choices within the deterministic components of the world and the
That's will, not free will. That's
non-deterministic
just will. That is
components
not
of
free
the
will.
world.
Stop calling it free, please. That's
No,
just will, not
yes,
free.
it is free because we're free to choose from the possibilities which exist. We're
No,
free
you're
to
insisting that it's free when it's you're saying you're talking about something that isn't free while insisting it's free. You're contradicting yourself and what you're saying. You got to stop doing that.
No, there's no
You're
contradiction.
self-contradicting what you're saying about the thing.
It's the limitations which define our
Okay,
freedom.
free
We don't
will
live
would
in
have
some
no
void.
limitations at all
If we
whatsoever,
lived in
period,
a
if it was
void,
free.
none of
Will has
our
limitations.
decisions would matter.
They all matter because they
Exactly.
lead to different outcomes. But if we're not able to act on our will, it's not functionally useful. Just like a kid being tortured can't act on their will, it's not useful even though that they have it. So don't over exaggerate the value of this so-called will, even aside from the free will, because it's not that grand of a thing because kids can't
Yes.
act on it.
The
Okay?
will is
In that
literally
situation.
the will is literally within everything. What do you mean it's not that big of a thing?
Because a kid can't act on it. Okay, in other words, there's far more grander things. The experience of pleasure for sure. Okay? The experience of pleasure in an assured, guaranteed way is far more valuable than this so-called, here you go, here's this will that you can't even act on if you're in a child's body being tortured by its parents. Okay? if the thing can't be used by an innocent child, it's mostly a useless thing anyway. If only grown adults can mostly use it far greater than a child can, the thing itself isn't all that grand
So let me
because it's
ask you
balled up.
this. Let me ask you this, right? You're a kid, you're living in the world. Let's just assume you don't have such abusive parents, right? Okay. So you go to school and you're at recess, right? So do you choose to go and play some basketball, or do you choose to go read a book, or do you choose to go talk to some girls, or do you go choose to talk to your friends? What is that? What is the ability to choose from all these different options?
Most kids cannot choose to not go to school. I would have chosen to not be at school at all. I was never allowed that decision as a
Okay,
kid. I was
okay,
forced to go to school.
okay. You totally sidestepped my question there. Okay, I
I'm going to
don't
follow
I
up with
don't
that detail next. But that's what I'm saying. I would have chosen, first of all, not to go to school, so my will was not able to be exercised in that choice, number one. Number two, within those choices, all of those choices are within a specific fold of parameters. I can choose this or this or this. I don't have unlimited choice. Therefore, it's will that I can act on. And I got lucky being that kid versus a kid tortured to death by its parents. So therefore, this will factor isn't even a fair thing because we have different degrees of ability to exercise it based on luck, not based on any type of divine intervention or arrangement, based on, okay, there you go. Here's your exercise of will. Here's your exercise. Oh, sorry, kid. You're going to be tortured to death by your parent. You're not going to be able to exercise it. All of that is within the parameters of, on the playground, will, not free. None of it's free because it's within the parameters of, oh, I go over here, I play ball, I do this, I do that, I do that. But I can't choose to not go to school. So therefore, it's not free in that regards. I can't choose to do
okay.
something entirely out of school.
I
Therefore, it's
do
not free.
I do agree with you that we don't have the choice to go to school, but
Brother, it's not an agree or disagree thing. Please understand. You're describing will. You've been describing will the whole time. You just keep calling it free inaccurately.
Second of all,
Hello, guys. Sorry, I'm ending the live. You guys
Okay.
can stay backstage, but thank you very much for your participation. Thanks to everybody who tuned in, commented, and participated vocally. That has been today's Finding Gnosis show. But guys, you can stay backstage and talk. It's an interesting conversation. Take care, everybody. Goodbye.
Move on.